There was a lone car in the parking lot. A lamppost served as the only source of light on this dark, rainy evening. The driver was hiding from the bad weather in his car and was looking at the script prepared for him, which he was carefully holding in his hands. After this, the young man looked out the window with a smile and thought that finally such a day had come for him too. The main character bitterly remembered that 4 difficult years had already passed since his debut in a musical group called End. This group was not very successful because on music shows they always stood somewhere in the back. The members sang and danced indistinctly, which is why they got few views and people criticized the idols. In the end, even the airtime featuring the main character was completely cut out. The End lived up to its name and the guy was desperate, so acting became his last hope for success. Very soon it worked. The main character began filming in a series that gained popularity and was well received by viewers. Thinking about all this, the guy was glad that in the end everything in his life turned out well. After that, he looked at the time and was surprised that it was already late. The guy assumed that the manager he was waiting for was late because of the rain. Then the main character looked out the window and saw that the downpour not only showed no signs of abating, but had actually gotten stronger. The guy realized that he would hardly be able to get enough sleep today, but he was not upset and continued to wait. The main character plunged back into his thoughts about the fact that now the group End even has its own fan cafe. The guy himself worked as an idol and was confident that everything would be fine for him now. At that moment, a loud roar was suddenly heard in the street. A truck flew into an iron fence at great speed and broke through it. The reason for the incident was that the driver fell asleep at the wheel and left the car uncontrolled. The main character was taken aback by the unexpectedness and with a sharp movement turned his head towards the approaching danger. The guy was stunned when he saw a bright, blinding light that was quickly approaching him. The next moment, the truck collided with the main character's car, causing it to fly far away and fall off a cliff. At that moment, time seemed to stop for the guy. For some time, he did not understand what was happening and only felt that he was falling into a dark abyss. Finally, the main character realized his situation, which is why he began to panic and scream loudly. The guy didn't believe what was happening and thought it was a dream. He regretted that he suffered for 4 years, and as soon as he saw hope, he would die like this. After that, his entire hard life began to flash before his eyes. He remembered how he had invited people to buy Daejeon beef to earn his first money. His musical concerts were unsuccessful because people did not know about the group End at all. The group's video clips that were published on the internet received very few views, although a lot of effort and time was spent on them. The few people who knew about the group did not understand whether an idol should do something like this. The main character also remembered how his acting career began. The manager gave him a script, saying that this was the guy's last chance and asked him to give it his all. Now it was all behind him. The guy could only think about what his success would be like. Soo-hyun clenched his fist in anger and began asking how much longer he had to suffer. The boy screamed loudly, asking how fate could do something like this to him. Soo-hyun grabbed his head, realizing that all his plans were now not destined to come true. Suddenly something confused the main character, causing him to immediately forget about his sadness. The guy looked around and thought that something strange was happening to him. The main character was sitting in bed dressed in children's pajamas, as if he had just woken up. He finally realized that he was still alive and opened his eyes wide in surprise. The oddities didn't end there. Approaching the mirror, Soo-hyun saw his reflection and wondered why he looked like he was 5 years old. The next moment, a frightened woman ran into the room and turned to the main character and asked what had happened to him. The guys were surprised. The woman continued to ask why her baby was screaming such terrible things and suggested that her baby was sick and needed to be taken to the hospital. Soo-hyun was surprised to realize that it was his mother. The woman continued to say that his face was gone and suggested that he had a fever. She immediately asked her husband to call an ambulance because they urgently needed to go to the hospital. The man began to dial the required number. The woman hugged her child and continued to worry about the fact that he might have been in pain and apologized for not noticing it earlier. The main character looked at the man with incomprehension, as if he should not be there. After that, he recognized his father in him. This struck the man as if he had been struck by lightning. Now he was absolutely sure that something was definitely wrong with the child, because he had called him father. Soo-hyun looked at his mother in surprise and didn't understand how this was possible. Soo-hyun sighed heavily and closed his eyes, still thinking that it was just a dream. That same evening, the main character was taken to the hospital. All the examinations went fairly quickly, and the doctor said that the child had no serious abnormalities. The doctor continued to say that the boy was simply very scared of something and asked if something had happened at home. The woman replied that nothing unusual had happened, but the child had suddenly started screaming and crying in his sleep. So she asked the doctor to check everything again. The man also agreed with this. Soo-hyun blushed with shame because his parents had always been a bit of a strange person. The main character turned to his mom and dad to calm them down. Smiling broadly, the boy began to assure his parents that he was fine and that he had simply had a nightmare. Everyone who was in the hospital ward was touched by the child's appearance, and the doctor even called him a cutie. The doctor quickly took matters into his own hands and said that if the boy was in any pain, he could call a nurse. Soo-hyun thanked the doctor and then thought about whether boys were called cuties. The doctor said again that if there were any problems, a nurse would come by pressing a button. After that, he quickly left the room. The protagonist continued to think about how strange it was that the stranger called him cutie and began to remember how often his appearance was praised before. Soo-hyun thought that he hadn't changed much as he grew older, but the entertainment industry attracted the most beautiful men and women. Among all of them, the main character was average at best. Because of this, the boy felt that he had to preserve his childhood beauty at any cost, because it was not enough for a man to take care of himself a little in order to survive in this cruel world. Suddenly, it seemed like it dawned on the main character because he thought about it. He didn't need to wait until he grew up because he could use his appearance now. The realization that he would no longer have to become an idol without talent and suffer because of it struck Soo-hyun like lightning. The guy decided to try to become a supporting star and focus on acting, and by the age of 25, he will have already built an excellent career. The main character knew that there were roles that only children could play, and that the money for his work would go to his parents, which was not bad. The boy was distracted from these thoughts by his mother, who was still worried about him. The child's condition did not give the woman any peace, so she asked if everything was definitely okay with him. Soo-hyun silently looked at his worried mother and thought about something. The main character's father was also worried and assumed that the child was simply not able to explain what hurt him. Soo-hyun silently thought that given his situation, there was probably something else he could have done. It was about preventing the destruction of his family that happened in the original world. The main character really wanted to give his mom and dad another chance at a happy life together. The guy was also delighted with how many opportunities were opening up for him, which made him hug his mother tightly. After that, Soo-hyun said with a smile that everything was fine with him and that he loved his mother. The woman replied that she also loved her baby, after which she hugged him. The man asked her not to forget about him. Turning to his father, the main character said that he loved him too. These words touched the man from the depths of his heart, and at that moment he was unusually happy. After that, Soo-hyun hugged his dad, who said that he looked like a little rabbit. The woman thought it was a great moment to take a photo of her family as a keepsake. At that moment, a small screen suddenly began to appear in front of the main character, like in some kind of video game. Soo-hyun was surprised by this because the screen was showing a photograph that depicted him and his dad right now. The guy realized that thanks to this screen, he could see how he looked on camera when he was being photographed or filmed. The woman was impressed with how good the photos turned out and felt she needed to take more of them. The main character continued to look at the screen and wonder why this was happening to him. Still, Soo-hyun came to terms with this and believed that since he had this ability, he needed to use it to the fullest. The next moment, the young protagonist decided to test his abilities and tried to portray the cutest face he could. His mother was simply shocked when she saw her son and did not understand what she was just watching. The main character decided not to stop at this result, and turning to his mom and dad, prepared to make his next move. Soo-hyun put his finger to his lips and said that good adults should not have made noise in the hospital. The child's cute appearance knocked his relatives off their feet. They also screamed with delight, and the woman felt that she should have taken even more photos of her sweet son. The main character was very pleased with this result and believed that it should definitely help him achieve his goals. After this, Soo-hyun suggested that if he used his appearance and new ability, he would be able to experience the life of a child actor. The loud, excited cries of the parents attracted unnecessary attention. The nurse entered the room with a displeased look and asked the main character and his parents not to make noise in the hospital. As a result, the medical worker scolded all the family members for making too much noise, for which they had to apologize. After this, the main character was checked again and nothing strange was found, so he returned home with his parents. It was already late, so Soo-hyun's mother asked him to wash his hands and feet and go to bed. Entering his apartment, the main character was stunned by what he saw and looked around with delight. He thought that everything looked exactly like it did in his childhood. Now the guy had no doubt that he had really returned to the past. The woman turned to her son and suggested that he sleep with his mom and dad today so that he would not be afraid anymore. The boy was surprised by this proposal and therefore he looked at his parents uncertainly. A moment later, the protagonist used his charm again and refused his mother's offer, saying that he could sleep alone. After that, Soo-hyun went to his room to the admiring glances of his parents, who thought that their child was very kind. Soon the door on which hung a sign with the main character's name closed. For some time the boy stood at the door, listening to the silence and trying to determine whether someone was following him. Suddenly he took out his phone and thought that it was good that his dad was sloppy. Thanks to this, it was easy to steal the phone. The guy didn't have a computer, so he had to use his phone to plan his future life. Having turned on the phone, the main character was surprised because it was necessary to enter a password to use it. Soo-hyun thought it was easy because the password to his father's phone had to be his date of birth, namely the numbers 1224. The next moment, the phone indicated an error and said that it was an incorrect password. The protagonist was shocked by this and began to wonder if the father's phone password should not be his child's birthday. After that, the guy started to give the year of his birth, his mother's birthday, his father's birthday. But none of this worked and the phone reported the wrong password. This made Soo-hyun angry, saying that he also created passwords that were not connected to him in any way, but his dad couldn't do that. It was not long before the main character returned home, but he had already begun to feel sleepy because he had a child's body. Suddenly, the guy noticed the date on his phone and thought about it. He was 5 years old and it was now July, so it turned out that he had gone back in time 20 years. Soo-hyun thought that in the near future, he needed to understand how the window he saw in the hospital worked and study this ability and then develop a plan for his future life. Thinking about all this, drowsiness took over the main character, and so, for starters, he decided to sleep. A moment later, the child was already sleeping peacefully and soundly. The protagonist's morning was not going well. He sat silently at the dinner table and was upset about something. His mother served the food on the table and asked her child not to pretend to be cute and to eat everything. Soo-hyun replied that he wasn't pretending and that he really was nice. The woman agreed with this but said that it wouldn't work on her. She was unhappy that the boy took his dad's phone without permission and ordered Soo-hyun to eat everything, which the child did not want to do at all. Then the woman decided to help the main character, and taking food with chopsticks, asked the boy to open his mouth. Soo-hyun looked at his mother in surprise and how she selflessly lost track of her son. At that moment, he remembered how his whole life was destroyed after his parents separated. These memories made Soo-hyun sad. The main character was distracted from these thoughts by his mother's voice, asking him to start eating quickly. Soo-hyun began to eat the offered food with pleasure, while thinking that he had not received so much care for a long time. The boy recalled that everything was fine until elementary school, but after that, quarrels began in the family. They were so long and heavy that he almost did not remember them. After a hearty breakfast, the woman treated her son to ice cream. She thought it was very cute how he ate it, so she took out her phone to take pictures of the child again. Soo-hyun looked at the window with his image and thought that no matter how cute he was too soft. Suddenly a call came from Hani, who was the woman's friend. She was very surprised and thought that something had happened to her friend. It turned out that this friend was the leader of the group, and yesterday, the woman sent her one of the photos of her cute son. The next moment, a loud voice came from the phone asking for help. The woman was very surprised by this because she knew that her friend was a competent leader and did not understand what could have happened. Hannah said that now was not the time for jokes and asked for help because their child model did not show up for the shoot. Soo-hyun heard this as if struck by lightning. The main character was very interested in the fact that there were child models and was eager to try this role on himself. The guy thought that if he were to follow the path of an idol, then this was a great chance to prove himself. Now this could be a great start for his career, which would lead him to success in the future. The main character's mother replied that she was busy now because she was photographing her son, who could be Hannah again, insisted on helping. Still, the woman agreed to think about it and then hung up. Then she thought about the fact that her son would have to visit so many places, and because of this, she was worried. Soo-hyun decided not to waste his chance and, taking advantage of his cute appearance, approached his mother and asked if Aunt Hannah had called her. The woman confirmed this and suggested that she wanted Soo-hyun to become a model because he was handsome. The main character's mother wanted to refuse immediately, but Hannah insisted that only he was suitable. Hearing this, the child smiled because he had no ideas on how to start moving towards his goal, but now he thought that this was a good chance. Using all his charm, the main character confidently told his mother that he would like to see Aunt Hannah. The woman was surprised by this decision and asked if Soo-hyun was sure of this, to which she received an affirmative answer from the child. The main character also added, smiling good-naturedly, that he would like to help his dear Aunt Hannah. Soo-hyun was glowing with these prospects, and this light blinded his mother, causing the woman to lose her power of speech for a moment, as if she had seen the eighth wonder of the world. The next moment she hugged her son tightly, saying that he was definitely an angel and did not know what to do with such a kind and bright child. After some time, our heroes approached a huge skyscraper made of concrete and glass where Hannah worked. Soo-hyun entered the photo studio and looked around carefully, surprised at how everything looked here. The main character thought that the equipment here was very expensive, after which he remembered the studio he visited when he was an idol. Everything there was old and shabby. The woman was delighted when she saw the child and greeted the guests, and said that she had been waiting for them very much. This was the group leader, Hannah. After that, she said with admiration that the main character was very cute and could not convey in words what she felt now. Soo-hyun bowed forward respectfully and thanked the woman for her kind words. Hannah asked the child not to be so polite and offered him a candy that the boy could not refuse. After that, she began to tell why she had problems. It turned out that the mother of the child model demanded to pay $50,000 more because her child had acted in films twice. In the end, she refused to take pictures of her son at Hannah's studio. Soo-hyun heard this, and now he understood what had happened and what he owed the start of his career to. After that, Hannah started hugging the main character. They say that she was very happy that she met Soo-hyun, and everything ended well. The child's mother drove her friend away, telling her not to touch the boy and not to spread germs. Hannah was indignant and replied that she was not a germ. Suddenly, from behind the door to the next room, someone's rough voice began to be heard, accusing someone of being even worse and that it was too much. After this, a man wearing dark glasses appeared in the photo studio and looked rude and unfriendly. He slammed the door with a sharp movement, causing a loud bang to echo throughout the room. The man was very irritated and asked Hannah how much longer he had to wait and when they would start working. He exuded danger and audacity. The man wanted to finish this filming as quickly as possible. Soo-hyun's mother looked at him with incomprehension, not understanding how such a person could be a photographer, and Hannah was afraid that her rudeness to her niece would negatively affect her work. The main character himself was very scared because his first job would be with a photographer who didn't like taking pictures. Soon all the crimes for Soo-hyun's work began to prepare for filming and make him up. The studio workers were surprised at how soft the main character's hair was. After some time, the makeup artist gave the boy the necessary hairstyle that would be suitable for filming. They also worked on the baby's face, applying a little makeup to make it even cuter. The workers continued to be amazed by the main character's appearance, saying that all they had to do was apply a little powder and everything would look perfect. Soo-hyun was very pleased with this. The final stage before the shoot was the selection of clothes that needed to be advertised. Soo-hyun looked at the coat and thought that it was a little uncomfortable, but it fit well. In any case, the parents would buy the clothes, not the children. The main character's appearance once again amazed the photo studio workers, which is why the girl called Soo-hyun an angel, and the man even clapped his hands. The child did not pay attention to this, but was only worried about whether he would be able to cope with his first job. The main character remembered that he had already been a model several times in his previous life. But he also understood that children's clothing was a completely different area, in which he had no understanding at all. Still, the boy encouraged himself by saying that if he followed the photographer's instructions, everything would turn out well. But everything turned out completely differently than the main character had planned. He felt insecure during the filming, and the group photographer did not participate in any way to improve the work. Soo-hyun was very surprised that the photographer was going to approve such bad photos and was going to finish it all quickly. The guy felt very awkward because it was his first time being photographed as a child model, but he thought that the photographer had never worked in advertising. Trying to contain my emotions, the main character thinks that before he starred in commercial advertising for small businesses, and this photographer had a very poor attitude to his duties. Soo-hyun didn't like the fact that this man put on a bunch of crude photos and didn't even try to do his job well. Suddenly, the boy heard the workers discussing that it was strange that the photographer approved such bad photos. The girl said that they should have turned a blind eye to it because it was the boss's nephew. Now it became clear to the main character that there was a big shot behind this incompetent photographer, which is why he was careless about his work. Soo-hyun understood what the man was feeling, but he wasn't going to put up with it, so he put his hands in his pocket. After this, the boy took the appropriate pose and thought that he would not allow anyone to ruin his career. The main character firmly decided that if the photographer didn't care about his work, then he himself would make better photographs. Smiling a little, the child looked at the screen, the frame of which was glowing green. The result was an excellent photograph. Soo-hyun's mother was delighted with her son and beamed with happiness, while Hannah silently watched from the side with her mouth open in surprise and did not dare to interfere with the work process. Finally, she asked her friend what she did with her son and whether she used any special training. The main character's mother did not understand what Hannah was asking. The woman said that there were special concentration training sessions for models. After that, she asked if her friend had gone too far because of her son's beauty. Soo-hyun's mother was very unhappy with such wording and asked Hannah to hold her tongue. The woman apologized and said that the main character was simply too good. These words calmed the main character's mother down a little, but she was still angry at her friend. Meanwhile, Hannah looked at her wristwatch. The woman thought that they were taking a break, but 40 minutes had already passed since the start of work, and there was still a third set ahead. Hannah continued to think that usually children would get bored within 10 minutes, but Soo-hyun was still cheerful. She didn't believe that this child wasn't going to complain at all. In addition, the woman considered the main character very cute and called him a complete art, recalling the saying that the art of fashion ended with the face. Hannah began to seriously think about asking the child to become a model next time, but quickly discarded this idea because she believed that it was possible to go even further. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun had already changed his clothes for the next shoot. The clothes were uncomfortable and itchy for him, which gave him goosebumps. Nevertheless, the main character came to terms with this, believing that now he had become somewhat accustomed to this work and could continue working. When he walked onto the set, the guy thought that his childish face did not convey many emotions, and therefore he would have to move his body more. The photographer finally took part in the work and asked the main character to try to rest his hands on Soo-hyun's knees, and he immediately complied. The man looked into the camera to adjust the focus and make sure everything looked good in the frame. Suddenly, he moved aside and looked at the boy. The photographer felt strange and wondered why he liked taking pictures for the first time. It's been a while. Some great photos have been taken using different clothes and backgrounds. They all turned out just perfect. Soo-hyun was taking a break from work and suddenly noticed a screen that was displaying his photo. The main character thought that this window did not just show the camera image. He noticed that the edges began to glow when it opened and also changed color to red, yellow, and green. Then Soo-hyun suggested that the red edges could indicate a bad frame, yellow normal, and green color indicated that the frame was good. The main character was surprised that he could understand the quality of his photo by looking at the frame, but he did not know whether the same would work with video. The rude photographer looked at the child with displeasure and sighed heavily. After that, he turned to the main character and said that he asked him to sit down and not to sit down and rest. After that, the man said with disappointment in his voice that the children remained children. These words did not upset Soo-hyun at all. He apologized and smiled good-naturedly at the rude people in response. After this, the main character said that the photographer himself was sitting idle, and therefore he thought that the work was already finished. This made the man angry, and he wanted to express everything he thought about the child and this job. But he was stopped by the unexpected appearance of Hani, who said that they were already finished and praised Soo-hyun for trying so hard. The woman continued to praise the child, saying that she was surprised that the main character was good at this job. Soo-hyun's mother was also delighted with her son and said that she would like to take a photo with him because he was too cute. Hannah offered the boy some water to drink. After that, she asked the main character if he liked the work and if he wanted her to help him in the future. Soo-hyun immediately concentrated his attention upon hearing these words. The main character's mother asked if her friend was going to push her son into the hell of work. Hannah replied that the boy was being photographed for the first time but did a great job, and therefore, it was necessary to hone his talent. The woman also suggested that he could become a superstar in the future. Soo-hyun's mother responded that she would not force the child to work to earn $1,200 a month. The main characters watching this sighed heavily because they realized that this conversation would last a long time. In order to somehow entertain herself and while away the waiting time, Soo-hyun began to look around, studying the life of a child model from the inside. Suddenly, he saw the same photographer who was leaving the set with a sad look. It seemed to the main character that this man reminded him of himself. The guy remembered how, after his parents divorced, he stayed to live with his mother. The mother's family said a lot about this, but the main character tried not to pay attention to the empty chatter of his relatives. Soo-hyun continued to recall that when it was time to go to the army, he felt like he was being thrown out of his home. After returning, the guy got a job as an idol because they were guaranteed food and housing, and that was exactly what he lacked at that time. Meanwhile, the conversation between the women continued and showed no signs of ending. The main character did not just stand there and moved away somewhere to the side. The boy approached the makeup artist. She immediately understood that he wanted to remove his makeup, since the work on the set had already been completed. After a while, everything was ready. Soo-hyun touched his face and thought that he should have taken care of his skin since childhood. After this, the main character ran to his mother in the hope that the conversation with Hannah was already coming to an end. And so it turned out. The woman decided to make her friend her last offer, namely to cast her son in the leading child role in a weekend drama. In order to convince the woman, Hannah clarified that Lee So-han himself would appear in the 50th episode. Soo-hyun was shocked when he heard this name. It seemed like it was some well-known actor. Soo-hyun recalled that Lee So-han was the actor he looked up to when he started studying acting. The main character knew that this actor was actively acting in films even after 40 years and took part in a large number of successful projects. Soo-hyun wondered if Lee So-han was around 20 years old now, and whether he would be able to communicate with him. The protagonist also suggested that perhaps they could even become friends, but he understood that the entertainment industry was a world with different levels, and even working together did not guarantee that colleagues would become friends. Soo-hyun also began to imagine what it would be like if they somehow became like nephew and uncle, instead of an adult relationship. This option suited the main character perfectly, because the actor would not suspect that a 5-year-old child would approach with such well-thought-out motives, and then he would be able to receive useful advice. Hannah kept saying it was going to be a 50-episode weekend drama on NBC, and she had great support. The woman began to object, because if they wanted to film 50 episodes in a few weeks, it would be some kind of melodrama for housewives, and nothing good would happen if her son debuted in something like that. The protagonist knew that NBC was notorious for forcing child actors to act provocatively, but there was an interesting beginning to the story. The coming-of-age and love stories on a college campus were great, but the kids in these stories were very crude. Suddenly, the main character tugged at Hani's jacket, trying to attract the woman's attention. After this, the boy said that he would like to help Aunt Hannah and take part in the filming. His mother was very surprised by her son's decision. The woman asked if Soo-hyun was sure of this, to which she received an affirmative answer. The main character, using his charm, told his mother that he would like to try acting in a TV series and believed that he would succeed. The woman was still worried and warned that it would be hard for her son, after which she asked if he was ready for this. Soo-hyun confidently answered that he was ready. The main character's mother looked silently into her child's shining eyes for some time, not knowing what was the best thing to do. Soo-hyun kept a smile on his face, but inside he was very nervous and hoped that his mother would allow him to participate in the filming of the series. Still, the woman could not resist the charm of the main character and exhaled heavily, which symbolized that she agreed. She finally said that her son wanted to do it and she had no choice but to allow it. Soo-hyun and Hana were very happy to hear these words. After this, the group leader thanked her friend and the main character and saw off her guests, promising to write tomorrow and also to definitely treat them to something tasty. This call came very quickly. A couple of days later, a meeting was scheduled to approve Soo-hyun for the role and discuss all the issues related to filming. Soo-hyun and his mother met a female scriptwriter named Ka Lee-hyun and the director of the drama, who was a bespectacled man named Park Young-sik. The woman greeted them kindly and said that her name was Lee Ji-yeon. The main character was sitting next to her. The boy introduced himself and said that his name was Kang Moo-hyun, and he was 5 years old. Ka Lee-hyun said that the child was very cute and called as soon as she saw his photos. Park Young-sik sat silently to the side and looked closely at the main character, but it seemed that he didn't like something about him. Soo-hyun found it strange. He didn't understand why the director made such a face and looked through him. After that, he assumed that the man didn't expect anything outstanding from the child actor. The main character thought that now was the time when people often used and threw away others as if they were things, almost without paying for the work. Ka Lee-hyun noticed that the child was somehow thoughtful and asked if everything was okay with him. Soo-hyun answered that it was just ticklish in his mouth. The female scriptwriter immediately assumed that the boy was growing new teeth and thought that it was very childish. The main character's mother agreed with this, saying that it would take some time. Park Young-sik decided to interrupt these women's conversations and, in order not to waste time, asked if they could already talk about work. Lee-hyun took out the script and said that their drama will be released after the end of My Suspicious Husband and will be called The Promise of a Blue Summer. Soo-hyun began to study the script while his mother said that the title was old-fashioned. Lee-hyun replied that if they tried to come up with something new, it would end up in some kind of bad taste. In this story, there was one female character and two male characters who were also half-brothers. It all started with the meeting of the main character and the main heroine in childhood. She was an energetic, curious, proactive girl and also outwardly attractive. Namju seemed quiet and gentle, but he knew how to use his appearance and criticize others. Soo-hyun continued reading the script and wondered if everything would be okay. The main character immediately realized that he would have to play the character of Namju as a child and began to worry about it. The boy understood that this was too difficult a role for a child and therefore believed that the significance of this role in history was too great and it could not be played poorly. The main character also noted that as the plot progressed, it became more and more interesting, which was to be expected from the NBC studio. After this, the boy turned to the scriptwriter. The girl was very surprised that the child read the script so quickly. Soo-hyun smilingly asked which of the two male characters would be the main character. Kali-hyun was surprised again because the boy was able to understand even this and considered him very smart. The next moment, the girl said with annoyance that it had not yet been decided who would be the main character of this drama. Hearing the main character was like being struck by lightning because he wanted to play the main role, but it was still unknown whether he would be able to do it. Suddenly, the girl began to laugh loudly at the expression on Soo-hyun's face after her words. Still, she admitted that she was just joking. Lee-hyun started to think that the main character would be the one who promises to marry the girl, but she didn't want to make him the main character just because of the promise. After hearing this, Soo-hyun began to worry even more despite the scriptwriter's positive attitude because he knew what was hidden behind it. The main character realized with horror that he had once again come across a similar scriptwriter who had not come up with any further plot twists. Soo-hyun believed that she was one of those writers who was torn between her own opinion and the desires of the readers. If popularity is on the side of one character, then she will choose him. If it is divided approximately equally, then stupid twists will definitely appear in the script. The protagonist believed that the screenwriter would eventually encounter difficulties which would cause the plot to get stuck. The pressure will build, and it will all end with the writer abandoning the script and running away, saying that she can't come up with anything else. Soo-hyun was saddened by the fact that his debut work was turning into a mess even in his second life. He then felt that the drama would not be popular anyway, and he should refuse. Suddenly, the main character remembered that he would be playing a child role and would also only appear at the beginning of the drama. The boy continued to think that the most difficult part would go to the adult actor, and it would no longer be his problem. Suddenly, the director turned to the main character and, holding out another stack of sheets of paper with text, asked her if the boy could remember and tell it. The man warned that on television he would have to learn and repeat the text. After he did not receive any comments, Chung-sik asked if the child understood what he was saying. After that, the man looked at his watch and said that the boy didn't have to worry about the time. The main character thought that he shouldn't say that when he looks at his watch. This text talked about the character's personality, which Namju Soo-hyun felt was too pretentious and cynical. According to the plot, this character smiled brightly to his face and then laughed behind people's backs. Soo-hyun didn't like this character. The main character admitted that he also sometimes took advantage of the fact that he had returned to childhood and said rude things, but he would not like to remain like that in his second life. Park Young-sik exhaled heavily and thought that all this would take a long time, so he slowly drank his lemonade. 3 minutes later, the main character announced that he had already finished everything and was ready. The director did not even have time to finish his drink. Park Young-sik and Kali-hyun were very surprised by this and did not believe that the child was able to read and remember everything. Soo-hyun, with a smile on his face, began to assure the director and scriptwriter that he was already ready and offered to try to play this role. The director took out a camera and told the main character that he was going to record a short video, so he asked the child not to worry about it and to try to play his role. The female scriptwriter asked if Soo-hyun would decide to play the role of his partner. The boy agreed and asked Kali-hyun to take care of him. Suddenly, the main character noticed that the screen did appear, and the color of the edges also changed depending on how good the frame was. The scriptwriter began to read the text. She asked why the character was hiding in the corner, since they were going to look for treasure, and suggested playing together. This role required Soo-hyun to be uninitiated and mysterious, so the main character paused for a moment before giving his answer. After that, the guy agreed with the main character's proposal and lazily turned the script to the next page. Kali-hyun continued reading the text. Her heroine asked her not to do this because she was also bored. Soo-hyun paused again for a long time, and his face was still emotionless. The next moment, the main character loudly threw the script on the table and without leaving his role, said that he did not understand even if he was told that it was normal. After this, Soo-hyun's character rudely asked if the girl was really that stupid. Ka Lee-hyun was shocked by Soo-hyun's excellent acting and was unable to utter a word, but only opened her mouth wide. Park Young-sik was also surprised but continued to film everything on camera. The main character's mother was delighted with her son. Soo-hyun was pleased with himself and thought that they didn't believe that the child actor would be able to act at a decent level, and therefore, he needed to take the initiative. For some time, the main character and the scriptwriter continued to act out scenes from the drama. The director filmed it non-stop. Everyone was very pleased with Soo-hyun. Soon they finished. Lee-hyun said that the child who would become a star in the future stood out from the beginning, and she thought that they would not need to discuss it anymore. The delighted director suggested that everyone not waste time and sit down at the table to begin signing the contract. After that, Lee Ji-yeon handed over a copy of the contract which spelled out all the terms of cooperation, including the clause on payment for Soo-hyun's work. Unexpectedly, the director turned to the main character and asked if he needed anything additional besides what was already in the contract. Soo-hyun thought about what he could ask for. It took the child some time. Finally, he started saying that he saw on TV that children needed to go to bed early to grow big and healthy. That's why the main character wanted to go to bed no later than 10 in the evening, and for this to be included in his contract. After some time, all the documents were ready. A separate clause in them spoke about Soo-hyun's right to sleep. The main character looked at these documents with pleasure. Soo-hyun was lying on the couch at home and thinking about how he cared about how others worked because he wanted to sleep in a comfortable place, namely at home. Suddenly, Lee Ji-yeon, holding a small album in her hands, happily said that they had already been here. Her husband did not understand what the woman was talking about. The main character's mother explained that these were photos of Soo-hyun that they had taken recently. She really liked them, and therefore she thought that it was at least A-level cuteness. Soo-hyun hadn't seen his father for a long time. He was always at work, and so he started running to him to hug him. The man was also happy about this, and happily hugged his son. Lee Ji-yeon became interested in what her child would be like in elementary school if he was like this now. After this, she suggested that the girls in the class would fight over him. The man agreed with this and added that, among other things, his son was also smart. Suddenly, the phone in the pocket of the protagonist's father rang. He immediately realized that some kind of message had arrived. Ho-chan's friend asked the man in this message to turn on the computer and open the link he sent him, after which he asked if it was his son. After some time, the whole family gathered around the computer. The man opened the link that his friend sent him and was very surprised by what he saw. Ho-chan began to carefully study Soo-hyun's website, and when he saw what was depicted there, he was very happy. It was someone's personal blog, in which the author talked about the main character and his professionalism as a child model. There were many enthusiastic comments under this post. The man asked if Hannah hadn't said that only one photographer would take pictures. His wife replied that these days people were constantly stealing personal information, which is why she was against the photo shoot. The main character himself was surprised at how quickly information spread and believed that even the gods could not stop the internet. He also remembered that during the photo shoot he saw other screens. Suddenly, Ho-chang picked up his son and suggested that he watch something else. Soo-hyun reluctantly agreed. After some time, the boy was sitting with his father and watching cartoons. At the same time, he was thinking about the fact that the script reading would take place the following week. The main character was very happy about this and was looking forward to this day. 2 weeks later, Lee Ji-yeon brought her son to the set and looked around and was surprised that the sets were on a different level these days. Suddenly, some stranger started approaching them and asking if it was Soo-hyun. The main character immediately looked as if a real movie star had come to visit him. He was delighted by this meeting. It was a tall young guy with blonde hair. He extended his hand forward to say hello and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. This guy was Kwak Chae-min, who played the lead role in the drama. Soo-hyun couldn't take his eyes off him and thought how lucky he was that he had his attention. At first glance, it seemed that this actor was one of those who disdainfully treated newcomers to cinema and could somehow ruin the mood. Unexpectedly, he hugged the main character tightly and said that he was as sweet today as always. Soo-hyun tried to break free from this embrace, but Kwak Chae-min did not even think of letting him go. Along the way, he greeted Ka Lee-hyun, saying that he was her son's colleague. The main character immediately thought that this guy was kind, even when they met at the readings. He thought that Chae-min might like cute children, but was that a reason to do something like that to him? The main character was distracted from these thoughts by Chae-min's voice, who asked what Soo-hyun was thinking about, and he was simply wondering why no one had done anything yet. Suddenly, without letting go of the main character, the guy said that he would take him to the preparation room. After a while, they were already there. All the workers on the set knew Chae-min and happily greeted him when they met him. Watching this from the hands of the popular actor Soo-hyun thought that the main characters were amazing, so the boy wanted to become them too. Very soon, the main character changed into clothes that matched his character. Makeup artists did his hair and applied the necessary cosmetics. After that, Soo-hyun went out onto the set and looked around. He saw the director waving his hand in greeting. Next to him stood a little girl in a red dress. She also waved her hand to the main character because they were already acquainted. Soo-hyun greeted the girl with a good-natured smile. At the same time, the boy thought about how he wanted to be popular. After some time, a clapperboard loudly went off, informing everyone that filming of the drama had begun. The sky was completely covered with clouds that did not let in the sunlight. It was raining heavily. Ji-woo was walking away alone. Suddenly, Na-eun's voice was heard behind him. Running up to the boy, she abruptly grabbed his hand, trying to stop him and attract his attention. Looking at Ji-woo with fear, the girl asked in a trembling voice where he was going. The boy turned around and looked at her with an indifferent gaze. This was the scene where Ga-yoon had to pay because the inexperienced Ji-woo had spoken too harshly. Ji-woo, without mincing words, told his girlfriend that he didn't care about her and advised her to study adult cuteness somewhere. From these words, Ga-yoon began to cry bitterly, while apologizing to her friend and saying that she really didn't want this to happen. Ji-woo, seeing this, asked in a calm voice why the girl was crying. Ga-yoon, wiping away her tears, explained that she was worried about him and asked him to pay a little attention to her. In this scene, the boy understood that his rude actions were dictated by loneliness and envy, so he accepted the girl as his friend. Ji-woo silently took Ga-yoon's hand. At that moment, the clouds in the sky began to disperse, and bright sunlight illuminated the friends. The girl was still crying, so Ji-woo slowly reached out his hand to her face to calm her down. He put his hand on her cheek and looked into her big blue eyes, saying that the girl was very strange. Wiping away his friend's tears, Ji-woo smiled kindly and asked her not to cry as the sun's rays illuminated his embarrassed face. During the entire filming, Kwak Chae-min was closely watching the acting of the main character. He was impressed and called the boy crazy. The actor's assistant asked him to speak more politely, but the guy didn't listen to him. He sat on a chair, covering himself with an umbrella from the rain, and was glad that he had come to the set today. Chae-min continued to say that at first he thought that Soo-hyun was pretending to be like that on purpose, but a 5-year-old child would hardly be worried about the sound of his voice. The actor continued to recall that the main character spoke like an adult and communicated respectfully with his elders, so it seemed as if he had been trained by his parents. The assistant asked if the guy could first think about what he was saying and then threatened to call him if he continued. However, Kwak Chae-min said that all this was unimportant because today, he saw that the main character was not pretending. The assistant didn't understand why the guy was talking like that because it seemed to him that Soo-hyun's acting didn't look very good. Then Chae-min suggested that the man had holes instead of eyes. The guy continued to say that an ordinary person would have thought that Soo-hyun's acting was not very good. Kwak Chae-min then said that So-ra's voice was clear and lively, which made it seem like she played her role better than Soo-hyun at first glance. The guy thought that if you stopped judging them as children, then in the role of Soo-hyun, there were many static parts that corresponded to his character. Chae-min seemed to admire the main character's short lines, which consisted of harsh words, the range of battles on his face, and even the way the boy was able to show restrained emotions and convey feelings with his eyes. The guy knew that on a big screen, you couldn't see the small movements of eyebrows or wrinkles, but experienced actors knew how to use this to their advantage. Thanks to this knowledge, they conveyed the character's personality down to the smallest detail. It wasn't what you would expect from a child debutante, but Soo-hyun could do it. Kwak Chae-min also drew attention to how the main character compensated for small breaths with the correct rhythm. The actors learned this from experience, but now a 5-year-old child was doing it. Because of this, the guy thought that Soo-hyun could not be called a simple talent. Rather, he was like a shining gemstone. The main character's first working day flew by unnoticed. The sun was already setting, and the director thanked everyone for their good work. Soo-hyun-woo turned to So-ra, and with a sincere smile on her face, she praised the boy for playing so well. The main character thanked the girl for the praise and said that she did the crying scenes well. Then So-ra asked if the boy was taught by his mother and if his parents were actors. Soo-hyun began to deny it, while thinking that his family had nothing to do with acting, since his father was a civil servant and his mother worked in design. After that, the main character asked if anyone had taught the girl. So Ra answered that she had been taught by her mother, who was a famous actress, even though she was in life. Soo-hyun also asked what her name was. The girl happily replied that her name was Lee Jung-yoon. The main character thought that he remembered all the popular actors and actresses, but he had never heard such a name, so there were only films that almost no one had heard of. Soo-hyun thought that it was not worth telling her the truth, and then asked if the girl loved her mother. So Ra smiled widely and agreed with this and added that she was the best. The children's unexpected conversation was interrupted by the director, who asked if they were ready to continue filming, to which he received affirmative answers. After a while, everything was ready. The director told his subordinates to finish quickly and then everyone could go home. Soo-hyun and So-ra changed into new costumes and came to the set. The other child actors immediately took notice and began to watch them closely. Seeing this, the girl quietly turned to the main character and asked if she had done something wrong. The children continued to stare at our heroes with displeasure, without explaining their behavior. After that, they started talking to each other and laughing about something as if they were discussing Soo-hyun and Seo-ru. The protagonist thought that at that age it was impossible to control envy, and these children did not like the fact that he and So-ra played important roles. Taking the girl aside, Soo-hyun began to think that if compared to the time when he was an idol, his beauty was now at its peak. The assistant director loudly announced to all the actors to take their positions, because they had already started filming. Soon the assistant banged the clapperboard, indicating that filming had already begun. The children surrounded Ji-woo from all sides and began to speak rudely about how they were seeing him for the first time and that he had to greet them. The boy paid no attention to this and continued to sit silently and read his book. The children continued to pester him, thinking that he had not heard them. Ji-woo calmly replied that he wanted to read a book, so he should not be disturbed. This answer offended one of the boys, which is why he suddenly waved his hand in order to teach the ill-mannered newcomer a lesson. The next moment, the main character looked at his offender and, smiling slightly, asked if he could stop barking. All the children immediately lost their power of speech and came out of their stage characters, unable to contain their surprise. One of the boys started saying that Soo-hyun was very handsome. At that moment, the director stopped filming because he assumed that the boy was going to say Ga-yoon's line. This boy immediately started to get nervous and apologize. The director announced the start of the break, while saying that the children were a hassle. The main character thought that he shouldn't have scolded the child, because then he would start to get even more nervous and make mistakes. Afterwards, Soo-hyun turned to his co-star to support him. The main character calmed the boy down by saying that even adults made mistakes, after which he suggested trying to repeat this scene together. After that, filming continued and there were no more problems. All the actors tried hard and finished everything neatly. Filming continued the next day. The main character's mother brought him to the set and told him to be careful. Soo-hyun got out of the car and walked confidently towards his place of work. Upon seeing the workers on the set, the main character immediately bowed respectfully and greeted them. They also greeted him in return. Soo-hyun thought that yesterday they had finished work calmly and everyone had gone home, so he thought that now they saw him as a child actor and not just a cute baby. The main character continued to think that his filming started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but there was a reason why he arrived at 9 in the morning. Suddenly, Lee So-han appeared on the set, and today was his first day of filming. The boy looked at him with admiration, not understanding how to stop being amazed at his beauty. Soo-hyun bowed respectfully to the guy and introduced himself, saying that he played the role of little Ji-woo. Lee So-han greeted the boy and was surprised by his politeness. The actor's assistant also greeted him and asked if the child had come to work early. The assistant continued to say that everyone praised Soo-hyun, even though he was still at that age. The main character was very pleased to hear this praise, which made him glow with happiness. Soo-hyun continued to admire So-han, thinking about how cool he looked up close. Plus, the boy had received praise for his work, so it was worth it to come early. The main character continued to think that he would really like to become friends with this actor. Suddenly, their eyes met. Seo-han noticed Soo-hyun's gaze from the tree trunk and asked the assistant if he knew the boy. The guy replied that in recent days he was a real star of the stage. The assistant continued to say that the child had excellent acting, which is why they finished the work faster yesterday. Hearing this, So-han smiled faintly and said that it was cute. After this, the actor continued to discuss work issues with the assistant. The main character's facial expression changed and became anxious. He did not understand what had just happened. Lee So-han started to leave and looked at Soo-hyun for the last time, who couldn't believe that his idol's expression had gotten ruder when the assistant started praising him. The actor turned to the main character and smilingly asked the child to try hard today, after which he wished him good luck. Soo-hyun was still shocked and hesitantly thanked the guy for these words and continued to think about what the problem was because he hadn't done anything. The main character recalled that actor Lee So-han had always been his idol. When Soo-hyun first saw a movie with him and his acting, he thought that he would also like to become an actor who was capable of such a thing. The guy lived with the dream that one day he would become a star that everyone would know. Going back in time gave the protagonist such a chance, but now he began to doubt. The boy stood in the same place and wondered why the actor had such an expression on his face. Soo-hyun wondered if he had made a mistake and hadn't even noticed it, or if So-han had felt uncomfortable because he didn't want to be friends from the start. No one paid attention to the child. Everyone was engrossed in filming the drama. The director loudly announced that it was necessary to prepare the next scene and prepare the children for it. Having heard this, the main character decided that for now, he would have to forget about it, because there was no point in thinking about problems that he could not solve, and it was better to focus on work. It was a normal conversation scene that the director planned to film quickly, so he asked Soo-hyun not to be nervous and do everything as usual. Suddenly, the main character heard So-han's voice asking if the letter hadn't arrived yet, because he thought that filming for today had already ended. The actor turned to the director and said that he had other things planned and therefore he needed to leave. The man was surprised by this and suggested that the guy at least look at the children's acting, since he had already been there. There was a lot of noise on the site about how well the boys were playing. The director especially praised Soo-hyun and didn't say that if So-han lets down his guard, even a 5-year-old could beat him. The actor smiled good-naturedly and said that now he was interested. The unexpected guy looked at the main character. This look expressed both indifference and contempt. After that, he said that he would stay to see how good the child's performance was. Hearing this, Soo-hyun was dumbfounded on the spot. The whole world around him became joyless, and his heart was beating so loudly that it could be heard even without listening. The director continued to say that Lee So-han would be very surprised when he saw the acting of the main character. These words depressed Soo-hyun even more. The boy didn't understand what he was supposed to do. He doubted that he would be able to surprise Lee So-han with his current level of skill. The main character began to think about what would happen if the actor suddenly didn't like his performance. The thought that his idol could be disappointed in him made the guy so angry that he clenched his hand into a fist. The main character was distracted from these thoughts by the voice of So-ra, who was calling her partner. Soo-hyun immediately came to his senses. The girl quietly turned to him and asked what had happened to him. She also said that the main characters did not say their lines. Soo-hyun could not believe it, and his mood worsened even more. After some time, Lee So-han went to the vending machine and ordered a drink for himself. Next to him was the director, who made excuses that the main character usually did not make such mistakes. The man also suggested that the child was simply nervous because the famous actor was watching his performance. The man felt awkward and ashamed that he had praised Soo-hyun so much, but he was wrong. Lee So-han smiled kindly and said that it was nothing to worry about. The director continued to say that the children stayed with the children even if they were actors. A can of soda fell loudly down the vending machine, giving the customer the chance to pick it up. The man said that the children remembered the text much slower than adults and understood almost nothing, and also often made mistakes. Soo-hyun was eavesdropping on all this from around the corner. After listening long enough, the main character turned around and began to slowly walk away. The long stairs were completely empty. Step by step, Soo-hyun climbed up to the desired floor. There were advertising posters hanging around, from which Soo-hyun's idol was looking at him. The main character sat alone and thought about what had happened. Absolutely no one paid attention to him. Soo-hyun thought that he wanted to get rid of this label as soon as possible and become an actor, and not just a cute kid. He wanted to be not little Kang Soo-hyun, but actor Kang Soo-hyun, so that his idol would recognize him. The main character was very sad that he was ignored by the person he admired the most, and therefore he had the feeling that all his efforts turned into nothing because of one mistake. All these thoughts upset Soo-hyun very much, which is why tears appeared in his eyes, and he was unable to hold them back. It seemed to him that his life had already been shattered into pieces. The protagonist suggested that because he had a child's body, tears flowed without any particular reason. Suddenly, some guy turned to the boy and started approaching him. It was Chae-min. He asked the main character what happened to him and why he was sitting here alone. Soo-hyun replied that he was fine, but his eyes, swollen from crying, said otherwise. The guy said that he could clearly see that this was not true. Chae-min was shocked that someone had made the main character into a bloated dumpling and asked the boy to name him so he could scold that person. Soo-hyun again began to assure that everything was fine with him, but the guy continued to say that they were actors, and actors made money with their faces, but now the boy was ugly. Suddenly, Chae-min said that now he would try to guess who was to blame, after which he began the thought process. Soon he asked if the culprit of the child's tears was Lee So-han. It was as if lightning had flown from this main character. He did not understand how the guy could find out such a thing. Soo-hyun began to ask how the guy managed to guess. Chae-min answered that it was obvious because everything was written on the child's forehead. The main character said that he didn't quite understand what happened. He admitted that he made a mistake with the line, but he had the feeling that Lee So-han didn't like him before. Chae-min listened carefully to the child and said that Lee So-han was picky, but Soo-hyun didn't understand what that meant. After that, the guy told the main character a little about the actor Lee So-han. This actor's solid acting was the result of great effort and rare talent. He was kind to the regular workers, but he was picky with all the actors, and to put it briefly, the guy was very proud of his skills and did not like those who lacked them. Chae-min also said that Lee So-han was strict when it came to acting and ignored anyone who didn't meet his standards. The guy wanted to say something else, but the main character interrupted him with his enthusiastic voice. Chae-min was surprised by this. Soo-hyun was beaming with happiness and began to admire his idol again because he was full of professionalism. Chae-min immediately asked how the boy knew such words and why he didn't react to him like that, but Soo-hyun didn't listen to him. The main character was glad that Lee So-han didn't hate him for no reason and wanted to show off his cool acting again to become popular. Chae-min was completely ignored by Soo-hyun, who was still thinking about his idol. The guy realized this and exhaled heavily with a smile. After that, he stroked the main character on the head and said that he noticed that his energy had returned. Otherwise, he looked as if the whole world had collapsed. After that, Chae-min suddenly said that Soo-hyun was a good actor. These words shocked the child, and he was momentarily dumbfounded. The guy continued to say that he had never seen a child who showed the same level of acting. His words sounded sincere. Chae-min decided to encourage the main character even more and said that he was sure that Lee So-han might change his mind if he saw Soo-hyun's real acting. These words made the boy smile and shine with happiness. Now he was absolutely confident in his abilities and knew what he had to do. Soo-hyun promised his colleague that this time he would definitely try, after which they bumped fists. Chae-min was absolutely sure that the boy would succeed. After this, the main character began to get ready to leave, saying that it was time for him to go practice. This upset Chae-min because he thought that Soo-hyun would stay with her to play a little, but the boy refused, saying that he needed to show Lee So-han his skills. Chae-min began to wipe away bitter tears, but suddenly the main character turned to him again. Smiling broadly and radiating happiness, the boy sincerely thanked his colleague for his support. Filming of the drama continued, so Ra played her role, leading the main character around and showing what was in her yard. After this, the girl had difficulty opening one of the barrels of kimchi that, according to the story, her mom and dad had prepared last year. The children looked at the contents of the barrel in surprise and continued to play out their roles. Afterwards, they tried kimchi together, which was captured in detail on camera. It was a scene where Ga-yoon was talking about her dreams, and it was necessary to show her getting closer to Ji-woo. Ga-yoon looked at the sign of a small restaurant and said that she wanted to help her dad with his work when she grew up. The girl said with admiration that in the future she would become the manager of this place. According to the plot, Ji-woo wanted to cheer up his girlfriend, but he couldn't express his thoughts, which was what Soo-hyun needed to show, so he had to say a short and sincere phrase. Ji-woo took the girl by the hand and said that of course she would succeed. I agree with the script that from these few words, love for the main character of the drama will blossom in Na-yoon's heart. Soo-hyun managed to play this moment perfectly. Along with this, he thought that at 5 years old it was very difficult to control the muscles and face, so perhaps he was the only child actor who managed something like this. These sincere words made Na-yoon stunned and blushed with embarrassment. This was not at all according to the script. The director immediately stopped filming and asked the girl to cool down and repeat this scene. So Ra, I'm sorry for not being able to contain her embarrassment. Soo-hyun asked if everything was okay with the girl and what was the reason for her failure. So Ra replied that the main character was a real Don Juan. The main character did not understand what this meant. Then the girl said that her mother told her that these were boys who treated all the girls well. Soo-hyun thought So Ra's reaction was funny and he wanted to tease her even more. After this, the main character turned to the girl and said that he still had 4 scenes ahead and therefore asked her to get ready. Unexpectedly, among the people on the set, Soo-hyun noticed Lee So-han and was very surprised. The boy immediately started to get nervous. I don't understand why the actor was here, because he thought that the guy had left on other business. He suddenly remembered Min-hyun's words, which advised him not to think about So-han while working, but to concentrate on his acting. Then the boy replied that he wouldn't succeed and that he would still think about him. The boy asked what was the reason for this. After that, Min-hyun asked his colleague not to worry, but instead to try and just trust him. The main character, remembering this, thought that Lee So-han was on the set precisely because of Min-hyun, and he didn't like it very much. However, Soo-hyun thought that this was his chance and decided to at least say hello to his idol. The boy approached Lee So-han and after greeting him said his name again, because he thought that he had already forgotten it, and said that he thought that the actor had already left. Lee So-han was stunned for a moment because he didn't expect the main game to come to him. Still, the guy said that he didn't leave because he had business to attend to. After that, he said that he liked Soo-hyun's performance and that the boy tried hard. The main character was very surprised to hear praise from his idol and began to look at him with wide eyes. He also noticed that Lee So-han's gaze was different from the last time. The actor continued to say that the expression of emotions and the transmission of meaning were at a high level. It was also great that the boy understood how to use the camera position to his advantage. The main character began to glow with happiness and thanked his idol for these pleasant words. For a moment, there was a small pause between the heroes. Lee So-han thought that he was ashamed of how he behaved last time. Unexpectedly, Soo-hyun turned to the guy again, but this time with a small request. Handing him a piece of paper, the boy asked Lee So-han for an autograph. In order not to leave the guy even a chance for refusal, Soo-hyun looked at him with shining childish eyes full of hope. Of course, Lee So-han couldn't refuse, and after a few seconds, the main character had his idol's autograph with wishes to continue working hard and become better. Soo-hyun was very pleased and couldn't tear himself away from this piece of paper, looking at it all the time. Suddenly, Chae-min snuck up behind him and asked if the main character was having fun without him. This made the guy very sad, but Soo-hyun was scared by the surprise. The boy immediately asked how long Chae-min had been there. The guy didn't answer this question, but only said, unfortunately, that Soo-hyun hadn't even asked for his autograph. Suddenly the main character remembered something and, frowning, asked directly whether Chae-min was involved in Lee So-han seeing his acting. The guy feigned surprise and said that he didn't understand what the boy was talking about, explaining that he was simply interested in seeing what his younger colleague was doing. Chae-min continued to say that he liked So-han, although not as much as Soo-hyun, so he did nothing wrong. After that, Chae-min hugged the child and praised him for trying hard on the set. Soo-hyun thought that he was grateful to the guy, so he should have been patient. At this time, someone was carefully washing their hands because there were many sources of contamination on the set. Lee So-han breathed heavily, trying to calm down his anxiety, but he couldn't calm down after meeting Soo-hyun. The guy thought that he had been very childish when he held children and adults to the same standards and thought that age was not important when it came to work. The actor admitted that if it weren't for Chae-min, he would have continued to think that way. The next moment, Lee So-han remembered with great surprise what he saw on the set. Then he saw the main character's game, which was not at all childish, and thanks to this, he realized his mistake. Now So-han knew that he couldn't demand such perfection from his children, and therefore he should apologize to Soo-hyun. Very soon, the filming was finished, and on the day of the premiere, the workers of the set decided to throw a party. The chief director raised his glass and hoped that their drama Promise of a Blue Summer would be a great success. Everyone gathered immediately supported their boss. The festive table was filled with various treats and a lot of meat. The organizers also did not forget about drinks, which should have been enough for everyone, including the child actors. Soo-hyun looked at the meat with his eyes wide open and couldn't hold back his drooling as he anticipated how delicious it would be. The mother of the main character, who was sitting next to him, asked her son not to forget about vegetables. Soo-hyun didn't like this. Someone started to worry about whether everything would go well with the first broadcast of the drama. The scriptwriters started to calm everyone down by saying that their little girls tried very hard, after which they wanted to take a photo with So-ra. The main character looked at the girl and thought that now she looked better than recently. He had something to compare with, because Soo-hyun remembered one of the conversations with So-roy and her words that greatly surprised the boy. One day during a break between filming, the children were sitting nearby and suddenly the girl asked if this was the first filming of the main character. After that, she said that Soo-hyun was amazing unlike her. These words shocked the child, and he did not understand why So-ra said that. One day, During a break between filming, the children were sitting nearby, and suddenly So-ra asked if this was the main character's first filming. After that, she said that Soo-hyun was amazing, unlike her. These words amazed the child, and he did not understand why the girl said that about herself. So-ra continued to say that when she played with the main character, almost no one criticized her because the boy made the right facial expressions unconsciously. Soo-hyun thanked his colleague for the kind words, but he was surprised that the girl was still little but still an actress who was worried about such thoughts. After this, the main character looked at his watch and realized that he still had a little time to talk to So-roy. Looking at the girl, Soo-hyun asked her to trust him and tell him what was bothering her. So-ra was surprised by this and asked how the main character understood this. The boy only smiled good-naturedly, thinking that it was obvious. The girl said that her mother said that being a real actor meant being able to reach other people's hearts. But she couldn't do that, and so she just memorized everything. After that, So-ra looked away and shyly said that she was curious about how the main character learned this. Soo-hyun realized that this girl put the thoughts of adults above her own desires, and it seemed that her mother's presence was felt behind every word she said. The main character realized something and was about to give advice to his colleague, but he was interrupted by the unexpected sound of the door opening. The main character's parents entered the room and turned to Soo-hyun and said that it was time for them to go home. At this point, the conversation was interrupted, and Soo-hyun felt that it was impossible to start it again. The protagonist also thought that he would be worried about this if it was about another child, but So-ra was his first colleague. Suddenly, Min-hyun appeared out of nowhere and hugged the main character, saying that he was surprised at how well the child could handle chopsticks. After that, the guy took out his phone, turned on the camera, and asked his little colleague to look into the lens. Soo-hyun began to feel indignant at the fact that Min-hyuna didn't even give him time to get ready. The edges of the window glowed red, indicating that the quality of the photo was poor. The very next moment, the guy pressed the button, causing a bright flash, indicating that the photograph was ready. Min-hyun was very surprised and said that if someone had approached him like that and taken a photo, something terrible would have happened. After that, he asked how the boy did it. Soo-hyun thought that he couldn't be surprised after all, because at home he was photographed around the clock. Then Chae-min suggested that the boy open his own selfie academy, but the child wasn't interested. Suddenly, someone called the main character's mother. The woman became indignant and said that she had the feeling that freelancers had to work 24 hours a day. Then the woman asked Chae-min to look after Soo-hyun because she didn't like leaving her son alone. The guy agreed and asked not to worry. As soon as the woman left, the guy started biting the main character's pikes, which means he was on a date with his brother. Soon, Chae-min said that the drama with their participation would soon begin, but from these seats it was difficult to see the TV, so he suggested moving. Soo-hyun agreed. The main character also turned to So-ri and said that they were going to change seats, so he offered to go with them. The girl began to doubt, but Kali-hen told her to go because there was no need to sit in this corner. There was a lot of alcohol in this part, which made everyone crazy. The main director was glad to see his actors. The man immediately announced to all his colleagues and subordinates that the lovely main characters had arrived. He was very pleased that he had chosen excellent actors and invited them to sit down with them. The man took his drink and told everyone that since the main actors were already here, they needed to raise their glasses to good ratings. The drama, The Promise of Blue Summer, was about to begin. Everyone's gaze was focused on the TV. Many of them were nervous. One of the workers loudly told everyone that the first episode had started showing with a 5.3% rating. Soo-hyun stared at the TV and thought that now he too was worried and anxious that everything would be okay. The drama began. The children watched us as the mysterious main character who silently read a book and dismissively said that he wanted to seem smart. After this shot, he zoomed in on the main character of the story. Soo-hyun thought it was a good zoom and it turned out well. The next moment, one of the employees loudly and enthusiastically announced that the series rating had jumped to 14.1%. While pouring the main character a carbonated drink, the director said that Soo-hyun was definitely to blame for the increase in ratings, and therefore he was very lucky. The boy was very happy about this and could not believe that the rating had changed so much in just 10 minutes. He recalled that in the past the ratings were held by 3 main broadcasters, so he was interested in how far it would go this time. But the main character was not destined to find out, because soon he began to be overcome by sleep, and his eyes closed as he walked. Chae-min was very surprised that the boy already wanted to sleep. Soo-hyun couldn't do anything about it and almost fell on the table to sleep. The guy pinched the boy's slit to warm up his body, after which He asked if he had really outraged himself as a child so that he would go to bed at 9 o'clock in the evening. The exhausted child was unable to answer, so Chae-min had to pick him up and carry him outside, where they were met by the main character's worried mother. The woman thought that something had happened to her child, but quickly realized that he had simply fallen asleep. So she changed and said that she would carry him herself. Chae-min replied that the boy was not heavy. After this, the guy offered to carry the child to the car. The main character's mother was surprised and asked if the main actor wasn't supposed to stay inside and watch the premiere. Chae-min replied that the lead actor was behind him and the others were planning to drink until the drama ended, so he was only too happy to help the woman. Suddenly, the guy pulled out his phone and asked her if she could take one photo with a sleeping Soo-hyun. The woman happily agreed. Chae-min laughed and asked the main character's mother to be careful, because the boy would definitely be surprised when he woke up. The next day, news appeared on the internet that the drama Promise of a Blue Summer, with a record 20.3% rating, planned to continue to grow. Soo-hyun was surprised by this news, and his father could not believe that his son was popular, and most of the comments that people left were about him. Suddenly, the main character asked if his dad had watched the drama yesterday. The man immediately tensed up and didn't know what to answer. The boy understood everything without words and began to leave, saying that it was a disappointment for him and he no longer wanted to play with his dad. The man admitted that he was wrong. Suddenly, the main character's mother intervened in the conversation and asked the family members to stop fooling around because the food was already on the table. To celebrate Soo-hyun's debut on television, the woman prepared all the family's favorite dishes. The table was indeed rich and groaning with food. Ho-chang was very surprised and said that he would not be able to get up tomorrow. The woman was pleased with herself, saying that she had not used all her strength for a long time. The man hadn't seen anything like this for a long time, since he had been eating only snacks after he was promoted to level 7. Soo-hyun didn't say a word and just looked at the dishes in fascination. The main character looked at the abundance of dishes that his mother had carefully prepared and remembered how hard his past life had been. The man was overjoyed to tears because he could now eat delicious food, and his wife calmed him down and asked him not to act like a child. Soo-hyun watched this from the side. It was completely different from how the main character had dined alone not long ago. However, the boy threw these thoughts away and began to eat the delicious food, enjoying this moment. The main character thought that he shouldn't forget how he felt when he finished his first job. Suddenly, the child turned to his parents, wanting to attract attention. The adults immediately looked at their little son. Soo-hyun smiled widely and thanked them, thinking that he definitely needed to save this moment. The parents, unable to hold back their tears, immediately hugged the main character. His mother promised to make tasty things every day, and his father assured that if the boy wanted to eat something, he would buy anything. Soon the dinner was over. The dishes, washed to a shine, were already lying in their places. Soo-hyun held his full stomach as he lay on the couch, thinking that he was about to burst. Suddenly, he heard his mother receive a call from Hannah. The woman asked what had happened this time and said that she didn't want to waste her precious weekend on trifles, so her friend would have to get to the point. The protagonist asked if it was really Aunt Hannah who called. The woman was surprised that he guessed and told her friend that she no longer had time to talk. Hannah screamed into the phone that she was very apologetic and understood that they had the weekend, but it was urgent. After that, she asked if Soo-hyun could star in an advertisement. Hannah screamed into the phone that she was very apologetic and understood that they had the weekend, but it was urgent. After that, she asked if Soo-hyun could star in an advertisement. The main character's mother reminded him that last time she had been clear about cooperation. Meanwhile, the boy began to think about filming an advertisement. Hannah continued to apologize for her tactlessness and insisted that it was a matter of life and death. Soo-hyun watched silently from the sidelines and waited to see how everything would be resolved. The main character thought that in the last few days, he had been worried about how to find his next job, but the prospect of being dreamed of in an advertisement sounded very good. Soo-hyun knew that in the industry he wanted to get into, new faces were appearing every day who would be happy to take his place. But he also knew that no matter how popular a drama or a video without a sequel was, the public quickly forgot about everything, so he urgently needed a new job. Lee Ji-yeon was asking her friend if she really had no one else to ask when she suddenly heard that it would be an advertisement for Taesung mobile phones. Soo-hyun was very surprised and did not believe that they were talking about that huge company. After that, he turned to his mother and asked if he could star in the advertisement. The main character continued to think that this was an advertisement that he could not even dream of before he found a new life and therefore he definitely had to get the role. The next moment he started shouting loudly, turning to Aunt Hannah and saying that he would do it even if his mother was against it. After this, the child began to swing on the floor and scream loudly. Because of this, his mother told her friend that she would call back later, after which she ended the conversation. After some time, the boy sat quietly in place, and the consequences of punishment for bad behavior were visible on his head. Mom asked her son to keep his back straight. The main character's father tried to take his son's side, but the woman said that their child would become spoiled if he was allowed to do anything. At this time, Soo-hyun, holding back the emotions on his face, thought only about the prospect of appearing in an advertisement and hoped that everything would be fine. Soon, the mother turned to her son and asked him to listen to her carefully because she needed to tell him something important. The woman said she wasn't sure being an actor was a good idea. She knew the boy was doing well and was confident he could achieve greatness. Suddenly, the mother straightened her child's hair and continued to say that she wanted Soo-hyun to have a normal childhood. She would be glad for the main characters to play outside with their peers, gain new experiences and create new dreams because he was still very little. The woman was afraid that in the future her son might regret not trying something else. In addition, she was afraid that the boy might get hurt while filming. The main character's mother continued to say that she was very worried about the whole child and asked if he understood her. Soo-hyun lowered his head in disappointment and replied that he understood what his mother was talking about. It seemed that the boy had resigned himself to the refusal. After that, he became quiet for a while, but Soo-hyun couldn't just say goodbye to his dream, so he pulled himself together and gave another answer. The main character raised his head and confidently told his mother that he still wanted to be an actor. Soo-hyun continued to say that he understood that his mother was worried, but being an actor was a lot of fun. He really wanted to try a lot of things, but he wasn't going to stop now. Hearing this, the woman sighed heavily and remembered the saying that children were always better than their parents. She made a final decision. Still, she agreed and suggested trying to act in this advertisement. Soo-hyun immediately began to smile widely in the evening and became one step closer to his dream. After this, the boy hugged his mother tightly, saying that she was the best. The woman was also happy because her child was happy, but asked him to be careful. Just 4 days later, the main character and his mother came to the NBC studio, which was located in a huge skyscraper. As soon as all the workers saw Soo-hyun, they greeted him and said that he looked even cuter in person. The main character turned on his charm and with a smile on his face, thanked everyone for their kind words. After that, the manager started talking to Soo-hyun's mother about how this advertisement would be about family, and the boy himself started looking around and looking for someone among the people. Very soon, he found the one he was looking for. Lee So-han also starred in this advertisement and was the main model. Soo-hyun approached his idol and greeted him. The guy was surprised to see the main character here. He also said hello, after which there was an awkward silence, which was interrupted by someone's voice. The man in glasses introduced his colleagues to Soo-hyun, who would be playing the role of the son, and Lee So-han, who was the main model. After that, he clarified whether they both starred in the same drama. So-han confirmed but said he didn't expect Soo-hyun to appear here either. The man with glasses explained that it would be a promising advertisement, so they paid special attention to the child actors. After this, the manager reminded that the main concept of the advertisement was family. According to the plot, the head of the family could not return home due to overtime work. So he spoke to his son via video call, which was available on the new Taesung phone. It was a warm story that allowed the man to work with renewed vigor. Having heard all this, the main character thought that he immediately felt that he had returned in time, because simple video calls only appeared now. After that, the manager turned to Soo-hyun, telling the child to go change clothes because they were about to start work. But the main character did not take his eyes off of Lee So-han. The main character thought that this was his chance and firmly decided to become friends with his idol. After some time, Soo-hyun was already made up and ready to work. The makeup artist was shocked at how cute the boy was. The main character's mother also couldn't resist seeing her son in a puppy costume and started taking pictures of him. Soo-hyun looked at his reflection in the mirror with pleasure, while the makeup artist said that she didn't expect anything else from a child model. After this, the managers approached the main character's mother to clarify all the details regarding the contract, and the boy went wandering around the set. Every step Soo-hyun took was accompanied by a loud rustling sound from his suit, making him easy to find. The puppy ears of the costume swayed smoothly from the slightest movement. The main character looked around trying to find someone. The boy approached one of the workers on the set and asked if she had seen where the producer and Lee So-han had gone. "We'll see the child," the woman in glasses asked with a smile if this was really the puppy that would be filming the commercial. After that, she stroked the child on the head and said his name, saying that she did not recognize him, and began to claim that in life, he was much cuter than in the photographs. Suddenly, Soo-hyun took a couple of steps back because he didn't like it. The woman immediately realized that she had been ironing for too long and apologized, saying that she couldn't hold back when she saw the children. After that, Soo-hyun asked who the woman was. She was surprised by this question and began to slowly take off her glasses. The next moment, while adjusting her hair, she directly stated that she was the mother of the main character. After that, the woman said that she would be happy to work together and named the child her son Soo-hyun. It is very interesting to hear such a statement. After that, she stroked the boy's head again and said that her name was An Ji-hee and that she would play the role of the mother. Suddenly, some worried man started running up to her. The woman took the main character in her hand and told her assistant that this cutie would be her son today. The man began to get indignant because the actress disappeared without saying a word. The woman started getting angry and saying that she couldn't work at such a speed and that she was so tired that she couldn't move. The assistant said that everything would take several days and asked her to be patient. After this, Soo-hyun threw himself out of the woman's embrace and went on to wander around the site. An Ji-hee was touched by the appearance of the main character and said that she also wanted a child. Very soon, the filming of the commercial began. Soo-hyun and Ji-hee sat in the center of the makeshift room, and the director asked the boy to act as if he was being filmed by a phone for a video call. The camera was aimed strictly at the main character, and on command from the director began recording the video. A mother with a smile on her face asked her child to say "hi" to his dad. The little boy in a puppy costume looked at the camera and was surprised that it was his dad. After that, he said that his dad was the best and loved him very much. Everyone on the set was delighted and touched by the appearance of the main character. After this, the director stopped work because everything had been filmed. He decided that there was no need to re-record the voices separately. After this, he said that now it was Lee So-han's turn and asked him to prepare. At this point, Soo-hyun's workday was over, and his mother called him to go home, but the boy wanted to look at his idol who came out onto the stage. Noticing that the child was looking at him, Lee So-han smiled back and said that his dad would try to do a good job. Soo-hyun held his breath and looked at the guy in surprise and couldn't take his eyes off him, not believing what had happened. For some time the boy looked at Lee So-han, not understanding whether his words were true or a joke. The commercial shoot ended, and the main character returned home to do the usual things of a 5-year-old child. Such a life did not please Soo-hyun at all. After all, even though he had moved 20 years back in time, he still remained an adult. The main character was bored and didn't know when he would get a new role or an offer to work as a model. His mother also could not pay attention to her son because she was very busy with work. Soo-hyun was already thinking about watching the news in the hopes of finding something interesting there, but suddenly a familiar melody sounded throughout the room. The main character immediately came to his senses because his sixth sense radar worked and he knew what this sound meant. The woman picked up the phone and answered the call. The conversation was about Lee So-han and the drama starring Soo-hyun. The woman was surprised. The main character began to listen attentively to the conversation, trying not to attract attention to himself. It turned out that actor Lee So-han requested Soo-hyun's participation in the filming of the drama as one of the points of his contract. In other words, much attention was paid to child actors. Therefore, the production team of the project had to fulfill any of the main character's conditions in order to sign a contract with Lee So-han, which means that Soo-hyun benefited from this contract. The main character understood that he needed adults who would accompany him. He could not turn to his mother because he knew that she was too busy. He himself could not represent himself because he was a 5-year-old child and the producers could deceive him. Therefore, the main character believed that a strategist was needed to help the king. The main problem ended up being getting Mom's permission. In the meantime, she had already finished the conversation. The woman exhaled heavily and hung up the phone. At that moment, Soo-hyun carefully tried to address her. Suddenly, the boss's mother suggested her son to look for a manager. The boy was very surprised because he himself wanted to suggest this, but was afraid that he would be refused. He was so surprised that he said out loud that he expected to have to fight the demon queen. The woman was dumbfounded by what she heard. After that, she gave her son a flick on the face as punishment and asked if he was ashamed to call his mother that. Then the main character's mother said that most of all, she wanted to help the child on the path he chose so that Soo-hyun could concentrate on the most important thing. The child hugged his mother's hands and thanked her for her care, shedding a small tear. The man in glasses handed over a resume and introduced himself by saying that his name was Choi Sang-il. He was the manager who had helped Chae-min find him and who thought that he was the best fit for Soo-hyun. At first, the main character's mother was wary because she was attentive to all topics that concerned her child. Soo-hyun went shopping while the adults started their conversation. At first, the woman did not trust Choi Sang-il. Before the main character could get his ice cream, his mother's prejudice changed to sympathy for the manager. When the boy returned to the table, he saw that his mother was already talking to the manager as if he were an old good friend. Suddenly, the woman turned to her son and told him to listen to the manager Sang-il in everything. The main character was surprised and did not understand what happened while he was gone. After this, the man began to take some documents out of his bag and say that these were all the results that were based on information collected by the manager in advance. Then he dumped a whole stack of documents with various graphs and tables on the table. This really surprised the main character. Soo-hyun, seeing all this, thought that he should try to work with this manager and silently thanked Chae-min for his help. After some time, the day came for signing a contract according to which the main character participated in the filming of a drama called Praise. Choi Sang-il adjusted his glasses and suggested that the producer of the project was not interested in his actor appearing in the drama. The man was nervous and started trying to explain that this was not the case, but the main character's manager interrupted him. Sang-il pointed his finger at the contract and asked the producer how he could explain such a small amount of salary for his actor. The main character was silent at this time and watched what was happening from the side with interest. The manager continued to say that Soo-hyun was not just a child, but an actor who raised the ratings of the new drama Promise of Blue Summer to 30% ratings. Sang-il also said that the main character was not just a bonus, but was an essential element for Lee So-han's role. The producer replied that he understood all of this, but there was a practice of paying child actors. At this point, Choi Sang-il interrupted his interlocutor because he had received an unexpected message. After that, several more messages came in. The man looked at the screen and smiled contentedly. Suddenly, he looked at the producer and asked what they were supposed to do, since the offers of cooperation were coming one after another. The man began to get very nervous and didn't even know what to answer. Then he turned to the main character, who had been sitting next to him all this time and was silent, and asked what he thought about this. Soo-hyun beamed with happiness and said that he had fun filming dramas. The producer agreed with this and hoped that now he would be able to get a contract that would be beneficial primarily for himself. Suddenly, the child began to move his fingers and say that his mother told him to listen to Sang-il, and therefore the man also needed to listen to him. Soo-hyun continued to act like an innocent little child and could only promise that he would act better than anyone else. The producer immediately lost all hope for a good outcome for himself and agreed that the boy would definitely be better. The actor's manager pointed his finger at the contract again and said that it was quite strange that Soo-hyun received such an amount. The man asked the producer to imagine that two actors who were currently on everyone's lips would appear in the same drama on the new TNB channel and suggested that it would be guaranteed a 4th-level rating. The producer was surprised. It was as much as 40% of the rating. Sang-il continued to say that the man would be among the founding fathers of TNB. The producer couldn't resist this. The main character's manager seemed to have caught the man on the hook and ended the negotiations by saying that by choosing them, the producer guaranteed the success of his project. All this did not go without results. Very soon a contract was signed on favorable terms for Soo-hyun. The main character thanked his manager for the good work. This was their first joint project, which became a good support for future cooperation. 7 days have passed. The cold season has already arrived. The main character and his manager came to the script reading. Sang-il handed the child a thermos and said that this warm tea would be good for his throat. Passers-by already recognized the main characters as that very child actor. Soo-hyun turned to his manager and said that he could speak informally with him. Sang-il replied that he could be familiar with the people who paid his salary. Soo-hyun was surprised by this answer and thought that his manager was very different from other adults because he showed respect even to a child. Our heroes approached the right office where the script reading of the drama Praise was taking place. Sang-il said that he would wait outside for Soo-hyun with this and said that they would see each other later. Since everyone had already gathered, the director announced the beginning of the event. All participants looked at their scripts. At the same time, everything that was happening was filmed on camera. Soo-hyun sat quietly, not drawing attention to himself, and carefully looked at everyone present. Finally, he found the one he was looking for. The boy watched as his idol read his lines and thought that even in this, Lee So-han was perfect. Suddenly, someone's loud voice shouted one of the lines that sounded like, "This parasite only wastes food." Soo-hyun was frightened by the surprise. The main character recognized this voice. It belonged to Choi Chae-bin, who would play his mother. The boy knew that this actress often did voice acting and was surprised at how different her voice was. Soo-hyun understood that this was a place where experienced actors had gathered, and therefore he could not give in to them. Suddenly, the main character noticed a girl of about his age who was sitting opposite him. She gave off an evil aura. Soo-hyun didn't understand why she was looking at him as if she was going to kill him. Two film studio workers were smoking in their free time. One of them was talking on the phone and apologizing for the fact that things didn't turn out as they had agreed. The woman on the other end started screaming that she had been promised that her Ji-yoon would be cast as the lead role, and so she didn't understand how the man could break his promise. The man replied that he had cast her in the second important child role. He knew that Ji-yoon was talented and hoped that the director would change everything back. The woman began to say that of course he would change it because she had spent a lot of money on it, and therefore asked the man to talk to the director and solve this problem. After that, the conversation was over. The man did not understand how he was supposed to do this, because no one could have thought that Lee So-han would agree to a contract only with the participation of another child. One of the workers regretted that at first everything was quiet, but now showdowns have flared up again. The second man explained this by saying that the famous actor understood that he could afford everything and take advantage of it. The woman nervously bit her nails and calmed herself down by saying that this was nonsense because her daughter could not simply be forced out. After that, she thought it would be best for her to call the director directly. Suddenly, a little girl appeared from behind and turned to her mother. Ji-yoon rudely asked if she had been kicked out and began to get angry because of this. The woman was scared because she did not want her daughter to hear this conversation. The girl asked again if she had been kicked out. Mom replied that of course she had not been kicked out, but had been put in second place. This made the girl furious, and she started saying that the second role was second place and she had to be in first place at any cost. Ji-yoon looked angrily at the protagonist and thought about how this little thing dared to take her place. The girl was sure that Soo-hyun had done something mean and promised that she would not leave it like that. Some time passed. The main character was tired and thought that it was just a reading of the script, but it tired him out a lot. Suddenly, someone spoke rudely to him. It was Ji-yoon. The boy looked at her with confusion and thought about how she had been staring at him the whole time during the reading. Soo-hyun greeted her and began to remember her name but said it incorrectly, which made the girl very angry. After that, Ji-yoon started to loudly say that she was older than the main character and he was too small, so he definitely took this place by a mean method. She continued to say that according to her mother, such a protagonist could disappear like a soap bubble. Now Soo-hyun understood why the girl had such a look. The protagonist thought that such people were everywhere. They automatically looked down on others and hurt those around them by walking along the red carpet that their parents laid out. Ji-yoon continued to say that being able to cry well and having a pretty face was not enough for an actor. These words made Soo-hyun's cheeks turn red. The boy smiled kindly and thanked Ji-yoon for the compliment, saying that he knew he was handsome. The girl began to say that it was not a compliment. She continued to get angry and say that the main character was 4 years younger than her and did not dare to argue. This only made Soo-hyun, who was 25 years old, laugh. Ji-yoon's anger scale was at its maximum. She could no longer contain her emotions. She screamed loudly that she hated such people, but quickly fell silent when Sanil appeared. The manager called the main character and said that it was time for them to go home. Soo-hyun began to get dressed and Ji-yoon remained silent and turned away with displeasure. She felt sorry that she couldn't express everything she thought. After this, the main character said goodbye to the girl and said that they would see each other on the set. Sang-il asked if Soo-hyun was really that popular because he thought that this girl showed her sympathy towards him in such an unusual way. The boy asked not to tease him. Soon the first day of filming for the drama Praise arrived. It was a very cold day, so Soo-hyun couldn't warm up. Choi Sang-il cared about the child and therefore gave him a thermos of hot tea. The main character did not expect that the new channel would be so poor and would not be able to provide comfortable conditions. Suddenly, the director's voice was heard ordering the actors to get ready because filming was about to begin. Choi Chae-bin immediately took off her jacket despite the severe cold, which surprised Soo-hyun greatly. The woman was very happy to start the work and turned to the main character and said that they would try. The boy was surprised by her professionalism. Ji-Yun began to push her way through the crowd of people with difficulty in order to get a closer look at how the filming would take place. As soon as the girl found herself in the front row, the director gave the command to begin work. The scene began. The woman screamed loudly. Why was it so noisy here? Because it prevented her from sleeping. The child was shaking with fear and asked his mother to be careful. After that, she grabbed her son and, waving her hand, rudely reminded him that she had told him to be quiet. The child was very frightened and shed a few tears out of fear. Seeing this, Chae-bin couldn't contain her emotions and hesitated a little, which was not according to the script. The director immediately ordered to stop and asked what was wrong with the woman's expression. She explained that Soo-hyun started crying, so she stopped. The director said that it wasn't Soo-hyun but Jang Young-woo, and let me remind you that she played a mother who abused a child. Choi Chae-bin sighed heavily and apologized for her mistake. The director announced a 5-minute break. While rereading the script, the woman apologized to Soo-hyun for making a mistake. The main character encouraged her by saying that everything was fine. The boy continued to say that the longer she makes mistakes, the more pain he will feel. Chae-bin got scared and asked how much pain the main character was in. Soo-hyun replied that everything was fine for now, but warned that if it continued like this, it would hurt. After that, he turned to the woman and said that he had an idea about this scene. Ji-yun watched this conversation with a displeased look. The girl was interested in what they were talking about and thought that there was no chance that a grown woman would listen to this trifle. She was sure of this, after all, and she herself once offered her ideas to adults and asked them to do it the way she considered necessary. But no one took her seriously because she was just a child, or they simply ignored her and did other things. Ji-yun knew very well that adults never listened to what children said to them, so she was sure that the main character would also be ignored because he was a child. Some time passed and the break ended. The sound of a clapperboard signaled the continuation of filming. In this scene, shards of a broken cup were scattered around the room, and the screams of a frightened child could be heard. He lay on the floor and tried to explain that he just wanted to drink water and asked his mother not to be upset. The next moment, the woman raised her hand to punish her son for what she considered to be a serious offense. The sound of a palm hitting a cheek echoed throughout the set. The director saw this scene and smiled contentedly, thinking that it was an excellent shot. After that, the man loudly announced to everyone that this scene had been filmed. Soo-hyun was lying on the floor covered in bruises, but he was very pleased. After seeing this, the workers began to admire what a good actor the main character was and wanted to get his autograph. Ji-yun heard all this. The girl was shocked and did not understand what was happening because no one had ever spoken about her like that. After the scene was filmed, Choi Chae-bin began to put on her jacket to keep warm. Suddenly, someone called the actress. One of the film studio workers said that she was very impressed by the woman's acting and thought she was cool. Sang-il thanked the girl for these words. The worker went on to say that she especially enjoyed that emotional scene. It reminded the woman of what happened just minutes before she was filmed. Soo-hyun turned to his colleague and said that he had an idea. The boy will tell what he saw on TV, how before the blow in the movies the actors gave a signal. The child suggested that the woman take hold of his shoulder during filming and move it left and right, and then he would understand this signal and put his palm out so that the blow would not land directly on his face. Soo-hyun continued that after that, the woman would hit him with her left hand. Choi Chae-bin was surprised and asked why with her left hand. The main characters explained that thanks to this trick, it would not be visible in the frame that he was covering his face with his hand. After this, the boy enthusiastically said that if they tried, they would succeed. His voice sounded as if he knew everything in advance. The woman was not sure, but she trusted the words of the main character and decided to try this method. In the end, everything turned out just perfect. So Choi Sang-il didn't hide from anyone that she coped with this scene thanks to Soo-hyun. Suddenly, the woman hugged the main character tightly and said that he was the best child actor she had ever met. Ji-yun continued to watch all this from the side, and she clearly did not like the successes of the main character, which is why she was tightly biting her hand into a fist in anger. The girl did not understand why the woman considered Soo-hyun to be the best child actor, since he was not the only one on the set. Ji-yun was very upset, so she quickly ran away from the set. Choi Chae-bin noticed this and didn't understand what was happening to the girl. One day, there was an event in honor of the drama Promise of a Blue Summer, reaching a viewer rating of 50%. The event was attended by the main stars of the series who distributed free coffee to everyone who wanted it. Their working day began with a small photo shoot. Soo-hyun served coffee to people and couldn't believe that they actually managed to get a 50% rating. The customers praised the main character for his very good acting. The boy was thinking that the weather was warmer than usual today and that was good. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Turning his head, Soo-hyun noticed that Lee So-han was looking at him. The actor's eyes met. The guy quickly turned away, and the main character thought that they were constantly bumping into each other, and he didn't understand why his idol was looking at him. These thoughts were interrupted after a girl in glasses approached the counter and greeted the young actor. Soo-hyun was surprised to see a homemade slogan in the girl's hands that said Soo-hyun would save the world. Her neck was also protected from the cold by a homemade scarf dedicated to the main character. The girl happily said that she was a big fan of Soo-hyun. The boy was very surprised by this and thanked the girl for her support. The fan didn't understand how the child could act so cutely and said that she had already lost count of how many times she had rewatched the drama with his participation. Soo-hyun gave her free coffee. The girl continued to say that she was very sad because she had not seen the main character anywhere, so she asked him to tell her about his next project. Soo-hyun was momentarily taken aback by this request because he didn't know if he was allowed to talk about this. The girl immediately understood that it would be difficult for the child to talk about this. Still, he decided that if the information spread among the fans, it would help the ratings, so he decided to blab a little, after which he asked the girl to come closer. Soo-hyun quietly revealed that he will be appearing in the drama Praise, which will be released next month. The fan was very surprised by this. The girl promised that she would definitely watch this series and decided to leave so as not to hold up the line. The work ended only in the evening. The actors were surprised that there were so many people today and assumed that it was an effect of the audience ratings. Soo-hyun drank milk and thought that such popularity made him happy because he hadn't felt it for a long time. The protagonist was interrupted from his thoughts by a familiar voice that addressed him. It was Lee So-han who wanted to talk to Soo-hyun. The boy immediately asked if something was wrong. The guy prepared to say something, saying that this should have been done earlier. The next moment, Lee So-han bowed to the main character and sincerely asked him for forgiveness. Soo-hyun was surprised by this. The guy went on to say that he always demanded the best acting from both adults and children, and naturally most children did not meet his standards. The actor then honestly admitted that when he first saw the main character, he immediately thought that he was another child without skills. But the guy was very surprised when he saw Soo-hyun's acting. It wasn't something he could judge carelessly. The main character's idol admitted that his stubbornness was to blame for everything. After these words, he extended his hand to the boy. Looking into the eyes of the main character, Lee So-han asked if he could accept his apology. The child was shocked by these words and could not answer anything because he did not think that the guy had such thoughts. Soo-hyun began to take off the glove from his hand and continued to think that he was initially upset when the person he respected did not recognize him. It was not surprising because in the eyes of the experienced actor, the main character was a simple child, but still, Lee So-han recognized him and apologized. Soo-hyun shook his idol's hand and said that he accepted his apology. At the same time, he mentally thanked So-han. Suddenly it started snowing, which surprised both actors. After that, the guy asked if Soo-hyun wanted to go to the award ceremony that would take place at the end of the year together. The boy agreed. Some time passed. At the ceremony, Lee So-han took the acting award, Kwak Jae-min took the popularity award, and So Ra and the leading man won the best couple award. People were discussing that these two were the ones who definitely made the viewer rating so high, especially Soo-hyun. Everyone was wondering where he learned to act like that. Besides, they liked that the boy was always polite and kind, unlike that same girl. Ji-yoon overheard this conversation. She was dumbfounded when she realized that people were saying that even though she was a child, she could be very rude and no one liked it. The film studio employees continued to say that this happened to all the children who were promoted by their parents. They thought that Ji-yoon was cute only because of her age, but when such children grew up, their film career ended. Suddenly, one of the workers noticed something. The girl immediately looked around the corner because it seemed to her that someone was there. Her colleague asked her not to pay attention to this because filming was starting soon and they had to go. Ji-yoon managed to hide in time. She thought about everything she heard and clenched her hand tightly into a fist, showing her displeasure. She believed that the main character was definitely not like that, when no one was looking at him and was sure that he was deceiving everyone. On the same day, the filming of the drama Praise continued. The entire film crew and actors moved to a building that looked like a school. Ji-yoon and Soo-hyun were sitting at their desks. The girl was thinking that she would show that she was better than the main character. The scene of the first meeting between Ji-yeon-woo and Cha-yoon was being filmed. The girl happily greeted her deskmate and said that her name was Chae-yoon Kim, after which she asked the boy's name. He quietly said his name was Yeon-woo. Ji-yoon was surprised by Soo-hyun's quiet voice and thought that it was only because of that he was cast in this role. Chae-yoon continued to happily say that she was nervous on her first day with the new class, and that's why she suggested Yeon-woo to be friends. At the same time, Ji-yoon thought that Soo-hyun only needed to answer gloomily and monotonously. At this time, the main character played the role of an insecure boy perfectly. Ji Yeon-woo looked at the girl and agreed to be friends with her, while also thanking Chae-yoon for this suggestion. Soo-hyun played this scene very naturally and naturally. Ji-yoon was stunned by what she saw, because it was different from what was originally in the script. This shocked the girl so much that she forgot her next line and became scared. The director ordered everyone to stop working, and Ji-yoon began to think with horror about how professional Soo-hyun's acting was, not believing that the boy was capable of such a thing. The main character's acting shocked the girl so much that she forgot her next line and became scared. The director ordered everyone to stop working, and Ji-yoon began to think with horror about how professional Soo-hyun's acting was, not believing that the boy was capable of such a thing. The girl did not understand what was happening to her, and recalled how she rehearsed and repeated the script at the acting academy. Everything was fine then. She was praised because she was the best and Ji-yoon liked it. But as soon as she saw Soo-hyun's acting, all the lines flew out of her head. The girl did not understand why this happened to her. The director announced to all his subordinates about a short break and said that they would continue later. At the same time, he was indignant that there were so many mistakes today. Ji-yoon silently got up from the table and started to leave. Soo-hyun didn't understand what was happening to the girl, and so he asked if she was okay. Even in spite of the main character, she again clenched her hand into a fist and angrily said that all this was because of him. Some time passed, Ji-yoon sat in the empty classroom completely alone, thinking about what had happened. Suddenly the door swung open and some man appeared on the threshold. The girl did not pay any attention to it at all. The woman quietly walked into the classroom and sat down next to Ji-yoon. It was Chae-bin. She handed Ji-yoon some juice and said that the adults were demanding, but the girl did nothing wrong. Suddenly the woman began to remember the incident with the film studio workers who said rude things about the girl. It turned out that she was there and also heard everything. Chae-bin stopped the workers in order to tell them something. The woman reminded them that child actors worked there, and therefore there was no need to say behind their backs what they could not say to their face, after which she asked them to respect her colleagues. The workers apologized and left immediately. After that, Chae-bin noticed Ji-yoon in the hallway. Judging by the girl's expression, the woman assumed that she had heard everything and was now upset about it. When Chae-bin finished telling all this, absolute silence reigned in the classroom again because Ji-yoon continued to remain silent. After a few moments, the girl finally spoke up and said that it was about Chae-bin, and the woman did not understand what the girl meant. Ji-yoon agreed that she was rude, but asked if the woman thought that she only got there because of her parents. Chae-bin smiled at this and asked in response if Ji-yoon knew what surprised her the most. The woman began to tell that she was surprised by how, even after such rude words, the girl returned to the playground and continued to speak very boldly. Ji-yoon really didn't lose her inner balance back then, and didn't give anyone a reason to doubt herself. Chae-bin also suggested that thanks to this, the girl even began to try harder to memorize the script. The woman thought it was cool, and even she should learn from Ji-yoon. After that, she stroked the girl's head and said that she was a passionate and talented actress. Then Ji-yoon asked what she should do since she lost to a child. Chae-bin immediately realized that they were talking about Soo-hyun and asked why the girl was so worried about him. Ji-yoon found it difficult to answer this question. However, Ji-yoon said that at first she hated him because she thought that the main character took her place. After that, she began to think that the boy had definitely done something mean and deceived everyone. But her opinion began to change after she saw the scene in which Chae-bin as the mother slapped Soo-hyun in the face. After this, Ji-yoon realized that the protagonist's skill was real and her anger was just envy. Chae-bin said that she was familiar with it because she was the same way, and then she secretly told that as soon as she debuted, she was called the embodiment of envy. The woman continued to say that back then, she thought that if a person appeared who would be better than her, then she would need to show her dissatisfaction. Now she was ashamed of her behavior. Then Chae-bin said that everything was fine with the girl and that she would look back on the past and be able to correct her mistakes. It was difficult even for adults, but it would mean that Ji-yoon valued her work very much. The girl was very impressed by Chae-bin's words, so when the woman asked what the girl really wanted, Ji-yoon immediately began to think carefully about the answer. The path the girl was moving along seemed to her like a red carpet along which stars walked. She believed that if she continued to move forward, she would definitely be able to get anything she wanted. Most of all, she wanted popularity and recognition. Suddenly, Ji-Yun stopped and asked herself if this was what she wanted. The next moment, a black cat stepped on the red shiny shoe with its paw. This cat belonged to Ji-Yun. She immediately recognized him and asked where he was from. The cat named Bin meowed to his owner. After that, he began to leave, continuing to meow. The girl assumed that the cat was calling her to follow him, but she did not want to get her shoes dirty in the mud. Ji-Yun looked at her shoes and saw that they were already dirty. The cat's paw print stood out against the bright red background. The girl still couldn't decide, and again thought about what she really wanted. The next moment, Ji-Yun threw off her red shoes and ran barefoot fearlessly to look for her cat. The girl made her way through the dense thickets of bushes and called out to Bin, asking where he was. Suddenly, Ji-Yun stopped and froze in place because she saw something she never expected to see. In the rays of the bright sun, a joyful Soo-hyun stood and held a black cat in his arms. Seeing the girl, he smiled at her. After that, the boy extended his hand to her and asked her to come here. The black cat was also glad to see his mistress. Ji-Yun extended her hand to meet him and thought that what she wanted most was to find a reliable companion next to whom she could move and not feel lonely. Ji-Yun was unable to take the main character's hand because the black cat began to wake up the sleeping girl. Opening her eyes, she was surprised to discover that it was only a dream, which was partly based on the story from the book she had fallen asleep with in her hands. The girl immediately remembered how she yelled at Soo-hyun and said that she was older and the boy was too small, and therefore definitely took her place using vile methods. She also remembered telling Soo-hyun that a main character like him could disappear like a soap bubble. Ji-Yun also remembered how she silently got up from the table, and even in spite of the main character, angrily said that her failure happened because of him. Now the girl realized that she had made many mistakes and felt that she needed to apologize for her behavior. The filming of the drama continued at the same school, so Ji-Yun could easily meet Soo-hyun there. The girl carefully peeked out from around the corner and looked around, afraid to attract attention to herself. She saw that the work was already in full swing, and the main character was talking with one of the workers on the set and discussing the upcoming filming. Suddenly, Soo-hyun felt someone's gaze on him and looked around and noticed Ji-Yun. The girl waved her hand at him as if calling him to her. It seemed to the main character that she looked like a cat. The children went to a secluded place so that no one would interfere with their private conversation. Ji-Yun was afraid that the girl would be angry with him again. The protagonist noticed that Ji-Yun looked depressed and nervous about something, but he couldn't understand what she was thinking. The boy also thought that he was also worried about yesterday's filming, so he felt that he needed to listen to Ji-Yun. Suddenly, the girl asked for forgiveness, which greatly surprised the main character. Despite the trembling in her hands, she continued to apologize for saying rude things. Then the girl plucked up her courage and began to say that Soo-hyun played well, and the adults thought he was cute, so she was jealous, but soon realized that she was wrong. The girl added that in the future, she also wanted to become a good and successful actor. She wanted to say something else but stopped abruptly. After that, Ji-Yun became silent, very afraid to see the main character's reaction. Soo-hyun was surprised to hear this because he thought the girl was just irritable and wild. He tried to ignore her because Ji-Yun was little. After that, the main character thought that if she got so worked up, she must have really loved acting. Soo-hyun turned to Ji-Yun and extended his hand to her. Smiling broadly, the boy thanked her for apologizing. Seeing this, Ji-Yun immediately remembered her recent dream in which the main character asked her to take care of him. Then she smiled again with tears of happiness in her eyes and extended her hand. After this, the children shook hands as a sign of their friendship and forgiveness of all grievances. Ji-Yun said that she was very grateful to Soo-hyun. The filming of the drama continued. Someone turned to the main character and asked if he should thank him. The boy did not understand what was happening and asked for forgiveness. A crowd of children surrounded the boy. Some of them asked if he could only apologize. This infuriated them. The next moment, the director loudly announced that the scene had been filmed and said that they would immediately do the next scene, so the actors should get ready. The drama Praise started with a poster and teaser. It became a hot topic that fueled the interest of viewers. Filming had to be sped up. Soo-hyun spent almost the entire week studying at the acting academy, then analyzing the script, going to interviews for promotion, and participating in filming, and so on in a circle. Because of these stresses, the protagonist could only afford to relax at home one day a week. Exhausted, Soo-hyun lay on his school desk and thought about how he wasn't even allowed to blink. Suddenly, someone spoke to him. It was Ji-yoon. The boy praised her for doing a good job on the set. The girl also praised the main character and said that he received an award at the end-of-year ceremony. Soo-hyun confirmed this, saying that it was the Best Couple award. Ji-yoon guessed that the boy was the only one who was embarrassed to receive the award, but congratulated him anyway. Soo-hyun thanked the girl and, noticing something behind her, asked if it was a gift to him. Ji-yoon began to deny it. Because of this, the main character became upset and came to terms with the cruel reality. Ji-yoon noticed this and decided to confess. The girl said that in fact this toy was intended for the main character, and holding it out, congratulated the boy once again. Soo-hyun thought it was cute and thanked his friend for the gift. Ji-yoon turned away so as not to show her embarrassment. Some time passed. The main character was sitting in the car and looking at the plush toy. San-il suddenly said that the boy definitely had a talent for receiving gifts. Soo-hyun was surprised that his manager was looking at him when Ji-yoon gave him a gift. After that, the main character said that the drama would be released tomorrow and hoped that everything would go well. Although they didn't allocate much money for advertising, the information had already spread across the networks. Sang-il hoped that the boy's hard work would yield the appropriate result. Soo-hyun agreed with this, but that wasn't the only reason he was excited. The very next day, the main character went on a family vacation with his mom and dad. The woman was worried about whether they could afford it, but her husband reassured her. Ho-chang turned to his son and said that they were all so busy that they couldn't celebrate his birthday properly, so they needed to have a family party. After that, the man said that today Soo-hyun would choose what they would do. First of all, the family went to the ice rink where they took many good photos. Ji-yeon looked at the photos and said that it was immediately obvious from them that Soo-hyun was happy. Suddenly, her husband slipped and began to fall. The main character immediately became alarmed and asked if everything was okay with his parents and if they were hurt. The man and his wife lay on the ice and looked at each other in surprise as if for the first time. The protagonist's father told the woman that they were as if on a date. Lee Ji-yeon was embarrassed, but asked her husband to quickly get up on his feet because Soo-hyun was looking at them. The celebration continued at a restaurant where a table for 3 people had already been reserved for the family. Mom asked her son if he wanted to choose something from the children's menu. Soo-hyun looked at him with delight, because adults were never given a children's menu. After thinking for a bit, the main character decided that he would like to order a set called Children's Steak. Then the woman said that if he wanted some meat, she could give him some of her own. Hearing this, the boy changed his mind and said that he would order the bear rice omelet. Unexpectedly, the parents drew the child's attention to the hamburger set. Soo-hyun wanted to try this dish too. The main character still couldn't decide, and for some time, he was actively thinking about what would be better for him to choose. The parents couldn't help but laugh at their son. It all looked cute. Soo-hyun thought he was being bullied. After some time, the waiter brought all the orders, and now the family could begin to celebrate their family party. Soon the cake was brought, and Soo-hyun managed to blow out all the candles on the first try, after which he received congratulations from his parents. The waitress also shared the holiday with the family, and received an autograph from the already famous child actor. After all this, the main character's parents gave him a gift. Soo-hyun was very surprised because he had not received anything like this for a long time. The boy began to untie the bow with trepidation in order to find out what was inside the bright package. The first thing Soo-hyun noticed was the soft scarf. He really liked it, and so the boy immediately tied it around his neck. There was another gift inside. It was a large notebook with the inscription, "Collection of Thoughts for Soo-hyun." The boy was very surprised by this. The entire notebook was covered with various congratulations and wishes from friends. The main character's mother said that she received letters from people around him and Soo-hyun's friends so that the boy would know that it wasn't only his mom and dad who supported him. After this, the parents collected all the letters in an album that will help the main character preserve these memories. The woman hoped that if her son felt that he had lost his way, this album would give him the strength to move on. Soo-hyun looked through page after page in surprise and was amazed at how many letters there were. On a separate page, of course, there was a wish from mom and dad, who wished the main character to always be happy and not be afraid to turn to them for help. These words made Soo-hyun remember that in his past life, his parents would never have told him such a thing, even though he wanted to hear it after everything was ruined by the tricks of the scammers. The main character thought that now he had a chance and that this would never happen again. After that, the boy hugged the album tightly and, without holding back tears, thanked his mom and dad. On the way back, Soo-hyun's mother began to say that until recently she was very upset about her son getting involved in the entertainment industry. It was obvious to the woman that her boy was precocious and different from other children. But she was afraid that in the world where Soo-hyun shone brightly, there could also be deep darkness. So the woman did not want her son to encounter this so early. The main character's mother continued to say that she and his father would like to wish their child a lot of money so that his life would be stable. But after the woman saw Soo-hyun reading his parents' letter, she wanted to wish for something completely different. She hoped that the boy would value the time spent with his parents more. The woman was still worried, but promised that they would support the main character until the very end. And if he had any problems, then Soo-hyun only had to ask for help. The happy protagonist agreed with this and promised to never forget his parents. After this, the woman asked her son to kiss her on the cheek. His dad wanted this too. Then Soo-hyun suggested to his family to make a snowman. The man agreed with this but said that it needed to be done quickly because the drama would start soon. Thanks to the time spent with his mom and dad, all the worries that concerned the main character's family were suddenly eased by the love of his parents. The tension on the day of the release of the drama in which Soo-hyun played the lead role for the first time also eased. The main character thought that the actors, director, and workers did everything possible, and now there was nothing to worry about. The boy was sure that everything would go well, but everything turned out differently. That evening, the drama Praise left controversial impressions on viewers from the very first episodes. People criticized the series for excessive cruelty and violence against children. The first episode of the drama in which Soo-hyun played the lead role left a controversial impression on the internet community, since there was no warning about violence against children in the advertisement or on the posters. Some considered it a blame drama that was based on real events. There were conflicting opinions as the series was called too provocative and uncomfortable. These assessments could not help but influence the entire production team that was involved in the drama Praise. The director sat silently, clutching the script in his hands and nervously twitching his leg, not knowing how to fix the situation. He soon said that they would start filming from the scene of Kim Hae-chan and Jang Yeon-woo's homeroom teacher near a small cafe. Soo-hyun noted that the director had been having a very hard time in recent days due to the mixed reviews of his work. The main character assumed that the management of the new channel was unhappy with the results and blamed everything on men. Because of all this, the mood on the set was also tense, but Soo-hyun was confident in the tearful scene, which only remained to be performed without mistakes. The director announced the start of filming. Jang Yeon-woo nervously fiddled with his hands and asked his teacher why he was so kind to him. Kim Hae-chan said that it was because he was the boy's homeroom teacher and he could afford to treat his student. After that, he handed the boy some noodles and carefully warned him that they were still very hot. Chan Yong-woo, looking at all this, could not hold back. The tears began to appear in his eyes. The boy began to cry. Wiping away tears, the child said that he did not deserve such food. Kim Hae-chan put his hand on Jang Yong-woo's back to encourage him. The director watched this scene with fascination and was trembling all over from how well everything turned out. Suddenly he thought about something and realized that this was exactly what they needed. After this, the man stopped filming, praising the actors. Then he turned to Soo-hyun and asked him to come to him with his script. The director had an idea, so he drew the boy's attention to one of the parts of the script. He said that the main character was good at crying, so he suggested adding that scene again. Soo-hyun agreed with this, but thought to himself why his character had to cry all the time. The boy continued to think that it was not difficult to play such a thing. But if you focus only on how pathetic the hero was, then the viewer might think that emotions are being squeezed out of him. The most controversial topic in cinema was the flat depiction of sad moments in the lives of victims of real incidents. Soo-hyun understood that the director wanted to grab attention with tearful scenes and agreed that it could work, but such haste could lead to a cold reaction. Therefore, the main character decided that the place of endless tears needed to melt the hearts of the audience. The boy thought about the best way to do this. At that moment, the director asked if Soo-hyun could cry again. The child smiled widely and replied that he would try to do well. Soo-hyun decided to bet everything on this chance. Filming continued. Kim Hae-chan placed a piece of cake with a lit candle in front of Jang Yeon-woo. After this, the teacher congratulated his student on his birthday. For a moment, there was absolute silence. The boy watched as the candle slowly melted and the liquid wax flowed down. Soo-hyun remembered that at that moment, according to the director's idea, he was supposed to cry. The man watched the actors carefully and was very tense, waiting for the boy to shed a tear. Suddenly, Jang Yeon-woo looked up from the burning candle and raised his head to address his teacher. Lee So-han was shocked that the boy decided to go against the script, but this genuine reaction only added to the naturalness of the scene. The next moment, the boy smiled kindly and sincerely thanked Kim Hae-chan. Lee So-han was very surprised by his colleague's excellent acting, which left him momentarily dumbfounded. There was absolute silence on the entire set. Everyone was waiting for the teacher to answer. Lee So-han also decided to go off script, and so his character asked the boy what he was thanking him for. Jang Yong-woo happily replied that he was grateful because from the moment they met, every day felt like a dream. Lee So-han smiled slightly because he really liked how Soo-hyun improvised right during the filming. Now the script didn't matter. The actor also had to improvise. Kim Hae-chan was also happy. He patted Jang Yong-woo on the head and said that everything would be fine. All the workers on the set were surprised by what happened during filming, and the director called the main character a mischievous boy. After that, the actors went on a break. Lee So-han said that he was sure that the director would ask Soo-hyun to cry, so he was curious why the boy decided to change the scene. After thinking for a bit, the main character replied that his character Yeon-woo was a sick child who was constantly punished by his mother. So he thought that this boy shouldn't be crying all the time. Soo-hyun was sure that the teacher understood his student's difficult situation and therefore decided to take care of him. The protagonist continued to say that at first Yeon-woo responded rudely, but over time he and the teacher became friends. Soo-hyun felt that the real Yeon-woo would have acted differently if he was surrounded by warmth from people. So he played an honest character who could smile the brightest. Lee So-han was surprised at how well the interpretation of this story turned out and praised the child. Soo-hyun replied that it was the boy who needed to be praised because he didn't hesitate for a second during filming. Suddenly, one of the workers on the set approached the actors and said that the director had asked them to come to him. Soon, they were already there. The man loudly addressed the main character. It seemed he was dissatisfied with something. Soo-hyun was scared and couldn't believe that the director would be angry with him for changing the script. The next moment, the man put his hand on the boy's shoulder. After that, the director said that thanks to Soo-hyun, the main character of the drama now looked much more convincing, and for this, he thanked the boy. Soo-hyun breathed a sigh of relief. The man continued to say that when adapting a real incident, one cannot miss the changes that occurred inside the person, but he realized this a little late. After this, the director said that because of this, the dialogues of the second part of the drama would have to be greatly changed. The actors were very surprised by this, and Soo-hyun thought that everything was becoming serious. After that, the main character went home. Choi Sang-il said that the script would be revised, so the boy had an unexpected day off. Soo-hyun was happy about this, even though he would now have to memorize a lot of new text. After this, the boy, noticing the state of his manager, asked why he looked so bad. The man explained that he had not been able to sleep yesterday. The main character was immediately surprised by this and frightened, asked what happened. Sang-il was going to tell about everything when they arrived, but decided not to delay. The man handed Soo-hyun a whole stack of documents and said that these were all proposals for cooperation that had come in before that morning. Soo-hyun couldn't believe that the man hadn't slept because he was collecting all this pile of papers. Sang-il said that there were a lot of them and asked the boy to look into the details. The main character was surprised when he saw offers to star in 5 commercials, 2 dramas, and 1 film. He also assumed that after the main role in Praise, there would be more calls. Suddenly, Soo-hyun saw something in the documents that really caught his attention. This was not an offer of cooperation, but an invitation to audition actors for the film Shadow Road. The boy immediately noticed the list of judges who would evaluate the candidates and saw the name Kim Il-hong there. Soo-hyun was struck by lightning in surprise because he was familiar with this name, and he could not believe that the same Kim Il-hong would be sitting on the jury at these auditions. Soon, the recently filmed episode of the drama Praise was shown, in which Soo-hyun improvised brilliantly. The audience watched the series with delight, glued to their TV screens, and were amazed at how well the main character played his role. One of the women, with tears in her eyes, hoped that Yeon-woo would be happy, and the second said that even though the character was smiling, she wanted to cry. After that, they noticed the guy they were watching the series with and asked why he didn't say anything. They couldn't believe what happened. He was so impressed by the scene with the child that he also burst into tears and began to justify himself by saying that his sisters cried and he could do the same. Viewers thought that this episode was definitely legendary and were glad that Yeon-woo would have a good ending unlike the real incidents. Praise received high ratings after the script was reworked and even received the title of luxury drama. In an interview, the director of the series said that he was glad that the original idea was able to reach viewers. After this, the man was asked what was the reason for such success. The director answered that there were many reasons. But there was one person who made a huge contribution. Of course, it was about Soo-hyun. The main character was sitting in her bed and carefully reading some documents. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It was Soo-hyun's dad, who came to say that it was time to go and asked his son to wash his hands. The boy was happy and said that he would come soon. After this, the boy again continued to peer at the documents and think about something meticulously. These documents contained all the information about the audition for the movie Shadow Road. The director was Kim Il-hong, whom Soo-hyun had heard about from his past life. The main character began to remember that this woman was an outstanding musician, but in general she was a versatile fighter and even wrote scripts. She was also known for directing several successful musical films, but Soo-hyun had never heard of the film Shadow Road. The protagonist felt that he had no guarantee that this film would be a hit, and he had no information about this film. In addition, the actors for the film were chosen from a group of 5 to 15 years old, and therefore Soo-hyun would be at a disadvantage since his rivals were already school children. Still, the main character didn't want to miss the opportunity to work on the same project with Kim Il-hong, and for this, he needed to do something. Sometime later, the boy turned to his parents and said with shining eyes that he needed to learn to play the violin. The parents were very surprised. In order for his request to be fulfilled as soon as possible, Soo-hyun handed the adults tickets for a massage that he himself gave. His mother immediately assumed that it was a bribe. The man trembled and said that he was against it. The next moment, the main character's father shouted that he was a civil servant and he was not allowed to take bribes. The woman asked if her son needed to learn to play the violin for the audition, and Soo-hyun confirmed this by saying that he would have to play in the first round. After that, the boy took out a toy violin and said that he had practiced a lot at home, so he should be able to handle a real instrument. The main character thought that although he used a child's violin as an excuse for his mother, in fact, he was already playing a real one. It was in his past life when he was in the music group End. Then Soo-hyun asks his comrades if it was too far-fetched. He found the idea of switching to classical music dubious after they had been performing for 3 years, but friends said they no longer had any other choice. The comrades really hoped that they would succeed in this genre and that the life of losers would end for them. The main character couldn't even remember how many times they changed the concept of the group, but classical music concerts showed great promise. However, they attracted little attention and eventually it all ended. After some time, Soo-hyun's mother brought him to a music school and approached one of the teachers to ask for advice about violin lessons. The teacher welcomed them warmly and led them into a classroom where there were many musical instruments. This woman's name was Kim So-hee, and besides everything else, she was also the director of the academy. Soo-hyun introduced himself, gave his name, and said that he was 6 years old. The woman was very surprised by this because she recognized the boy as the main character of the drama that was shown on television. After that, Kim So-hee invited everyone to go to the practice room. As soon as the main character was given the violin, the woman began to admire the fact that the 1/8 size suited him perfectly. Kim So-hee asked if the boy played first and if he needed hints. Soo-hyun replied that he wouldn't refuse help. The next moment, the main character carefully took the bow and began to smoothly bring it to the instrument. Soo-hyun took a comfortable stance and pressed his fingers on the strings to prepare to play. Kim So-hee, who was watching this from the side, immediately noticed that the child's stance was too correct for the first time. Soo-hyun pressed the bow to the strings and began to move his hands smoothly, causing the sounds of music to spread throughout the room. The adults began to look at the child with admiration as good music entered their ears. Very soon, the main character finished his performance, taking the bow away from the violin. Kim So-hee, after listening to everything from beginning to end, began to tremble with excitement. The next moment, she said with tears in her eyes that the boy was a genius. The main character's mother and his manager were very surprised by this. The woman began to try to deny it, but Kim So-hee said that she did not understand that finding a child with a good ear for music was very difficult because it was an innate talent. Soo-hyun was pleased with himself and thought that he had deliberately played clumsily so that no one would suspect anything, but he was still called a genius. The director of the academy took the woman by the hands and said that it was impossible to lose such talent because if she started studying right now, the boy would be able to compete in competitions next year. Hearing this, Soo-hyun said that he liked being an actor much more and the violin was only a part of it. The main character's mother also said that such decisions should not have been made in one day because she wanted to respect her child's opinion. The woman looked at her son and added that it would be Soo-hyun who would decide, not the teacher or the mother. Kim So-hee understood everything but still regretted the loss of such talent. Still, she agreed to help the main character with the audition. For some time, the boy diligently studied the violin and learned notes together with the director of the academy, but sooner or later this had to end. The day of the audition arrived. The assistant director asked all the participants of the classes to take a place in the corridor according to their numbers. Soo-hyun and his manager were already here. The man was surprised at how many people were here. The boy agreed with this and guessed that there were more than 100 people here. Soo-hyun looked around and thought that judging by what he had seen, there were about 10 children his age here. Most of the candidates were over 10 years old and already in high school. Suddenly, the assistant director asked numbers 30 to 35 to go to the waiting room. It was Soo-hyun's turn. The boy said goodbye to his manager and said that he would be back soon. The main character walked and thought about how in his past life he was a little-known idol and had tried many things, but this was his first time auditioning for a film. Because of this, the boy was worried and tightly clutched the case with the musical instrument in his hands. He encouraged himself by telling himself that it was okay to make mistakes. Soo-hyun also thought that he was only 6 years old, and therefore he should enjoy everything to the fullest. Suddenly, the door to the audition room opened, and someone screamed loudly. After this, someone ran out of the room. The child was so scared that he could not stand on his feet and began to fall. A little boy fell on the floor right in front of the main character, causing Soo-hyun and the other children to become very scared. For some time, the boy lay on the floor trying to come to his senses, while other children surrounded him from all sides. Soo-hyun turned to him and asked if she was okay. It seemed like the boy was scared and crying. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply and with tears in his eyes loudly declared that there was a monster inside. The main character was very surprised by this statement and did not understand what kind of monster was being discussed. Suddenly, the boy who was lying on the floor suddenly raised his head and with tears in his eyes loudly declared that there was a monster inside. The main character was very surprised by this statement and did not understand what kind of monster was being discussed. An unknown boy told how he was called to enter the office, where several members of the jury were already sitting at the table. The young man saw the boy and thought that he was a good candidate, after which he named his number 29 and his name Kang Han-yum. After this, the boy was allowed to begin. Kang Han-yum took the violin and began to diligently play the beautiful melody. It seemed that the child himself enjoyed playing a musical instrument, but he was even more pleased with the prospect of getting into a film as an actor. The jury members watched the performance carefully, each drawing their own conclusions. The same young guy thought that this was enough and wanted to assign the boy another task, but suddenly, a woman with bright hair interrupted him and stopped the performance. She looked at the boy with an angry look and said that they had already seen enough, after which she asked if this was an audition or some local party. She then asked if the participant thought that she was dying here from fatigue to listen to something like that, and she was also interested in why he chose a song that he couldn't really play. The woman continued to bombard Kang Han-yum with rude questions, causing the child to become nervous and tremble with fear. It seemed to the boy that the woman was a real monster, while he was just a little mouse and could not do anything about it. Because of this, the child began to scream. One of the jury members, who was an elderly man, could not stand it and told the woman that such words should have been kept to herself. The women believed that she had simply told the truth to the young guy who was sitting between them, only that little about someone saving him. He believed that if this continued, the wiretapping would turn into a public execution. After some time, the jury members were ready to watch the next candidate perform. This candidate was Soo-hyun, who had number 34. The boy greeted the adults and said his name. They immediately recognized him and began to discuss him among themselves. The same woman said that there was no point in it if the boy couldn't act properly, after which she asked if her colleagues really wanted to hire the actor only based on his appearance. The young man felt embarrassed for his colleague and suggested that the main character begin his performance. Soo-hyun picked up his violin and began to play the familiar melody with pleasure. The girl from the jury was surprised that it was not a classical but a modern composition. The elderly man thought the boy's performance was good, but compared to the other participants, it was too monotonous. The young guy thought it was a complete failure and was afraid to even imagine what his rude colleague would say now. Suddenly, Kim Il-hong's voice ordered the protagonist to stop his performance. After that, the room became completely silent. The woman looked angrily at the child and briefly asked why he played without vibrato. Without giving him a chance to answer this question, the woman immediately asked the next one and asked if the boy really didn't know what this was. Soo-hyun began to explain that the main character, whose role he wanted to get in the future film, had not trained to play the violin professionally, so he did not know what it was. The boy continued to say that the character could play songs from memory without notes, and was a genius who was not properly trained. That is why the main character believed that the character would not be able to repeat complex techniques. The guy on the jury thought that this description suited their character, after which he thought that they were not holding a violin competition, but an audition for a role in a film. The main character's reasoning was liked not only by the guy, but also by Kim Il-hong, who could not hold back her smile. The next moment, she directly stated that she liked Soo-hyun. All the members of the jury were very surprised and could not believe it. The woman continued to say that the boy's thoughts were very good. Then Il-hong started saying that the reason why she wasted her time and strained her ears was because she would be the main character for the movie. She also said that young children often took unnecessary pride in their poor quality work. They tried to explain to the woman that there were many more candidates in the corridor, but Il-hong replied that no one else could handle it. After that, she asked Soo-hyun to act out the third scene from the script and asked her colleague to read the lines of the second character. While doing this, the boy exhaled heavily and prepared to act. Before this, the main character looked at the screen that appeared because one of the jury members was filming everything on camera. The frame was green, which meant a good shot. The boy happily declared that he wanted to find his mom and dad in him. The second character asked how the child could do this. The boy said that if he becomes popular, they might notice him, because even the teacher didn't know this song. So the child thought that his parents definitely came up with it themselves. The second character asked how the boy was going to become popular. The child happily replied that he had one option. After that, he put his foot in front of his face and said that he had to become a foot odor performer to be popular, which meant he had to become a violinist. All the jury members tried their best to hold back their laughter, but they succeeded with difficulty. Suddenly, Kim Il-hong loudly slammed her palm on the table, reminding her colleagues that they had a serious event here. After this, the woman turned to the main character and said that his performance was funny and that he was right for the role. Il-hong got up from the table and started to leave, saying that she would send the boy a song today and he would receive the script after revision. Her colleague tried to stop the woman. The guy tried to explain that there were 70 more children in the hallway that needed to be looked at, and there was still a second audition ahead. This made the woman angry. She started shouting loudly that Soo-hyun was perfect, and therefore the second round of auditions should be canceled because it would be much more productive to spend the time on finalizing the script and choosing the supporting actors. The guy tried to stop the director, and the older man loudly complained that the woman was doing such a thing. One of the girls turned to Soo-hyun and said that he did a good job. Meanwhile, evening had already arrived, and only now was the main character able to leave the listening room. Choi Sang-il looked at his watch and was surprised at how long Soo-hyun had been gone. After this, the man asked how the audition went. After the experience, the boy was completely exhausted and could barely speak. He remembered with horror what was happening inside and trying to control himself. He answered that there was a monster in the office. The managers were very surprised by this answer. Soo-hyun was still shocked and thought that the tension had gone away, and only now did he realize the reality. The main character remembered Kim Il-hong's eyes with horror. He was also haunted by the woman's evil smile, which made him shudder when he remembered her. Moreover, the woman's indifferent attitude without a drop of politeness made the boy doubt whether the filming with Kim Il-hong would go well. That same evening, Soo-hyun received positive responses, but it was not until early summer that the first script reading began. In the new film, the boy will play the role of Park Ji-suk. Kim Il-hong immediately began criticizing everyone, asking Sola Lim if she could have acted better. The woman criticized Choi Chun-sik for forgetting to control his facial expressions and asked if this would happen on real filming. After that, she looked at the older man with a depressing gaze and asked if he looked down on her because she was younger than him. Soo-hyun watched all this very nervously because, as expected, the atmosphere in the room with Kim Il-hong was merciless. The main character thought that if he really was 6 years old, he would have cried a long time ago. Suddenly, he looked at the boy who was sitting next to him and was surprised that he was okay. As soon as the main character thought about this, the boy named Nam Hyun's turn to receive his portion of criticism came, which made his body immediately start shaking. The woman began to say that the boy had not practiced enough, and if that was what he had intended, then he should become a director and manage everything himself. The child immediately promised to fix everything. The main characters were very surprised by how bravely Nam Hyun held on and thought it was great. Meanwhile, the director ordered everyone to repeat everything from the very beginning. Some time passed. Soo-hyun was completely exhausted because the script reading lasted for 5 hours continuously. Suddenly, someone turned to him and extended a hand. Smiling at the boy, He asked if his colleague's name was Kang Soo-hyun and said that it was nice to meet him, after which he gave his name. His name was Nam Hyun-do. He continued to say that the main character was 2 years younger than him but still had good concentration. Soo-hyun thanked him for the praise. After this, the boy also extended his hand towards him and asked the older child to take care of him. Suddenly, a vision appeared before the main character, as if some dark figure was reaching out its hand to him. It lasted for a few moments, but it really surprised Soo-hyun, who didn't know how he should react to it. Nevertheless, the boy shook hands with his new acquaintance and asked if they had met somewhere before. With a surprised look, the boy shook his new acquaintance's hand and asked if they had met somewhere before. Nam Hyun was surprised by this question, but the boy began to deny it, saying that he saw the main character for the first time. Unexpectedly, he enthusiastically invited him to become his friend. Soo-hyun was taken aback by the surprise, but quickly agreed. After this, the new friend hoped that now they would talk more often, and leaving said that they would see each other next week during filming. Soo-hyun waved goodbye to the boy, at the same time assuming that he had mixed something up and definitely couldn't have seen Nam Hyun before. During the filming of the movie Shadow Road, the main character faced a major crisis. One day, his senior colleagues approached him and suggested that the boy start a riot with them. Soo-hyun was very surprised by this. One of the actors explained that they just wanted to add improvisation to the script. The main character was shocked when he heard this, because if it was another project, there would be no problem. But Kim Il-hong was very strict with the script and actors. Suddenly, the boy heard someone from behind asking if Soo-hyun was already here. He turned around and saw a man in front of him. It was one of the actors whose name was Lee Chang-ho. The boy greeted him and then wanted to ask him about something. Soo-hyun quietly said that other actors had offered him to participate in the riot and asked the man if everything would be okay. Lee Chang-ho replied that of course it was not normal because the actors did not listen to the director. The main character already thought that Mr. Chang-ho was against this idea. The next moment, the man stated that this time he agreed with his colleagues. Soo-hyun was surprised by this because he knew that Lee Chang-ho had never been like that. The boy recalled that no matter how rudely Kim Il-hong spoke to him, the man was always ready to accept everything if it was true. It was also known that when Lee Chang-ho gave advice to younger actors, he always tried to speak well of the director, saying that the woman was very knowledgeable about her business. That is why the main character did not understand how such a famous and popular actor could join the rebellion, which he immediately asked the man about. Chan-ho explained that Shadow Road was a musical film, and therefore the moment of the beginning of the main character's career was very important. According to the plot, the boy wanted to find his parents so much that he ran away from the orphanage. The child was in despair and along the way faced difficulties, so he almost returned back to the orphanage. At that moment, he met the director of the company who noticed the talent of the young violinist. It was an important turning point that allowed a new musician to emerge. Chan-ho thought that this was the problem because the final part of the second act was too decorative, and it seemed that the boy achieved this very easily. Soo-hyun, reading the script and listening to what the man was saying, thought that the actors were right when they decided to rebel. Jung-hong didn't want to disrespect the director, but he would regret it if he buried the regretful actors. After that, the man said that he would figure it out himself, and Soo-hyun was not obliged to participate. After that, the voice of Kim Il-hong was heard, who announced at the beginning of filming. This was the third scene out of 48. The main character was worried and hoped that everything would be fine. Soo-hyun felt that they were walking on very thin ice because the most influential actors began to oppose the director. The main character was afraid that if they made a mistake, there might be talk of leaving the show. Meanwhile, the filming of the scene had already begun. The elderly man asked his interlocutor whether he worked in the entertainment industry. The man replied that his company was small but reliable. The man looked at the main character of the film and continued to say that he took care of children who were still small but talented. The old man replied that he was doing the right thing. After this, there was a short pause. The man was tense and seemed to be preparing for something. The next moment, he fell to his knees and bowed deeply to the director, loudly begging him to give him jiseok. The man is confident that he will take responsibility and raise this child well. The workers on the set were shocked because this was not at all according to the script. Soo-hyun, without breaking character, watched his colleagues acting with bated breath. The man continued to kneel and beg for the boy's talent to be revealed. The elderly man was shocked and therefore did not even know what to answer his guest. Suddenly he turned to Ji-seok and asked what he wanted. The man looked closely at the child and waited for his answer. Soo-hyun remembered his colleague's words that he would take full responsibility for the riot upon himself. Ji-seok pressed his hands to himself and said that he wanted to find them. The boy held origami in his hands and was asked who his mom and dad were and whether it was true that they abandoned him. He also didn't understand why he felt so sad when he heard this song. The next moment, the child confidently declared that he wanted to know the answers to all his questions. The director of the orphanage sighed heavily and said approvingly that the boy could try to find out if he really wanted to. After that, the happy man hugged Ji-seok and was happy that he was able to achieve what he wanted. Suddenly, Kim Il-hong's voice loudly ordered everyone present to stop working. The woman thought that the actors were pleased with themselves. After that, she rudely asked which of them started first. Lee Chang-ho immediately replied that it was him. After this, he bowed respectfully and asked for forgiveness from the director, saying that he had no intention of ignoring his instructions. The man, clenching his fist, continued to say that he did not want such a powerful scene to be a simple connection of the script, so he decided that it was necessary to show a different game. Suddenly, Kim Il-hong started laughing loudly, which surprised the workers on the set because they couldn't believe that the actor would get away with it. The woman quickly calmed down and, crossing her arms over her chest, prepared to hand in her answer. The next moment, she looked angrily at the actor and said that no one had made her so angry for a long time. This sight made Soo-hyun very scared because now the director could do anything she wanted. The woman approached actor Lee Chang-ho and said that he would not get a second chance. She also said that no matter what the man's intentions were, he should have been told in advance if he was going to do something like that. After this, the woman asked if Lee Chang-ho understood everything. The man bowed respectfully and confirmed this. After this, Il-hong announced that the scene would be reshot according to the original script. Soo-hyun was upset that the rebellion didn't work because he had hoped that the director would agree with their little interpretation of the story. Suddenly, someone's hand stroked the main character's head, and Lee Chang-hong's voice thanked the boy for his help. The boy was surprised that his colleague was okay, and doubted it because he was still nervous after what happened. Soo-hyun also thought that the man played very well, and he didn't even notice how he began to play along with their rebellion. The boy was glad that he could work with such actors. Soon, the commotion from the riot died down, and the protagonist realized that he had created a new connection. One day, Soo-hyun was on his lunch break, and Nam-hyun was sitting nearby. The boy approached his new friend and was surprised that he was rehearsing at lunchtime, after which he invited him to eat with him. Looking at the script, the main character recognized the scene that Nam-hyun was rereading and said that the boy's acting in this moment could have been better. Soo-hyun began to explain that he felt that the character Nam-hyun played should have shone brighter. Suddenly, the boy spoke rudely to the main character. Looking at Soo-hyun angrily, he asked if he thought he was good at acting. The main character was taken aback by the surprise and opened his eyes wide, not understanding why his words caused such a reaction in Nam-hyun. The next moment, he remembered a similar scene from his past life. The main character couldn't believe that the child who was sitting in front of him now was an idol whom he knew in his past life as Gino. The director announced that they were currently filming a scene with the film's main character and his friend on the street. The children were having fun. Ji-seok was showing his friend his skills in playing the violin. Soon after this scene was filmed, Kim Il-hong praised Soo-hyun for her good work. After that, she turned to Nam-hyun. The boy immediately became tense. The director said that his vocalization was still unstable and asked him to increase the amount of practice. After this, the actors went to lunch, during which Nam-hyun diligently read the script, memorizing his lines so as not to make any more mistakes. Suddenly, the boy noticed one of the workers on the set praising Soo-hyun and saying that he was so small but already acted so well. It seemed that Nam-hyun didn't like the fact that everyone was praising the main character, so he became jealous and burst into tears. Soon, Soo-hyun approached his friend holding a lunchbox in his hands. He was surprised that Nam-hyun was rehearsing during lunchtime and then invited him to eat with him. Looking at the script, the main character recognized the scene that Nam-hyun was rereading and said that the boy's acting in this moment could have been better. Soo-hyun began to explain that he felt that the character Nam-hyun played should have shone brighter. Suddenly, the boy spoke rudely to the main character. Looking at Soo-hyun angrily, he asked if he thought he was good at acting. The main character was taken aback by the surprise and opened his eyes wide, not understanding why his words caused such a reaction in Nam-hyun. The next moment, he remembered a similar scene from his past life. The main character couldn't believe that the child who was sitting in front of him now was an idol whom he knew in his past life as Gino. After this, Soo-hyun-woo remembered an episode from his past life when the music group End performed at an event on Christmas Eve. The band members were dressed in New Year's costumes, and after their performance, they gave gifts to the children. When it was all over, Soo-hyun took off his heavy suit and breathed a sigh of relief. His comrades praised the guy for his excellent work. As soon as the guy turned around to praise his friends in response, one of them suddenly smeared the main character's cheek with cream. Soo-hyun didn't understand what was happening while his friends were laughing and congratulating him on his birthday. One of the guys was holding a cake in his hands and said that they were in a hurry and had only managed to prepare this one. After that, they hoped that next year they would become famous and have a big party. Soo-hyun thanked his friends for their congratulations. Suddenly, one of the guys said that they should have already gone on stage with Black Star. Hearing this, the mood of the main character immediately worsened. His friends were jealous that the group would have a special broadcast at the end of the year and thought it would be great to get the same opportunity. Suddenly, one of the friends remembered that the group's leader, Jino, really liked Soo-hyun and assumed that because of this, they would be able to perform together with a popular group. Then the guy asked the main character to be sure to take them with him if he received an invitation. Soo-hyun felt awkward from these words. The guy began to remember that Jino was the leader of the group Black Star. They debuted at the same time as End, but the difference between them was huge. Jino himself was considered a genius from birth and had the full support of big agencies, so he skipped the rookie stage and his only path was success. One day the two groups were performing together. Jino approached Soo-hyun and greeted him, saying his name and saying that he would be happy to work together. After that, they met several more times. The guy was always friendly to the main character, even though it embarrassed him. Jino also liked the fact that the main character was almost the same age as him and offered to be friends with him. Soo-hyun's friends were surprised that the guy wrote to him almost every day, and the main character himself was wary of such close attention. Despite everything, Jino always encouraged Soo-hyun, and when he was sad, he said that luck only came to those who smiled. The main character looked sadly at the cake given to him by his friends and anticipated a meeting with that same Jino. The guy found it unpleasant to realize this because he felt very uncomfortable in the company of the leader of the group, Black Star. Only late at night did the comrades return home from work and rejoice that this terrible day was finally over. Soo-hyun said that his friends could wash themselves first. The video wanted to develop a little and go out onto the balcony to breathe. When the guy was alone, he sighed heavily and looked at the night sky. At that moment it was snowing, which reminded the main character of his past. He remembered with regret how he was little, and his parents congratulated him on his birthday. There was a big cake on the table, and in his father's hands was a gift for his son. Remembering all this, Soo-hyun understood that this could not be returned. But there was still something he could do. The guy looked at the phone screen where his mother's number was entered and thought about whether she would call him today. The main character began to remember that he left his mother's house where they lived together and vaguely remembered the last time he contacted her. The guy knew that it was very difficult for his mother to come to terms with life after the divorce. Therefore, she could not afford to take care of her son when he needed her support so much. In the eyes of his mother's relatives, Soo-hyun seemed like just a stone by the road that was only getting in the way of what was ahead. Relatives told the boy that his mother was having a hard time because of him and asked him not to bother her. Over time, Soo-hyun came to believe this and no longer tried to find common ground with his mother. And even now the guy thought that she didn't call him only because she was very busy. Therefore, Soo-hyun lowered his head and thought that if he called her himself, he would only anger her. Suddenly, several messages came to the main character's phone. Don't waste time. He immediately looked at them. I hope that these were messages from people dear to him, but these were just birthday greetings from a few stores that were sending spam to their customers. In addition to the main character's close friends, another person congratulated him and handed him his gift, which left Soo-hyun dumbfounded. It was Jino who had not forgotten his friend's birthday and smiled kindly at him, accepting his gratitude. Soo-hyun felt awkward because he didn't prepare a gift for his friend. Jino patted him on the shoulder and said that his feelings were enough for him because they were soulmates. He continued to say that he couldn't even imagine how happy her mother was because it was her only son's birthday. To this, Soo-hyun just remained silent. Jino noticed that something was wrong with his friend, so he asked if something had happened to him, because it seemed like the guy was in a bad mood. At this moment, the main character remembered all the bad events that had happened recently, namely that his little popular group had to perform with Black Star. The guy also didn't receive a call from his mother, who seemed to have forgotten about his birthday, and this made him sad. In addition, he remembered his relatives who blamed him for all of his mother's troubles and asked him not to bother her. Soo-hyun didn't tell his friend about all this and lied that everything was fine with him, but Jino understood everything without words. So the guy decided to start a difficult conversation himself, as a friend who was around him quite often. He believed that Soo Hyun's real personality and his image in front of the cameras were very different, and in reality he was more reserved and passive, and of course, the viewers felt it. Gino advised the main character to just relax a little, because he needed to be honest with his feelings and open his heart. Then other people would understand it too. Soo Hyun was angered by these words, and so he rudely said that Gino didn't know anything about him, and therefore had no right to give him the lights. The main character believed that his friend spoke about all this so simply only because he already had everything and he didn't even have time for such conversations. Because of this, every piece of advice Gino gave sounded condescending. The guy tried to explain that you could show concern for your friend, but Soo Hyun interrupted him. The main character continued to say that everything in Gino's life was perfect, and he showed friendliness only to those whom he considered worse than himself. Soo Hyun also asked his friend not to deceive himself, because in this world hard work alone will never be enough. These words touched Gino. The guy took a few steps towards the main character, asking why he was talking to him so rudely. After that, Gino looked angrily at Soo Hyun and asked if the guy knew anything about him. This was the last time the protagonist saw Gino's face before returning in time. When Nam Hyun-do got angry at Soo Hyun, it immediately reminded him of his friend, and now he couldn't forget him. Little Soo Hyun was very surprised when he realized that the child in front of him was the same Gino from his past life. The main character looked at the boy in surprise and thought about how he should treat him now. Looking angrily at Soo Hyun, the boy asked if he thought he was good at acting. Little Soo Hyun was very surprised when he realized that the child in front of him was Gino from his past life. The main character looked at the boy in surprise and thought about how he should treat him now. Suddenly, the assistant director's voice was heard asking the actors to return on time after lunch. This immediately brought Nam Hyun to his senses, and he realized what he had done. The boy asked the main character for forgiveness and explained that he snapped at him because everything was not going as well as he would have liked. Nam Hyun felt ashamed of himself, and so he continued to say that he was sorry and that he did something he shouldn't have done. Soo Hyun was still surprised but said that everything was fine. After that, the boy thought that it really wasn't Nam Hyun's fault. After that, the main character decided to leave quickly, saying that he would go to lunch, but in fact, he was embarrassed that Nam Hyun's eye, then and now, crossed paths with each other. This awkwardness and worry disappeared in an instant because there was a more serious problem. For this, Soo Hyun came to the music academy again. The main character confidently played the violin, but unexpectedly injured his fingers on the sharp strings of the musical instrument. Soo Hyun felt sorry because his baby hands were so fragile. The boy's teacher asked if everything was okay with him. She also said that it was already very late, and the child could continue studying tomorrow. But Soo Hyun began to beg the woman to study with him for another hour, or at least half an hour. The director of the academy asked if the boy was confident, but he no longer listened to her and thought that now he did not have time to think about anything else. The protagonist recalled the words of Kim Il-hong, who said that the filming of the concert was postponed due to problems with booking a place. The woman continued to say that she had a concert in a week and permission to film so Soo Hyun could come there. The main character was very surprised that he only had 1 week left to prepare. The boy tried to explain that filming a performance on stage was a completely different level of difficulty, but the woman did not hear him at all. Soo Hyun thought that he had too little time left to practice before the concert filming began. Therefore, the boy spent all his time preparing, while thinking that in order to justify the title of a brilliant protagonist, it was not enough to practice the violin for just 1 day. The parents saw how hard the boy worked for this, and were worried about him, but they tried not to interfere because they knew that it was very important for their son. Soo Hyun, wearing his seatbelt, was peacefully sleeping on the car seat, holding a stack of documents in his hands. Suddenly, Choi Sang-il announced that they had already arrived at the stage. The main character rubbed his eyes with regret because he had hoped to sleep a little more. The manager was worried about the boy because he had not slept normally for a whole week. The man then asked if Soo Hyun was sure that he would be able to take part in today's filming. To this, the child only smiled slyly. The next moment, the main character beamed with happiness and replied that everything would be fine and he would cope. Along the way, he thought that he had practiced with all his might and therefore would achieve everything. After some time, the loud voice of the assistant director was heard in the park, asking actor Soo Hyun to get ready to go to the set. The main character walked past surprised people who recognized him and thought that, thanks to his ability, he was able to pass the audition. She also helped him to endure filming quite calmly, for example, when admiring fans recorded videos with him. That is why the boy was very pleased that the ability given to him after reincarnation allowed him to see all his photographs taken on camera in real time. The assistant director reported to his boss that actor Soo-hyun had taken his place on stage, and people were gathering in a crowd. So far, so good. Now Kim Il-hong was sitting in the upper carriage and carefully watching what was happening on stage with the help of cameras. The woman couldn't stop thinking about Kang Soo-hyun. Something was bothering her and making her keep a close eye on this child. Suddenly, she took the computer mouse in her hands and began to search for something on her computer. The woman opened several video files from the filming and found fragments where the main character was not visible. After thinking for a while, Kim Il-hong was surprised and thought that something was wrong with the boy. The woman thought that the child's facial expressions and acting were impeccable, but it felt as if he was simply choosing the right manner of behavior. It seemed to her as if the main character saw where the camera was and did what the audience liked best. Soo-hyun looked at himself on the screen and thought that thanks to this ability, he was able to perform without worry. The main character thought that, as usual, as long as he didn't take his eyes off the screen, he would be able to concentrate on his performance. But suddenly he noticed that the number of screens had become much larger. The boy began to panic and look around. He did not understand where the main camera was that was recording his performance. As the audience began taking photos and videos of Soo-hyun's performance, many screens appeared in front of his eyes. The boy did not understand why the staff did not control the people, but instead asked him to behave as naturally as possible and convey the message to him by writing on large sheets of paper. The main character was scared because he didn't know which of all these screens he needed to look at. However, when the time came, the boy began to play, holding the violin more comfortably. All the spectators immediately stopped their conversations and began to listen with admiration to the musical performance of the main character. Soo-hyun was used to situations where many cameras were pointed at him, but now everything was different because he had to not only act, but also play perfectly. While the boy was playing the violin, he looked at his reflection in the screens and regretted that he could not see the right camera. The workers on the set noticed that something was wrong with the child and were afraid that he was unwell, although his violin playing was no different from the rehearsal. Kim Il-hong just silently looked at her computer monitor, trying to figure out what was wrong with the main character. Suddenly, Soo-hyun saw a small two-way arrow in the lower right corner of one of the screens. The boy didn't know what function it performed. As soon as he thought about her, the screen immediately began to enlarge, which made Soo-hyun very happy. Now the boy had only a few large screens in front of his eyes that no longer bothered him. The main character was very surprised that this method worked, and after that he had one thought. He thought that maybe he could reduce the size of the screens that appeared because viewers were filming him on their phones. The next moment, small screens with red and yellow frames began to fall down. Soo-hyun was surprised by this but thought it was too much. However, the boy was glad that it worked and he could now continue his performances in comfort. The main character thought that now he would play with all his heart. His satisfied smile was reflected in many screens with green frames. The child was able to shift his gaze to the camera that he considered best at the moment. He did this several times, which resulted in very high quality and beautiful footage. The workers on the set were surprised when they saw this and were happy that the boy was starting to succeed. The spectators who were close to the stage were also delighted with the performance of the main character. For some time, the sounds of the violin playing continued to resound throughout the park, and not only the spectators but also those who happened to be similar rejoiced out loud. The boy soon returned to the workers' trailer where he was greeted with applause and praise for the excellent filming that took place in just one take. Soo-hyun was very happy and thought that if he hadn't managed to reduce the size of the screens, he would have been in trouble. After this, the main character noticed Kim Il-hong, who was sitting quietly in her seat and showed no signs of delight. Because of this, the boy began to justify himself by saying that at the beginning of the performance he was a little nervous and therefore assumed that it would not turn out very well and the director would not like it. The woman calmed the boy down by saying that everything was perfect because, according to the plot, at the beginning of the performance, the main character of the film was experiencing excitement and tension. Soo-hyun was happy to hear this and thanked the director for the praise, but suddenly the woman began to say that the scene after that was too perfect. Kim Il-hong, looking into the eyes of the main character, continued to say that the facial expressions, acting, camera angles, everything was perfect, so she could not understand how much everything was read in advance. Kim Il-hong, looking into the eyes of the main character, said that the facial expressions, acting, shooting angles, everything was perfect, so she could not understand how much everything was thought out in advance. Soo-hyun thought about these words And in the meantime, the woman said that they didn't have much time and therefore they had to clean up and leave already. Looking at the boy, she thought that with such acting, the rest of the filming would be difficult. For a moment, Soo-hyun was alarmed by the director's confusing advice. The boy didn't understand whether it was bad that everything was perfect and what the problem was. After that, the main character improved his acting skills and performance again and again. Filming began the next day. Kim Il-hong stopped work several times and asked to start over because it was not what she needed. Soo-hyun was very nervous and couldn't believe that every good thing he did was bad and the director didn't like it. Nevertheless, filming continued. The main character of the film, standing on stage, said that he wanted to become famous. The director re-sang it and said that the take was unsuccessful because the smile was forced. Then Soo-hyun tried to portray a different emotion, but the woman said that his facial expression was unnatural and he had to start over. The main character of the film began to talk about his parents with excitement. The director did not feel the despair of the character, so it was necessary to start over. Soon the break began. Sang-il decided to cheer the boy up and said that everything was fine, and he didn't know why the director didn't like Soo-hyun was broken, and didn't understand it either. With tears in his eyes, the main character said that it was hard for him. This surprised the man who had come up unnoticed from behind. It was Kim Il-hong who looked at the frightened boy and his managers with incomprehension. The woman asked if it was hard for the child because his performance was not admired as before. Soo-hyun began to say that everything was fine because, after all, it was his job. Looking the child in the eyes, the director asked if it was so difficult for him to trust the film crew. The main character did not understand what this meant. Then the woman said that she once knew an actor who, like the main character, played beautifully on his own. This actor only needed to know the location of the camera to create a picture of the perfect scene in his head. Soo-hyun couldn't believe that this was possible without using his abilities. The director continued to say that he was an actor who played like a textbook, and everyone he met in the film industry wanted to work with him because the success of the collaboration was predictable. In order to achieve more, this actor went overseas where he got the nickname AI and disappeared. Soo-hyun thought it was related to bird flu, but in reality, it means artificial intelligence. The main character still didn't understand what it meant. Then Kim Il-hong asked him not to act on stage as if he was taking a selfie. The woman added that the film and the selfie were completely different things. Soo-hyun thought about these words. Soon the director left, leaving the boy alone with his thoughts. Suddenly, Choi Sang-il appeared from the bushes and asked if the woman had already left. Soo-hyun was frightened by the surprise and asked if his manager had been hiding there the whole time. After this, the boy asked with regret in his voice whether he really had played too well. The manager was surprised by this question and assumed that the boy was simply bragging about being perfect. The main character began to deny it and think about how to ask the question differently. Finally, he asked if he played as an artificial intelligence. The man thought about it. Soon the manager began to say that the boy's performance really seemed like a book. But that's why it was so good. But the way he played on stage was perfect and flawless. The man added that the main character's fans also liked his acting, and Soo-hyun thought the same. Still, the boy thought that it was not so important how good his game was. He then suggested that it would be difficult for him to perform in a way that would please the director. Very soon, filming continued. Kim Il-hong gave the command to begin work. The main character of the film stood on stage and played the violin in front of several judges. After the performance, one of the jury members said that the boy's emotions were conveyed very well. The woman praised the child and said that among the other participants he was the youngest. After that, she asked why the child came here. Soo-hyun was about to say the right line, but was momentarily taken aback, remembering the director's words. The woman then said that the talented actor only needed to know the location of the camera to create a picture of the perfect scene in his head. After this, Kim Il-hong asked the boy not to act on stage as if he was taking a selfie. Remember, at this point, the main character looked with regret at the screen with a green frame, which indicated that everything was perfect now. Now the boy understood what the director meant when she asked him not to act on stage as if he was taking a selfie. Soo-hyun thought about how the woman's words pierced him because this monitor was showing him on the screen in real time. The main character has already become accustomed to constantly keeping a face as if he was just trying to choose the right option in a test. But the film was not made in order to give the audience what it expected. In theory, it was not bad, but something like that cannot impress anyone, so there was no need to worry because there were people who were responsible for the beginning and the end of the film. After these thoughts, the main character began to look away from the screen for the first time, trying to make his game less perfect. The boy felt that what he had to do was not to dwell on what he saw. The Jurt noticed that the child did not answer questions for a long time and therefore turned to them again. Ji Seok immediately began to answer that he wanted to become famous. The next moment, the main character of the film began to cry loudly, asking where his mom and dad were. The people who watched the filming and the audience were very surprised by this scene. Choi Sang-il looked at the main character's performance with confusion and couldn't believe that he had completely changed his line. The director stopped filming and said that everything was fine. Her assistant was perplexed because it was different from the script and asked if everything would be okay. Kim Il-hong did not answer anything. Then the man turned to her again, not understanding what was happening. The director, without taking her eyes off Soo-hyun, asked if the man had ever seen a chicken fly like an eagle. The assistant did not understand what this meant. The woman continued to say with admiration that she now saw in the main character an eagle that was flying. This only raised more questions for the man, and he began to wonder who else the woman saw in Soo-hyun. Kim Il-hong continued to admire this child, thinking that he was really a scary and funny boy. At the end of autumn, the filming of Shadow Road was successfully completed. After that, the main character celebrated the new year, in which both the season and he himself rose to a new level. Soon a preview of the film was organized. The host announced to the audience that today they had gathered here together with the director and actors and asked them to greet them with applause. After that, she announced the beginning of the screening and asked everyone to take their seats. The film began. Soo-hyun looked at the big screen with admiration, waiting to see the final result of his work. While watching the film, the boy recalled that in this scene he was very nervous because there were a lot of cameras around. The main character was glad that the video editors did everything well, and now it all looked just as he had intended. Soo-hyun continued to think that watching it on the big screen felt completely different. The boy saw another scene and remembered that he felt dizzy during filming. He wondered what would happen if he left work. The child also remembered the riot, and that in the end, Young-ho Sun-bae was scolded, and the scene was reshot. The main character felt a little sorry that it was not used. The next moment, Soo-hyun was very surprised because he saw on the big screen the very scene with the actor's improvisation that was supposed to be deleted. The main character began to rub his eyes, not believing what he had just seen. He did not understand how this scene could be used in the final version of the film. It wasn't just Soo-hyun who was surprised. All the main actors looked at the director in bewilderment and wondered if she hadn't reshot the scene according to the original. At that moment, Il-hong felt the uncomprehending looks of her colleagues, but she didn't even think about explaining her decisions to them in any way, but just continued to enjoy her work. When all the scenes of the film had already been shot, the video editor began his work. One day, he approached the director. The man said that he had already finished editing the third scene and asked if it needed to be sent to the director. Kim Il-hong asked him to wait a little. The woman was simultaneously looking at several screens, each of which had a video from the filming on. She was thinking about something meticulously. In the first scene, everything went according to the script. The man calmly asked the director of the orphanage to entrust him with Ji Seok. After that, Kim Il-hong took the computer mouse in her hand and began to search for the desired video file. This was the second scene in which the actor improvised and fell to his knees and began to emotionally beg the director to entrust him with Ji Seok. The woman recalled how after this riot, the actor asked her for a transformation, saying that he did not want to ignore her rules. He justified himself by saying that he was upset that such an emotional scene flashed by like an ordinary episode, so he believed that he should have played it very well. Unexpectedly, Kim Il-hong turned to the video editor and asked him to put this scene back in the second part. The man was very surprised and asked if the director had not chosen the part that was filmed according to the original script. The woman confirmed this. Afterwards, she remembered how she approached Soo-hyun after he improvised the scene where he performed in front of the judges. The woman said she didn't remember asking the boy to change the script. The main character, smiling good-naturedly, replied that if he were Ji-suk, he would have said exactly as it was during filming. After filming this scene, the director heard rumors that this child was not even scared and looked happier than ever. Smiling, the woman suggested that the actors finally understood what she wanted from them. At this time, the editor was thinking only about how he wanted to go home as soon as possible. The preview of the film ended. The final credits appeared on the big screen, indicating the name of the director. The main actors left the auditorium to loud applause from the delighted spectators. The girl suggested that judging by the general reaction at the preview, the film turned out to be good. Her colleagues agreed with this. The elderly man said that he was very worried about Soo-hyun when, during the filming of one of the scenes, The director began to strongly criticize him. The girl said that in the end, the scene turned out very well. The actor again began to say that he did not understand the director because she first threw a tantrum and refused to change the script, and then used their improvisations in the final editing. Suddenly, Kim Il-hong appeared out of nowhere behind the elderly man and asked if she had done something wrong. The actors were very scared by the surprise, but then praised the director for his good work. The woman who was next to the director joked that her friend was not corrected and was still hunting for actors. Kim Il-hong replied that this was not the case. Afterwards, they went on about their business. The girl who played the role of a jury member said goodbye to the actors and wished them good work for today. Everyone was very surprised. The actors knew that this woman was a real professor at a music university, and the director had a strained relationship with the music industry, but apparently they made peace. The reason they made up was because Kim Il-hong was bragging about Soo-hyun and asking why the music teacher was so much worse than her in talent search. The man suggested that despite all the director's complaints, she liked the main character. Everyone agreed with this and suggested that Soo-hyun really did something great. The boy and his manager were already in the parking lot and were approaching the car when suddenly someone called him from behind. It was Kim Il-hong. The main character told her that the film turned out to be really emotional. The woman asked to leave the delight for later, because from that moment on there would be much more work. Soo-hyun didn't understand what was being discussed. The director continued to say, "I suppose that with a child everything difficult will become fun." After that, the woman and her friend left, leaving Soo-hyun with the thought that from now on, there would be much more work. Sang-il was also surprised because the film turned out great, and the preview ended, so it was unclear what the director meant. Chae-min said that he did not want to deal with difficult things. Soo-hyun was shocked to see an old acquaintance and asked where he was from. The guy replied that he was waiting for the main character here. After that, he smiled slyly and prepared to say something else. The next moment, the boy declared with great enthusiasm that Soo-hyun would be his colleague. The boy and his manager were surprised. Soo-hyun asked what it meant. Kwak Chae-min said that he had created a new agency and asked the child to join him. Without thinking twice, the main character replied that he had no intention of joining. The guy asked why, because the workload was gradually increasing and it would be too hard for one person. Then the boy replied that he would not join until he saw the guy's true nature. Chae-min hugged the main character, saying that he was a little disappointed, but knew that Soo-hyun was smart. Suddenly, a window appeared before the main character's eyes. The boy was surprised by this and immediately began to look around, looking for the camera that was filming him. It turned out that they were two girls who were taking pictures of their idol. Chae-min continued to say that the boy would have many advantages if he joined him. Suddenly, Choi Sang-il intervened in the conversation and suggested that the actors go to the nearest cafe in order to talk about everything there. After some time, our heroes moved to a cafe that was located near the cinema, where the preview of the film was taking place. Kwak Chae-min suggested starting a conversation before Choi Sang-il returned and told him that his company was called Entertainment Crown. First of all, the guy wanted to talk about the earnings ratio, after which he asked if Soo-hyun knew how much other actors were getting paid. The boy, slightly hesitant, replied that he knew about it approximately, after which he thought that in fact he didn't know much about actors his age. The protagonist knew that the idol's earning rate was terribly low because the initial investment he made was zero. Now he was a child actor and not an adult, which could become an even bigger disadvantage. Despite this, the boy wanted to earn more than in his previous life. Kwak Chae-min decided not to keep him waiting for long and said that the earnings ratio in his company would be 5-5, including the condition that the company would cover training costs. Soo-hyun was very surprised by this. The guy asked if the boy knew what this meant. The main character replied that if he earned 101, he would receive 50 of them. Kwak Chae-min stroked the boy's beam and catch and praised him for being smart. Then Soo-hyun asked how he could get half of the earnings. The guy started to say that his agency was more like a consultation than a management. He also promised that the company would give the young actor the necessary support and assistance. Moreover, the company will always put the boy's opinions first when faced with real-life situations. Soo-hyun asked if it mattered if his interests differed from the company's plans. Kwak Chae-min replied that he was not trying to raise the boy. He simply wanted to provide all possible support to the actors he liked with this agency. Having heard this, the main character now understood what the goal of the agency and Kwak Chae-min personally was. Soo-hyun thought that his friend simply wanted to take care of bright people. The guy promised to give the actors freedom because that's all he needed. He knew that everyone already had a trainer or a training center, so it would be wrong for the company to interfere with that. Chae-min also knew that the main character had his own acting teacher, and he was not going to hire a new one since everything was going well anyway. Soo-hyun thought that if he joined the agency, he would just need to focus on work and let his manager's salary, legal matters, and practice room be taken care of for him. That's why the main character thought that this was a really good offer for him. Kwak Chae-min noticed that the boy had almost agreed to his proposal, and smiling slyly decided to share another secret with him in order to finally convince him. The next moment, the guy announced that actor Lee So-han would also be joining the agency Crown Entertainment. Soo-hyun immediately declared that he would sign the contract right away. His manager was very surprised by this. The boy then shook Chae-min's hand and asked him to take care of him in the future. The boy agreed and asked the main character to do the same. That's how Soo-hyun successfully joined Entertainment Crown. Lee So-han was surprised that Soo-hyun joined the agency after barely hearing his name. The boy responded that he was inspired by having his idol. After that, the guy congratulated the boy on first place in ticket sales for the film Shadow Road. Then he said that he had already watched this film and he liked it. Lee So-han continued to say that the serene film was perfect for the spring season, and then asked if the director was a rookie, to which the boy responded in the affirmative. The guy then said that the plot was a bit lacking, but the editing was pretty good. In addition, he felt the directors were confident in their work. The actor also suggested that this director would be better at making feature films about non-commercial issues. Soo-hyun was surprised by how his idol saw all this. Kwak Chae-min heard this praise and was upset. The main character was very scared because of the guy's unexpected appearance behind him. After that, Chae-min took out a disc and said that it was an album with soundtracks for the movie Shadow Road. Soo-hyun was very surprised because this album had not yet been released. Seo-han clarified whether this was the same album that their agency and production company had agreed to release. The guy happily confirmed this and said that there were 5 versions of Soo-hyun's main song in this album, and the number of pre-orders was already off the charts. The main character praised Kwak Chae-min for his good work and said that he didn't expect anything else from him because he knew that the guy was smart. Lee So-han was also happy about this and asked Soo-hyun not to forget that director Chae-min might seem strict, but was good at business. Suddenly, someone abruptly opened the door and burst into the office. At the same time, a familiar voice called out to Soo-hyun. It was Choi Sang-il. He was very excited. Judging by the fact that the man was holding a phone in his hands, he had recently received an important call, so he asked his boss to take his passport. Everyone present did not understand what had happened, but the main character was interested in why he needed to take a passport. Choi Sang-il replied in an excited voice that they should fly to Cannes, which was famous for its film festivals. After some time, our heroes flew to France and got to the right place. Here they were already met by red carpets and many reporters. The film's director and 2 leading actors arrived at the festival. They stood humbly at the entrance, waiting for the photographers to do their job. Soo-hyun saw many screens with green frames and camera flashes in front of him and couldn't believe that they were in Cannes. The child looked in surprise at Kim Il-hong, who felt at home here and was also happy to be here. The main character wondered if this was really what the woman meant when she said that there was still a lot of hard work ahead. The boy remembered that before getting here, he had to take a photo, get a passport, memorize a short speech, and do a few other things. Besides this, there was another problem. Suddenly, the child grabbed his cheek because he felt a sharp pain. Kim Il-hong noticed this and asked if the boy was in pain. Soo-hyun decided not to tell the truth and replied that everything was fine. The director asked the main character to try not to lose consciousness and stay close to her. Soo-hyun hoped that everything would be fine. After this, several reporters ran up to our heroes and began asking what the actors thought about the fact that the film Shadow Road became a hit in Korea and was presented at the Cannes Film Festival. Soo-hyun replied that it was a great honor for him. Then the reporters asked the boy what he thought about the fact that in France, they were constantly talking about him. The main character replied that he just wanted to become a son that his mom and dad would be proud of. But he didn't think it would be easy because the other actor's skills were much better. After this, the child thought that even if he received the title of Best Child Actor in Korea, the situation on the world stage would be completely different. However, the arrival at the Cannes Film Festival at such an age was already surprising in itself. Soon the awards ceremony began. The host solemnly announced that this year's award was going to be given to Kang Soo-hyun from the movie Shadow Road. The main character was shocked by this and could not believe that he received the Chopar Trophy. Meanwhile, the hall was illuminated by a large number of flashes because photographers were trying to capture this moment. The woman who worked as a translator for our heroes congratulated Soo-hyun on being the first in Korea to receive the Chopard Trophy. Soo-hyun was very excited and asked the woman to remind him of something like a chocolate parfait. The translator immediately realized that the boy was very nervous. She said that the Chopard Trophy was widely known as the Cannes Award that rewarded a promising acting couple for their future success. Soo-hyun couldn't believe that he had won an award in Cannes. Praise and congratulations were heard from everywhere. To applause, the main character went on stage to receive a well-deserved award. But for him, it was all very unexpected, and he did not know how to behave. Approaching the presenter with uncertain steps, the boy thought that he did not remember a word from the speech he had prepared. He knew that this would happen, so he regretted that he didn't remember his speech perfectly, even if it meant staying up all night. Suddenly, Soo-hyun stumbled. The main character couldn't stay on his feet and began to fall down under the surprised looks of the audience and the flashes of cameras. The worried presenter immediately approached the boy and asked in a foreign language if everything was okay with him. Soo-hyun replied that he was fine, after which he began to rise to his feet. All those present decided to support the boy and therefore applauded him again, and the host led him to the microphone. Suddenly, the man felt something under his feet, which caused him to stop in place. The presenter was very surprised when he saw something shiny lying on the floor. This thing really interested him. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun took the microphone in his hand and hesitantly began his speech by thanking everyone present for their support. The main character continued to say that he was very happy to receive such an unexpected reward. Suddenly, the boy fell silent. He saw that the people in the hall were looking at him strangely, as if they were not admiring him but were frightened by something. Soo-hyun didn't understand what the reason was and began to worry that he had done something wrong. The next moment, the boy saw the presenter holding that same shiny thing in his hands and demonstrating it to the audience. The young actor could not believe that this happened right now. This thing turned out to be the main character's small baby tooth. Soo-hyun thought that it fell out when he tripped. The presenter gave the tooth to its owner and congratulated the boy on this event. Soo-hyun looked at his hand and realized that now his smile was, to put it mildly, not very good. Nevertheless, the presenter began to applaud the main character and congratulate him again. The next moment, the entire audience joined him, but Soo-hyun just continued to stand on the stage and tremble with excitement. One of the hosts said that it was very cute that the boy was at the age when his first teeth were falling out. Soo-hyun thanked him for these words, and photographers captured this moment. This is how the main character experienced his unforgettable shame before the whole world. Soon the main character returned home where he had to face new difficulties. Soo-hyun's mom and dad looked at his photo from the Cannes Film Festival and couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, the main character appeared in the room and asked with displeasure if they were laughing at his terrible photograph again. The parents asked him for forgiveness but could not stop laughing. They were very proud of their son because he was so sweet and charming. Soo-hyun didn't like it. He couldn't even sleep at night because he was worried that his friends would recognize him and tease him. Surprisingly, he looked great now. After the festival, the main character was given a year-long break to let his tooth grow. At this time, he finally turned 8 years old. The boy looked at his teeth in the mirror and thought that they looked good now. Finally, they arrived at the place. The main character's mother asked him to get out of the car and follow her. Soo-hyun looked out the car window and was surprised that he actually came back here. It was an elementary school where the boy was to go today for his first lesson in his new life. The moment when Soo-hyun entered elementary school was captured in a photo. During the first lesson, the teacher asked the children to stand up one by one and say their names in order to get to know each other. Soon it was Soo-hyun's turn. He stood up from the table and introduced himself, saying that he was glad to meet everyone. Suddenly, the boy heard his classmates start discussing what they saw him on TV. But not everyone believed it, and so the children asked each other if the main character was really a celebrity. The children did not hear the opinions of their peers, but their mothers and fathers liked this actor, although now he did not look so good. Soo-hyun was surprised to hear from those around him that he looked normal and didn't look like a celebrity at all. This was the first time this had happened to him. Soon, the first day of elementary school was over, after which the main character arrived at the office of the Entertainment Crown Agency. Kwak Chae-min asked his friend how his first day at school went. Soo-hyun was exhausted and could only say that everything went well. Of course, if you don't take into account the fact that during the break between classes, everyone thought it was necessary to ask the boy if he was famous. Kwak Chae-min laughed at this and said that this is why he prepared something good for the hard-working actor. The next moment, the guy invited Soo-hyun to perform in a variety show, which was a type of theatrical art that combined a variety of genres. The protagonist was slightly interested in this idea but still demanded more detailed explanations. Then the guy asked if the boy knew Banahana from Eve's. The boy, half enthusiastically, immediately replied that of course he knew it. After this, the child thought that he had not heard about Bonahan for a long time. Soo-hyun recalled that in his past life he had watched it since childhood and had not missed a single episode. But after his parents were deceived by scammers, he could no longer watch TV. Even now, when the main character thought about it, it drove him crazy. Trying to restrain himself, he clenched his hand into a fist. Kwak Chae-min continued to say that there would be some special event to celebrate the 1000th episode. This got the boy interested. The guy handed Soo-hyun some papers and said that this event would be called Children Pursuing Their Dreams. This will be an episode about kids who have worked hard to achieve their goals, with child guest stars serving as live phone mentors. Unexpectedly, Kwak Chae-min assumed that his classmates did not recognize Soo-hyun. These words touched the protagonist. The guy explained that this happened even if you take a break for just 1 year, so the boy had to star in a TV show that half of his classmates watch. The main character thought that his friend was right, after which he asked who else would be filming with him in this show. Kwak Chae-min smiled good-naturedly and told the boy that he had known them all for a long time. Soon, the live broadcast of The Sound of Music began at EBC Studios and could be heard far beyond the soundstage. The hosts were happy that the 1000th episode of Bonahana had finally aired and asked the viewers to clap their hands with them. The guy host continued to say that today was a special day, so he invited special guests. His partner was surprised and asked who it was. The next moment, invited child stars began to appear on stage, among them the main character. The boy greeted all the viewers and introduced himself, saying that he was 8-year-old actor Kang Soo-hyun. Next to introduce herself was Yoon So-ra, who was known for the recently released film Cinderella's Little Sister. She was 10 years old. And the third guest was Nam Ji-yoon, who starred with Soo-hyun in the movie Praise. She was 12 years old. The host was surprised that the guys who followed their dreams were so cool, after which he suggested listening to some questions from the audience. Soon a boy from the 4th grade contacted the studio. The presenters were glad that he contacted them and asked what his question was. The boy said that he really liked drawing, but his mother said that not everyone could do it and that he just needed to study. Everyone immediately began to sympathize with the child. The host wondered whether the guests would be able to help the boy with advice and asked Ji-yoon what she thought about this. The girl directly stated that the boy's mother was too harsh and she could not say such things just because she was his mother. She continued to say that the boy should change his mother's mind even if it meant fighting her. The host was surprised by this answer and gave the floor to Sori. The girl began to timidly say that perhaps she should have listened to her mother because parents always cared about the future of their children. But the boy said that he always listened to his mother, but she did not support him. So Ra was surprised by this and began to think what to do. Ji-yoon again said that if this was really a dream, then the boys should do everything to achieve it. After that, it was Soo-hyun's turn. He thought that he should write a letter in which he should explain that the boy would try very hard and take responsibility for his choice. The boy who asked for advice liked this idea, and he thanked the main character. The hosts were pleased that I and the guests were able to help the viewer. Soo-hyun thought that the girls' opinions were so different that it was even dangerous. He hoped that he would be able to successfully resolve everything in the future and that no problems would arise. However, the difference in the girls' opinions only grew. Soon another question came from a viewer that 2 of his close friends had quarreled, and he did not know what to do. Ji-yoon immediately replied that they should have resolved this issue themselves, since it was their personal quarrel. So Ra believed that it was necessary to listen to both friends and then help them become closer again. Ji-yoon was surprised by this answer because she thought that if she did this, the quarrel would only get worse. So Ra was sure that if she could resolve the misunderstanding, the friends would quickly make peace. Suddenly, Ji-yoon asked why the girl always did what people wanted. Then she asked if she really didn't have her own feelings. So Ra didn't know what to answer. The hosts of the show and Soo-hyun were shocked by what was happening on the set, and therefore only silently watched all this from the sidelines without trying to interfere. The main character thought that they screwed up because right now there was an argument going on between the guests during the live broadcast. The director was very unhappy with what the child actors did on live television and said that he had never seen such behavior from guests in his entire life. The woman who was responsible for them asked for forgiveness. As he was leaving, the man said that for now the viewers were distracted by the hosts, but the children needed to resolve this situation quickly. There were 10 minutes for everything and then the show had to go on. The children were depressed and felt guilty. The woman was also upset and reminded that they had been warned in advance and agreed with the warnings. She tearfully asked the children to try to fix everything. Ji-yoon and So-ra asked the woman for forgiveness for their behavior because they understood that she was now in trouble because of them. However, the woman was still worried and did not know what to do. Suddenly, someone tried to get her attention by pulling on her clothes. It was Soo-hyun. The boy asked the woman to step aside with him so he could talk to her alone. The woman asked the child what happened. The main character said that the next stage of the show would be a quiz. The boy asked if it was possible to change the last question. The woman was surprised by this and asked what question should have been asked last. Soo-hyun quietly explained his idea so that the other guests wouldn't hear him. The woman asked if the boy was sure that it would work. The protagonist promised to take care of it. For some time, the woman doubted and wondered whether she should trust the child, but she still agreed. After that, she quickly ran off to fulfill the boy's request, and Soo-hyun only had to do the most difficult part. The main character carefully entered the room where his girlfriends remained and began to carefully watch them. Soo-hyun thought that it was still quiet here. Ji-yoon and So-ra turned away from each other and did not talk. Finally, So-ra turned to her friend and asked for forgiveness. Ji-yoon was surprised by this and asked why she continued to apologize. The girl replied that she felt guilty for the spoiled atmosphere on the show. Ji-yoon again rudely asked why she asked her for forgiveness for this. After that, she called So-ru a bore. The protagonist looked at his watch and realized that they still had 5 minutes left before going to the set. Soo-hyun put his hand in his pocket, thinking that this was the only thing he could believe in right now. The boy took out a small picture of a cute dog and showed it to his friends. Ji-yoon and So-ra were very surprised and looked at the picture carefully. Soo-hyun said that yesterday he pulled out Ari from a bun, who was a character from the popular manhwa Ari and her friends. This picture was very rare, so the boy was so happy. Ji-yoon looked at this picture with admiration and could not believe that the main character could be so lucky. Soo-hyun was surprised that at such a young age, Ji-yoon was interested in characters from a manhwa. The girl immediately pulled herself together and turned away. After that, she started denying it and saying that it had nothing to do with her. Then Soo-hyun turned to So-rae and asked who her favorite character was. Ji-yoon was about to say that this manhwa was only interesting to little children, but So-ra interrupted her and replied that she liked the character named Gami. Ji-yoon was very surprised and asked the girl if it was really like that. So-ra was a little scared out of surprise and repeated that she liked Gami. The next moment, Ji-yoon honestly admitted that she also liked this character. So-ra was very surprised because she knew that few people liked him. After that, the girls started discussing their love for the character from the manhwa, and Soo-hyun watched silently with a satisfied look. When the time we were seeing came to an end, the director's assistant ran into the room and with tears in her eyes said that if the girls didn't stand still, they would all be in big trouble. The woman was very surprised when she saw that there was no longer any conflict and that the girls were amicably looking at pictures of manhwa characters. Soo-hyun turned to the woman and said that they could now continue participating in the show. For some time, the woman could not come to her senses after what she saw. Meanwhile, the presenters announced that the final part of Bonahana had already begun. The workers gave a signal, after which the host loudly suggested to the audience to call the special guests back onto the stage. Then the child actors appeared in the frame and were greeted by the female presenter who said that she was glad to see them again. In this part of the show, there was a quiz, and if all the guests answered the question the same way, they would get a chance to spin the wheel and get a prize. They had 3 attempts in total. To answer the first question, you had to look at the pictures and write down what first came to mind. Soo-hyun showed a piece of paper on which the word violin was written. This was the boy's answer. After him, So-ra gave her answer. The girl was not sure, but she believed that the correct answer was the word vine. Ji-yoon didn't know the answer, so she just drew a picture. The host announced that only Soo-hyun gave the correct answer, but the child actors had a few more tries. The second question was about the fairy tale, Cinderella. It was necessary to answer what she lost when the clock struck midnight. The main character thought that she lost her voice. So-ree's picture was unclear, but in small print at the bottom it said that Cinderella had lost her glass slipper. The best answer was Ji-yoon. This answer and the previous ones turned out to be correct. Unfortunately, not all 3 participants answered the same way, so the quiz continued, and our heroes had one more try. The host announced that it was time for the last question. Soo-hyun looked at the woman he was instructing to ask the last question. She looked at the main character and slightly shook her head, making it clear that everything was done as he asked. The next moment, the host asked which animal he liked more, a cat or a dog. So-ra and Ji-yoon were very surprised by this question. They looked at each other sharply, and simultaneously thought that the answer was their favorite character from the Manhwa Gami, who was a cat. Ji-yoon looked at the main character with displeasure, trying to convey the necessary answer to him with the power of thought, and so Ra hoped that they would succeed. After this, the host asked the participants to show their answers. The animal that the guests liked the most was the cat. It turned out that all three children answered the same way, and therefore won the quiz. The children and the spectators who were watching all this were very happy about this. The host said that this was the most fun broadcast of Bonahana, and then asked Soo-hyun how he rated today. The boy was happy that he became a special guest on his favorite show. He continued to say that he actually liked dogs more, but Ji-yoon looked at him so terribly that he chose a cat. The girl denied that such a thing had happened. The host then suggested that Ji-yoon and So-ra had become closer today than before. So-ra responded that she had an unforgettable experience today and was grateful to her friends. Soon the show ended. Our hero's work was also finished and they went backstage. Suddenly, Ji-yoon turned to So-ri. The girl apologized for hurting her friend earlier and said that she just wanted So-ra to speak more freely despite the feelings of others. Ji-yoon continued to say that they simply had different opinions, but that didn't mean that her friend wasn't right. So-ra was mesmerized by what Ji-yoon was telling her. The next moment, the girl began to cry and thank her friend for these words. Ji-yoon was surprised and did not understand why So-ra was crying. Ji-yoon continued to say that at first she thought the girl was boring, but when they started talking, she realized that she could get along with her and was surprised by this. So-ra responded to this by saying that she always thought that if people were different, they could not be friends, but today she changed her mind. In the end, the girls came to the conclusion that although they were different, they liked the same things, which brought them closer together. Soo-hyun looked at all this and thought that at first he was worried about what would happen to his friends when the atmosphere became bad. But now he understood that the girls would become close friends. There was a whole heap of various sweets and small gifts on the table. The main character enjoyed the confectionery with great pleasure, without limiting himself in any way. Seeing this, Chae-min assumed that something good had happened at school today. A pleased Soo-hyun said that all of this was given to him by his school friends. After that, the boy thought that it was good that he listened to the guy when he offered him to participate in Bonahana. It turned out that all of his classmates watched the show and believed that he was a real celebrity. Thanks to this, the child actor's name spread after a long break. In addition, thanks to participating in this show, So-ra and Ji-yoon became best friends. Soo-hyun was very happy that he had such a trustworthy CEO. Kwak Chae-min was very pleased to hear these words. Suddenly, the guy took out an envelope and said that he had something tastier than the sweets that were lying on the table. The main character realized that this was his next job. Chae-min said that it was an invitation to audition for a film, after which he decided to see what kind of role it was. Soo-hyun had already anticipated that he would play a rich man or a crown prince, but it turned out that his role would be the middle son, who single-handedly supported the family and took care of his brothers. Chae-min asked the boy what he thought about it. The main character thought it was some kind of depressing family film. The guy began to take the documents out of the envelope and doubted the boy's words, thinking that it was a little different. Chae-min handed Soo-hyun the documents and said that unlike the author's previous works, which were full of cliches, this one was funny and very different. The main character was surprised when he saw in the documents the concept art of one of the monsters that would be in the film. The boy thought that this style was familiar to him. After that, Soo-hyun asked if he could find out the name of this film. Chae-min replied that this film would be called Monster and would be directed by Heo Jae-hee. Hearing this title and the name of the director, the main character was very surprised because she learned about him from a past life. One day, people gathered at the cinema to watch a recently released film. Little Soo-hyun was upset because he wanted to go to the amusement park, but his dad said that there were dinosaurs in the movie, which the boy liked so much. The main character still remained dissatisfied and thought that dinosaurs were not monsters. After 2 hours, Soo-hyun's opinion completely changed, and from that moment on, he became a true fan of director Heo Jae-hee. Years later, the now adult Soo-hyun noticed a poster that presented a new film by the same director called Monster. The guy was surprised that his favorite director returned with a new work. He immediately remembered watching one of his films as a child. Soo-hyun was glad that he and Heo Jae-hee lived in the same generation. The guy considered this film to be the best work of his favorite director. Chae-min asked the boy what he thought about it and if he wanted to try to audition. The boy said with delight in his eyes that he wanted to do it. Hearing this, the guy said that he had expected such an answer. so he had already signed the boy up for an audition. Soo-hyun was surprised and did not understand how his boss knew him so well. After this, the protagonist assumed that the description of the film had not yet been published, so he asked Chae-min if he had been sent a draft of the project. The guy replied that he hadn't been sent anything, but he had received a description through an acquaintance. The boy was surprised again and asked if the guy wasn't too proud for that. The head of the agency replied that he was one of those people who could not contain his curiosity, especially if huge amounts of money were involved. He went on to say that the director and his team wanted to hold auditions for family films, but in the end it would be an action film or a sci-fi movie. Chae-min continued to say that in the end, the unhappy family will encounter monsters, go through various problems, and in the end, become happy or something like that. Soo-hyun was impressed by his friend's insight and suggested that he should quit the company and become a fortune teller. After some time, the main character arrived at a small office building where an audition was taking place to recruit actors for the film Monster. Several audition participants had already gathered there. The assistant director handed them each a copy of the script. The children were surprised and couldn't believe that they had 30 minutes left before the audition, but they had to memorize the entire script. Soo-hyun was already sitting and studying the text. The main character immediately realized that the audition began the moment the participants were given their numbers. The boy thought that the number of lines was a trick because they only had to remember 6 or 7. In essence, the jury members said that the participant would not get the role if he could not do this. However, the main character was sure that the jury members would only check acting skills, but at the same time they wanted to test the participants in many other categories. Suddenly Soo-hyun felt someone touch his hand, causing him to be distracted from his thoughts. It was a little girl who looked at the main character with a pitiful look. Soo-hyun asked her what happened, while thinking that she looked about 6 or 7 years old. The girl timidly asked how the main character managed to remember everything. After that, she intensified her pitiful look so that the boy would definitely not refuse to help her. Soo-hyun covered himself with his hand so as not to be blinded by the bright light that emanated from the girl. Then he thought that he would be able to remember the text faster while he was teaching her. After this, the main character asked the girl to sit next to him, and they began to prepare for the audition together. Some time passed. The assistant director came out to the participants and called out the next number. It was number 5, which belonged to Soo-hyun. Upon entering the office, the boy was immediately asked if he had been able to learn the script in such a short time. The main character answered affirmatively that he had been able to do so. The director was glad to hear this and suggested starting the audition. After this, the main character portrayed several scenes from the script, placing the main emphasis on his acting skills. He easily imagined missing objects or characters and behaved as if he had already been filmed in a movie with all the necessary scenery. One of the jury members, looking at this, thought that it looked amazing, and even though the boy was playing alone, there was a feeling that there was someone else with him. The director praised the child for his good acting and suggested moving on to the last scene. For this, he needed a partner, who was one of the judges. The man loudly asked where the boy hid the money. The child breaks out of his hands. The man said that he knew nothing about it. After that, he began to say that the man had not earned a penny for them, but for some reason he came and asked about money. Suddenly, the character stopped and looked to the side as if there was something there that attracted his attention. The boy dropped to his knees and, according to the plot, began asking his imaginary younger sister Se-jin not to cry. Then the main character seemed to take the imaginary child by the shoulders and looked into his eyes. The next moment, Soo-hyun, without breaking character, hugged his sister and promised that everything would be okay and that he would protect her. One of the jury members was so shocked by what he saw that he didn't notice how he dropped the pen from his hand. With a trembling voice, he thanked Soo-hyun for participating in the audition and said that he could go now. The jury members immediately began to discuss the main character, saying that he was on a different level compared to the other participants, although he was only 8 years old. One of the men was pleased and said that he had been really looking forward to this film, after which he turned to the director and asked what she thought about it. Ho Jae-hee didn't respond to this because she was completely immersed in her thoughts regarding work. Then her colleagues approached her again. Unexpectedly, the woman said with regret that she had expected such an outcome. After that, she suggested that it would be better to shoot the film based on the second scenario in which the middle child died. The director's colleagues were very surprised by this decision. At this time, a satisfied Soo-hyun had just left the building and was smiling at the bright sun. You understand that this role was already in his pocket. After some time, The main character learned about the change in the script and was very surprised. He couldn't believe that the character he would play would die. Choi Sang-il didn't expect it either. Soo-hyun wondered why the character he would be playing would die. The manager thought that the character's death was natural for the plot. So the man asked the boy what the problem was. The main character looked at the script and was sure that it was different from the script of the film he watched before the Rebirth. In the movie Monster, Soo-hyun will play the second son of the family named Hye-yoon, a character who escapes from monsters with his younger sister Se-jin. Along the way, he meets his father, who has come to his senses and receives his protection. But in the new script, surprisingly, the main character, his character, dies for some reason. Soo-hyun thought about this change carefully and couldn't tell whether the revised script was better or worse than the original. Choi Sang-il continued to say that in his opinion, if Hye-yoon survives in the film and receives her father's protection, the originality of the role and the depth of the character will be diminished. Soo-hyun agreed with this because in the changed script, the little boy who was forced to become an adult for the sake of his beloved little sister became the most memorable character. The protagonist didn't want the future to change completely and have a butterfly effect just because of this rewritten script. To prevent this from happening, the boy needed to do everything as close as possible to Hye-yoon before the reincarnation, but the problem was also in his younger sister. According to the new script, Seo-jin's character was also changed. In order to find a solution to this problem, the main character turned to his acting teacher. Best Girl asked Soo-hyun if the filming of his movie would start tomorrow, and the boy confirmed it. The girl then said that he seemed unusually tense, so she wondered what was bothering him. The main character tried to find the words but did not understand how he could explain the problem that was troubling him. The boy thought that he was nervous because the scenario had changed greatly from the one that was before his rebirth. The girl watched from the side and thought that since the child was able to perfectly master the script, his worries were clearly not due to a mistake. Then she called the chief in order to distract him from his thoughts. The boy immediately looked at her and began to listen to what she would tell him. The girl went on to say that Soo-hyun was a child who could perform flawlessly on his own, and she thought that he was an amazing talent. But now the teacher wanted the boy to become so deeply immersed in acting that he would become one with his character. The girl asked to immerse herself so deeply that Soo-hyun could not distinguish where he was and where his character was, and so that everything would become insignificant and not bother him. Then the main character asked if he didn't always immerse himself in the role when he played, but this girl just smiled. Soon the teacher told him that at that moment when the boy's body would move instinctively without any calculation, he would understand the true pleasure of acting. August has arrived. Filming of the movie Monster was already in full swing. One day the main character came to the set and greeted his colleagues who asked him to give it his all. Suddenly someone's cheerful, familiar voice addressed the boy. Soo-hyun immediately turned to see who was calling him. The same girl from the audition whom he helped ran up to him and joyfully shouted that she had been waiting for him for many years. The main character greeted Eun-seo and asked if she had practiced the script a lot. The girl replied that she remembered her lines much better when she practiced following his advice. Go Eun-seo originally auditioned for the role of Hye-yoon's second son, but was chosen to play his younger sister, Se-jin. In the original script, Se-jin was a 5-month-old baby who was protected by the main character throughout the film. The change of actress playing this role for Soo-hyun was as unpredictable as Hye-yoon's death. The boy felt that he needed to put his thoughts in order to prevent any uncertainties in the future. But the main character now doesn't understand at all how he could work with this cutie. The main character was moved and lost his head at the mere sight of her. The assistant director announced that they were now going to film a scene with Hye-yoon and Seo-jin. The actors immediately ran happily to their workplaces. After some time, this scene was filmed. The workers on the set praised the actors for their good work and said that they both looked very much like relatives. Eun-seo was very happy that their work was praised, and overall the girl was in a great mood. Soo-hyun was also very happy and wondered if this was what it felt like when you had brothers or sisters. The main character remembered that he had always been the only child in the family. This sometimes made the boy sad, and he thought that if he had a younger sister, he would not ask for anything else. Even though it was already evening, work on the set was still going on. The director asked the actors to come up to him for a minute. Heo Jae-hee turned to the children and said that the next scene would be filled with tension. The director was going to film the scene where Hye-yoon and Seo-jin ran away from the monster through narrow alleys until they both ran out of breath and found shelter, all in one take. The woman understood that it might be difficult for the children, but she believed that they could handle it. Soo-hyun said that he had practiced a lot for today. Yoon-seo was also ready. Soon the assistant director banged the clapperboard and the filming of the scene began. The main character of the film ran quickly, trying to escape from the impending danger. Hae-yoon did not let go of his younger sister's hand so that she would not lag behind. A small trolley with a camera was moving along the long rails, filming all of this on video. Looking back, Hae-yoon asked Seo-jin to be patient a little longer, hoping that they would be able to find shelter soon. Soo-hyun, without leaving his role, continued to run, thinking along the way that now he should run to the turn that he saw ahead. All this time, Hae-yoon, like a caring older brother, did not let go of Seo-jin's hand. Suddenly, a small figure quickly ran in front of our heroes. It was a black cat who, out of fear, touched the broom with his paw, which of course was not according to the script. As a result, the carelessly abandoned instrument began to fall right at the actor's feet. Soo-hyun was frightened by the surprise and realized that he would not be able to avoid falling. The next moment, time seemed to slow down for the main character, and he could think calmly. Soo-hyun remembered that it was a one-take shoot and therefore believed that he had no room for error. The boy was afraid that if he didn't do anything, it would definitely end in a bad take. Therefore, the main character decided that after falling, he would definitely need to get up and continue running in order for the frame to be saved. Once this decision was made, Soo-hyun realized that he had another problem on top of everything else. Since he had been holding Yoon Seo's hand all this time, the girl was now falling onto the hard asphalt along with him. The main character got so into the role of a caring older brother, to whom Hae-yoon was so keen that he didn't think twice about putting his hands in to catch his sister. The next moment, Soo-hyun fell down with a crash, catching the girl and carefully hugging her to himself so that she would not be hurt. The hard asphalt scratched Soo-hyun's skin until it bled, causing him incredible pain. Finally, the worst was already behind us. The main character was lying on the ground with Yoon So-dee trying to recover from an unintentional fall. A few moments later, a worried Soo-hyun asked the girl if everything was okay with her. Yoon Seo replied that everything was fine with her. Don't waste time. The main character examined the girl, trying to understand if she was injured. Yoon So said that she was fine because the boy protected her. After that, the children continued to act out their roles and ran again, but this time not so fast because Soo-hyun's wounds still hurt. Finally, they turned the corner together, where the cameraman and the worried director were already waiting for them. At this point, the filming of the scene was finished. Yoon Seo asked if the boy was okay, but he no longer answered because he began to fall to the ground again. Adults immediately ran up to him with a first aid kit to provide first aid. The main character no longer knew what happened next because he lost consciousness. Very soon, the main character was taken to the Sacred Heart Hospital of Sunrim University. Kwak Chae-min stood at the door of the operating room, worried and unable to find a place for himself, very worried about his friend. Finally, the door swung open and surgeons and a nurse began to emerge from the room. Their faces turned sad. Seeing this, Kwak Chae-min's anxiety rose even higher, and he began to assume the worst outcome. The worried guy immediately ran up to the doctor and, without holding back his emotions, loudly asked what happened to Soo-hyun. The surgeon was horrified when he heard the main character's name, as if it brought back unpleasant memories. Chae-min, seeing the doctor's expression, was also horrified, not believing that everything was very serious. The boy began to beg the doctor to do everything possible and save Soo-hyun. The doctor took him by the hand and asked him to calm down first. After this, the very nervous guy began to listen to everything the doctor told him about what was happening with the patient Soo-hyun. The main character was in his room number 318. The boy was safe and was sitting in his crib eating the sliced apples that his mother was feeding him. He was very surprised when he saw Kwak Chae-min. Choi Sang-il asked why the guy went to the operating room because he wrote to him that Soo-hyun was in the ward. After the stress he had experienced, Chae-min was broken. He said that when he was walking down the hospital corridor, he heard someone calling for Soo-hyun in front of the operating room, so the guy assumed the worst. The boy reassured Chae-min by saying that he was fine and that he had only slightly overdone it and lost consciousness, but that his injuries were not very serious. Hearing this, the guy began to approach the bed and seriously say that the actor's body was his resource. But more importantly, neither his parents nor he himself wanted the boy to suffer. The guy also said that it wouldn't be bad if Soo-hyun had a lot of bad takes, so from that moment on, the child's health was a priority. The protagonist agreed with Kwak Chae-min's words with annoyance in his voice. The boy's mother turned to him and said that the boy was right. The woman took her son by the hand and said that she knew how much he enjoyed playing roles, but the most important thing was to be healthy so that he could play whatever he wanted. Soo-hyun apologized for his carelessness and promised that from now on he would take care of his health. Coming out of the room, Chae-min exhaled with relief and said that he had hardly heard that the boy was injured, but various thoughts immediately started spinning in his head. The guy was glad that the child was hospitalized for only a few days. Sang-il says that despite his wounds, Soo-hyun asked to give him the script of the film to deepen his understanding of the character. Kwak Chae-min was surprised by this, but said with a smile that this was typical behavior for Soo-hyun. Taking out his phone, the guy said that as the president of the agency, he could not allow their actors' determination to go to waste. After that, he called the marketing department and assigned them the task that was most important right now. A few days later, Soo-hyun and his manager were already on their way somewhere on business. Choi Sang-il said that the boy needed to rest now, so he doubted whether it would work. Soo-hyun replied that he couldn't give it to him during his rest. The boy, turning page after page, said that in addition to everything else, he was simply interested not only in the script, but also in the characters he played. Every day his character took care of his little sister, instead of his mother who had passed away, and during his first encounter with the monster, he is called a liar who mistook a dog for a monster. In the story, Hae-yun warns others of danger, which causes him to be ridiculed and eventually meets death face to face. Soo-hyun continued to say that this character's life was completely different from his life. But the more the boy thought about it, the sadder he became, so he couldn't sit back. Sang-il responded to this by saying that the main character had changed because before he used his great acting to reveal his talent and promote his name, but now he has sincerely fallen in love with acting. Soo-hyun was surprised by his manager's conclusion, and hugging another gift from fans, asked if it wasn't nice to bask in the rays of the ever-growing words every day. The boy also added that growing payments were regularly being received into his bank account. The manager only smiled at this. Suddenly, the protagonist added that Choi Sang-il's conclusions also described his current state well. Soo-hyun, holding the script in his hands, said that it was the first time he had been so carried away and in love with something. It was quite exciting and great for the main character to discover this side of himself. He really liked this job. At this, Choi Sang-il smiled because he was pleased that the main character confessed this to him. After this, the manager said that if this brought joy to the actor, then he should have given him full support. Arriving at the set, Soo-hyun immediately met Yoon-seo with slices of happiness in her eyes. The girl immediately hugged the main character and asked if everything was okay with him and if he was already feeling better. The assistant director said that the girl was very worried about him. Yoon-seo continued to cry and say that she had to hold back from visiting Soo-hyun in the hospital and that she had worked hard in his absence. Thanks to this, the girl believed that the main character would not be very tired after returning and would recover quickly. Soo-hyun thanked her and said that thanks to her efforts, he would be able to gather his strength for today's filming. These words made Yoon-seo happy. The assistant director also praised the girl, saying that she did a great job on the important day and that today was the last shoot for Hae-yun's character. The main character thought with sadness in his eyes about the last scene of the character he played in this film. According to the plot, in this scene, Hae-yun's younger sister was fast asleep. At the same time, the main character came to cook ramen for her. But suddenly he encountered a monster in a place he considered the safest. The monster made its way into the main character's own house. The boy heard rustling sounds in the next room and understood everything. Soo-hyun looked at the screen and thought that he needed to find the right angle since all the scenes with the monster would be created using computer graphics. To protect his little sister, the main character locked her in a locker and tied the door with a rope so that the monster could not get to her. After that, Hee-yun took the baseball bat with a hand trembling with fear, because now he would have to face his fear. In the final scene, the boy said his little sister's name with tears in his eyes. After that, the boy gripped the baseball bat tighter and promised that he would protect Se-jin. The next moment, the director's voice sounded, announcing the end of filming. The film was not yet finished, but the staff gathered together to celebrate the day and praise Soo-hyun for his good work. Heo Jae-hee poured some soda for the main character and asked him to drink it all. Everyone was having a lot of fun. They ate and drank. The director thanked the boy for working hard until the very end. Soo-hyun replied that he himself really liked it, after which he wished him luck with the remaining filming. The woman said that she never thought that Hae-yun's character would have such an impact, and it was all thanks to Soo-hyun. After that, she wished the boy a good rest and said that they would see each other again at the dubbing of the film. The main character thanked the director. After this, there was a slight awkward silence between the actor and the director. The unexpected woman asked the boy if he had any plans for future projects. Soo-hyun replied that for now he wanted to focus on his school studies. These words seemed to sadden the woman, after which they again sat in silence and silently ate their food. Again, just as unexpectedly, the director broke the silence and asked whether the boy would act in at least one project a year. Soo-hyun thought that this is exactly what he would do. After this, there was silence again, but this time the main character had already begun to suspect something. The boy asked why the woman was asking about his future projects. She replied that she actually wanted Soo-hyun to be the main character in her next project. The boy was delighted that Ho Jae-hee acknowledged him and thought that this was a great opportunity that he should definitely take advantage of. After this, Soo-hyun happily said that he would really like to be a part of the next project and collaborate with the director on her future works. This conversation was suddenly interrupted by one of the crew members who appeared out of nowhere and joked that this conversation was like a confession scene. After that, he asked if the director loved Soo-hyun too much and asked her to join their table because they were really waiting for her there. The woman agreed. The main character was upset that the conversation with the director was interrupted because the atmosphere was so wonderful. The woman noticed sadness in the boy's eyes. The next moment, she said that she would definitely contact him to discuss future joint projects. Soo-hyun was very happy to hear this and thought that thanks to filming the movie, he received recognition from the director he admired and met the beautiful girl Ayun Seo. In addition, the boy realized a new side of himself that was absorbed and in love with acting. Although the changes in the future made him worry, today, Soo-hyun wanted to enjoy this joy. It was one of many ordinary days. The sky was clear, the sun was shining brightly. The main character's parents were very surprised when they saw a photo of their son on a poster advertising a new smartphone. In addition, large posters were posted around the city, announcing the premiere of a new film by director Ho Jae-hee. The parents looked at all this with admiration, while their son thought that his mom and dad were more excited than he was. The main character's mother said her son was simply incredible, but when he got hurt on set last year, her heart nearly stopped. The man said that he was also scared then, but the boy still managed to finish filming the movie and even filming the trailer. After that, he patted Soo-hyun on the head and didn't say that his son was great. The main character thanked his parents for their support. After that, he turned to Kwak Chae-min and also thanked him. The guy was surprised by this and asked what he was thanking him for. Soo-hyun revealed that he received a new smartphone to film a commercial because the agency president said that his image of overcoming difficulties matched well with the product. So the boy thanked the guy for promoting his role as the injured actor. Kwak Chae-min was very touched by these words. After that, he asked the protagonist to never take such a risk again. Soo-hyun agreed with this because he had been struggling with the consequences of that fall for a whole year. The boy began to tell that his back hurt and that he also twisted his ankle. Chae-min was surprised by this and asked if the boy was exactly 9 years old. After a little more time, the car stopped and Choi Sang-il said that they had already arrived at the example. Soo-hyun was very happy about this because the day of the premiere of the movie Monster had finally arrived. A large poster that announced this hung on the cinema building. Two girls took a photo together in front of a poster for a new movie to commemorate the day. One of them was surprised that her friend had the model of smartphone that Soo-hyun advertised. The girl said that it was the Cosmos S smartphone that her parents bought for her. Her friend was delighted with this phone and said that they were very jealous. The girl with glasses said that she was going to take a bunch of pictures from today's premiere. Soon the premiere of the film began. It began with some scientists, during the development of biological weapons, pouring a blue liquid into a body of water. It was thanks to this liquid that the very monster after which the film was named appeared. After this, the main characters were shown. Hae-yun asked his younger sister to return home because it was already getting dark, but the girl wanted to say goodbye to Mr. Drake before that. Suddenly the boy noticed something grab the duck and drag it under the water. It was a monster that lived in this reservoir. This is how the boy's first encounter with this creature took place. Hae-yun told the police what he saw, but they thought that the boy saw a hungry stray dog and just laughed at it. Having endured ridicule, the heroes of the film returned home, but there was no peace waiting for them there either. The night greeted them with pouring rain. There was a lot of swearing in the house. The father of the family, who loved drinking and gambling, ordered his wife to give him the money, but she swore that she didn't have a penny. Hae-yun comforted his younger sister, asking her not to cry and promising that her brother would protect her. Meanwhile, the movie show was not even halfway through. The main character of the film woke up because Sejin's voice was calling him. It turned out that Hae-yun was sleeping, but his younger sister woke him up because she wanted to eat. The boy asked his sister to be patient for a little while because he was going to make her some ramen. Meanwhile, Seo-jin climbed into the cabinet and fell asleep there. Hae-yun looked at his younger sister with affection, not believing that she was sleeping here again, but he thought that there was nothing he could do about it. The boy tried to wake her up by telling her that she needed to eat before going to bed because she hadn't eaten anything that day. But suddenly he felt something was wrong. Turning around, Hee-yun saw a black silhouette outside the window and frightening sounds were coming from the street. The next moment, the silhouette quickly ran away somewhere. The boy realized that danger was approaching. Hee-yun didn't have to worry. But despite this, she thought about her younger sister first and closed the cabinet doors. Without wasting any time, the boy quickly picked up a long red ribbon from the floor. Using a ribbon, he tied the handles of the cabinet so that the monster would not harm the girl. After this, the main character of the film looked out the window again, where a dangerous creature was already waiting for him. Hee-yun was dumbfounded when he saw a monster with large, sharp teeth and different eyes that glowed in the dark. However, the boy had already made up his mind, and so he picked up a baseball bat. His hands were shaking with fear, but he didn't even think about running away. Hee-yun couldn't hold back her tears, but promised her younger sister that she would protect her. After a while, a broken, bloody baseball bat lay on the floor. Everything was obvious. After this scene, Soo-hyun's participation in the film was over. The two girls who were taking pictures at the cinema were enchanted by this film and did not get distracted for a moment while watching it. As soon as the film ended, they began to cry bitter tears, condoling with the main character and his younger sister. Both girls agreed that this film will definitely be very successful, especially due to Soo-hyun's acting. The girls thought that the film itself was good, but Ha-yoon was a very touching character, and even though he was only at the beginning of the film, he left a lasting impression. After that, each of them thought that she was very happy to be Soo-hyun's fan. After the screening was over, it was time for the Q&A section where viewers could ask questions to the director and actors. Very quickly, the first person willing to ask a question was found. The guy took the microphone and started saying that he was a big fan of director Ho Jae-hee, and the monster in the movie was so scary that his knees were still shaking. He also said that the realistic acting enhanced the impression of the film. Those same two fans of Soo-hyun who nodded their heads approvingly agreed with him. The guy continued to say that he heard that one of the actors was injured while playing his character, and he was interested in what the director felt at that time. Ho Jae-hee took the microphone and began to say that her next words might have seemed like an apology. But when Soo-hyun fell, she was about to stop filming. The woman remembered how Soo-hyun fell down with a crash, catching the girl and carefully hugging her to himself so that she would not be hurt. The hard asphalt scratched Soo-hyun's skin until it bled, causing him incredible pain. Seeing this, Ho Jae-hee jumped up from her seat because she was very scared for the children. The woman was already preparing to give the command to stop filming, but she stopped mid-sentence because she saw something. Soo-hyun and Yoon Seo stood up and began running again along the same trajectory as originally planned. The main character looked into the director's eyes and seemed to tell her not to dare stop filming. Ho Jae-hee was very surprised by this and just silently watched what was happening on the set. Her assistant thought that Soo-hyun should have been taken care of first, but the woman thought that the boy was not running for treatment. The protagonist continued to convincingly play the character as if he was really being chased by a monster. The director went on to say that she felt sorry that her ambitions had placed such a heavy burden on the actor, but was grateful to him for completing the film with passion. The woman apologized to Soo-hyun again and hoped that he would work with her on future projects. The boy responded happily that it would be a big part for him. After this answer, the host again turned to the audience in order to find a person with an interesting question. Such a person was found very quickly. These were the same fans of the main character who were holding a banner with the words, "Soo-hyun will save the world." The host allowed them to ask a question. The girl with glasses took the microphone and began to say in a trembling voice that she was a big fan of the actor Kang Soo-hyun. The main character asked the girl if she was the same fan who was present at the event with the coffee van. The girl was delighted that her favorite actor remembered her. The girl continued to say that as a big fan she watched Soo-hyun's acting, but in this movie everything was different, as if the boy actually became Hye-yoon. Therefore, she believed that this film would leave an unforgettable impression, not only on the actor's current fans but also on a wider audience. Finally, the girl asked Soo-hyun if he had any special goal that he wanted to achieve with this film. The protagonist thought for a while. The boy soon responded that he really had one goal. The fans immediately began to listen attentively, assuming that he wanted the film to get 1 million views. The next moment, the main character said with a smile that his goal was to reach more than 10 million views in a month. Some time has passed since the movie was shown in theaters. News sites quickly filled with Soo-hyun's loud statements. The guy with the mask on his face thought that the boy was ambitious as usual. Soon he took off his mask. It turned out that it was Lee So-han, who was staring at something and mentally congratulating Soo-hyun on the fact that he had succeeded. The guy was standing in a huge line at the cinema, on the wall of which hung a poster for the film Monster. Yet the film surpassed the 10 million view mark just a week after its release in theaters. All the friends and acquaintances of the main character gathered in the office of the Coronav Entertainment Agency and congratulated the boy on 10 million views. People were amazed that the child was not even 10 years old, and he had already become an actor with 10 million views. They kept saying that Soo-hyun was so talented that he deserved not the Child Actor Award but the Best Actor Award. The only limitation was his young age. Unexpectedly, the main character heard congratulations from a well-known person and immediately paid attention to him. It was Lee So-han who also came to the agency to congratulate the boy. Soo-hyun was very happy to see him. In response, the child congratulated the guy on receiving the Best Actor Award. Lee So-han felt awkward because he came to congratulate the main character, but in the end, he was congratulated. He continued to say that the movie Monster came out about a month ago, but he only managed to watch it the day before yesterday and apologized for that. Suddenly, the boy took out his phone and said that he had saved all the messages the guy sent him the day before yesterday. Suddenly, someone snatched the phone from Soo-hyun's hands. The boy didn't expect that. Kwak Chae-min looked at the message and now understood why Soo-hyun ignored him yesterday. Because of this, the boy was upset, and the whole boy responded to the message of his favorite idol faster than to the message of his less favorite Kwak Chae-min. Soo-hyun decided to change the subject and asked the guy why he wanted to see him. Suddenly, Kwak Chae-min turned to the boy and asked if he had any money. Soo-hyun was very curious about this issue and did not understand why the guy was interested in his money. Soon, so that no one would disturb them, our hero moved to the conference room for a more detailed discussion. Chae-min said that there was really nothing special about it, but he still asked if the protagonist's parents had access to his bank account. Soo-hyun replied that it was wrong to put his eyes on saving the child. The guy began to assure that the boy misunderstood him and also added that he was much richer than him. The main character continued to say that the rich built their fortune by taking money from the common people. Chae-min agreed with this and said that his mother was one of those. But the guy himself never went to such extremes. Hearing this, Soo-hyun began to wonder why the guy was asking about his money. Chae-min replied that leaving the money lying in the account was a big loss, because it was necessary to invest and increase it. But due to the boy's age, it would be difficult for him to do this himself. The main character replied that it all looked like a scam. Then the guy said that it would be very painful for him if the child continued to talk like that. After that, Soo-hyun thought that when it came to money, his mom and dad were not greedy at all, so he already had a decent amount of money saved up in the bank. Besides, the boy did not forget that soon the tax fairy would come to him again and bring bills that would need to be paid. Then Soo-hyun thought that if Chae-min now asked him to give him the money, he would definitely refuse him. After this, the main character turned to the guy and asked how he could invest the money. The head of the agency replied that he could introduce the boy to a qualified asset manager. Soo-hyun was very impressed by this proposal, and the phrase asset manager sounded respectable. The boy immediately jumped up from the table and said with admiration in his eyes that he would like to have an asset manager for himself. Chae-min was pleased with himself because he had expected such an answer and had already hired an experienced person. Soo-hyun began to be indignant because the guy read him like an open book. After that, Chae-min said that if the main character was grateful to him, then the boy should have treated him better because he was only harsh with him. Soo-hyun reminded the boy that he was his benefactor. Hearing this, Chae-min was very upset because the boy only remembered this at such moments. The main character no longer reacted to these words and only thought about what he would have for dinner today. Just 3 days later, the boy and his manager met with a financial consultant named Lee Guk-jun. Soon the men got down to business and said that for now, the investments would be made in a safe manner, and if there were any changes, he would definitely contact Soo-hyun and his parents. The boy watched the consultant and thought that he didn't expect anything else from him, because even with a child, the man behaved politely. The consultant presented all the most reliable investment options and then asked if the main character wanted to change anything. Soo-hyun confirmed this and then addressed the man as an older brother, which was considered the highest form of respect. This touched the man to the depths of his soul. The boy stated that he would like to invest in something like this. Lee Guk-jun suggested that his client had done some preliminary research. After that, he asked what the boy was planning. Soo-hyun was stunned for a moment, trying to remember all his thoughts on the matter. Finally, he stated that he was looking at the frequently used websites of the company Gogol in the USA to search for stocks, and that he also had the company Coca and investing in cryptocurrency as a priority. The man warned the boy that this sector had not yet been explored and asked if he was sure. The protagonist replied that he was fine with it. After that, Lee Guk-jun looked at the manager, trying to find out his opinion. Choi Sang-il only nodded his head in approval. The man replied that he understood everything and said that they would act as Soo-hyun wished. The main character's father returned home only in the evening. He was immediately met by his beloved wife and son. The woman asked how the meeting the man went. He replied that everything went as usual, and he enjoyed letting off steam after a long break. After this, the woman asked if her husband was hungry and suggested that he first refresh himself with sweet water. The man thanked him for his concern. After some time, the main character's father brought his son a large stack of books and said that it was a gift from his friends. Soo-hyun began to look at them with interest and realized that it was a set of children's books. The boy's mother asked why her husband's friends bought this. The man was also puzzled by this and then asked if the woman remembered Kai-ho, who was his classmate at school. He then said that they had lost contact for a while, but this time Ki-ho came to the meeting. The main character's mother remembered that this friend had a younger brother. The man confirmed this and said that it was his younger brother who gave Soo-hyun a set of children's books because he seemed like a kind person. After this, the main character's father began to remember the name of his friend's younger brother, and after some time he remembered that his name was Lee Ki-bum. Hearing this name, Soo-hyun immediately stopped eating and, forgetting about the book, focused all his attention on his father's words. The man continued to say that Lee Ki-bum offered him to invest in a project that seemed reliable and promising, so he decided to try with a small amount. Suddenly a loud sound was heard throughout the room, which attracted the attention of the adults. It turned out that Soo-hyun had dropped his fork on the floor. The boy's mother asked if everything was okay. Soo-hyun confirmed this and said that he would clean everything himself. His dad went to get a clean fork. After overhearing his parents' conversation, the protagonist could no longer think of anything else but Lee Ki-bum. The boy does not understand how he could forget this name, because it belonged to a criminal who taught his parents wrong and created financial difficulties for them. Soo-hyun thought that this swindler had appeared in their family again and was challenging them, trying to destroy everything. The main character remembered everything as if it were yesterday. A shadow hung over his family. His father, who was a civil servant, received disciplinary action for violating his duties. His mother, a freelancer, returned to work in the office while raising her child. And the main character became a shy and timid child who cowered in front of everyone. Even at that young age, he knew who was responsible for all this, because in his parents' heated arguments, the name Lee Ki-bum always came up. It was a swindler who used his acquaintance with his father to get close to him and plunged their once rich family into debt, after which he disappeared without a trace. Soo-hyun thought that he appeared again even a couple of months earlier than in his previous life. The boy was distracted from these thoughts by a familiar voice that addressed him. Choi Sang-il adjusted his glasses and said that the main character had been gloomy for a while, after which he asked what was bothering him. Soo-hyun, without going into details, answered that someone had gotten stuck in his head. The man now understood why the boy had been deep in thought all day. The boy did not deny it and said that last night his heart was pounding so much that he could not even sleep. The manager immediately assumed that the main character had a lover who caused such feelings in him. Soo-hyun did not understand what the man was talking about. Then Sang-il explained that it was the person you think about all day and your heart beats faster. The boy said that it was not so, and his heart was pounding with anger. The next moment, the game of 21 questions began. The man asked if Soo-hyun was bullied by his friends. The boy answered no because everyone at school was kind. After that, the manager asked if anyone had asked the main character for money on loan. Soo-hyun said that it was not so because everyone thought that his mother was in charge of his money. Hearing this, the man assumed that a stranger had interfered in the boy's parents' relationship. The main character was shocked and asked how the manager found out about this. Sang-il explained that with the boy's level of popularity, it would be strange not to attract unwanted attention. Soo-hyun couldn't believe that there were people who targeted celebrities' wealth. The man said that it was so, after which he asked if the boy knew why the Crown Agency needed another legal team. It was needed to eradicate this evil at its roots. Soo-hyun heard this and was very surprised and assumed that this team was very different from the first legal team that had previously helped him. Choi Sang-il then asked if he should tell Kwak Chae-min about this since the boy was so worried about it. After some time, the main character, his manager, and Kwak Chae-min were already sitting in the agency office and discussing the situation. The guy asked the boy all the information he had about Lee Ki-bum and wrote it down in his phone. Min then said that it would be ironic if this swindler had the last name Sa, because Sa Ki-bum is swindler at first. After that, the guy asked how the main character could be sure that his family was threatened by an investment fraudster. Soo-hyun didn't know how to answer this question because he couldn't say that he had traveled back in time 20 years. Kwak Chae-min saw that the boy had a hard time explaining this, and so decided not to ask him about it. Suddenly, the guy said that he understood that there were many scammers who took advantage of people's trust. This surprised Soo-hyun very much. After that, the head of the agency instructed the manager to pass on all the information to the second legal team in order to look into Lee Ki-bum's entire past. The main character was even more surprised and asked if his comrades didn't want to ask him anything else. Kwak Jae-min said that there was no need for this since the boy had made the unusual remark more than once. Choi Sung-il agreed with this and said that he had long ago decided to think that Soo-hyun simply had some kind of special intuition. The protagonist was glad to hear this and thanked him for his trust, but he was still worried. Smiling kindly, Kwak Jae-min asked the boy not to worry and just wait a little. No matter how it looked, the second legal group of the Corona Agency was quite competent and reported its results within a week. The man in the black suit introduced himself by saying that his name was Kim Jin-ho. He was from the second legal team and had already finished collecting information about Lee Ki-bum. Soo-hyun thanked him for the work he had done, and then thought that the man looked quite serious. After that, the boy remembered asking Choi Sang-il what the second legal team was actually doing. The manager said that due to the specific nature of their work, celebrities often became targets for various criminals. It could be considered that this team was a department that dealt with the elimination of threats to celebrity safety related to the corona. In other words, although they were called a legal team, they dealt with issues that were in a gray area. Kim Jin-ho got ready and decided to begin his report. The man began to say that Lee Ki-bum seemed like a diligent person on the outside and looked like an enthusiastic investor. But behind the scenes, he gambled to the point of taking out loans. His older brother studied with the father of the main character, whom he lured into a financial pyramid. Soo-hyun didn't understand what this meant. Kim Jin-ho explained that this scheme lured people by promising them high returns, but ended up taking all the money for itself. Moreover, given the skill of this fraudster in creating investment portfolios, there was a high probability that he was not working alone. The boy could not imagine that his father could hastily invest somewhere. The man suggested that perhaps he was convinced by the presentation of an investment project aimed at helping children. In addition, the scammers could have worked on their image, increasing their authority. Now, the main character understood why Lee Ki-bum gave him those children's books and believed that it was all done in order to gain his father's trust. Kim Jin-ho added that the scammer even showed his detailed plans by including his brother in the list of victims. Soo-hyun thought that this person was truly disgusting. The man continued to say that it was safe for now since the first dividends had not yet been paid out, and it would be stupid to leave before the payment. A key aspect of the Ponzi scheme was gaining the trust of the initial investors, who would receive money to attract more investors. But the reality was that these early investors were getting money from later investors who came as a result of the positive reviews. The scammers distributed the money between different investors as if they were paying interest. This was a classic money rotation scheme. Since they did not introduce any legal activity, sooner or later they could be discovered. Therefore, the scammers ran away with the collected money before suspicion arose. Knowing all this, Soo-hyun believed that he would not be deceived this time, and since he now knew the swindler's intentions, he had the resources to resist. The boy continued to think that the swindler would inevitably face serious problems, and he would make sure that his family did not suffer from this scam. The main character really wanted Lee Ki-bum to disappear and be treated no more seriously than a bird's flight. After these thoughts, the boy asked Kim Jin-hong how they could detain the swindler and his accomplices. The man smiled good-naturedly and replied that he was simply pleased with the method. It was already evening in the quiet residential area of the city. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard in the house. Someone suddenly opened the doors and called Lee Ki-bum, ordering him to come out. A man in glasses entered the room as if he owned the place. The guy who was in it was very surprised and asked who the stranger was. The next moment, the man grabbed the frightened guy by the clothes and pulled him towards himself. He started shouting that everything had collapsed because of Lee Ki-bum and asked how he would answer for it. After that, the man showed a photo and said that Kang Ho-chan, who was attracted by the scammer as an investor, was the father of Kang Soo-hyun. He called the boy their pride. Kim Jin-ho said that his method was quite simple and that the main character had to become their bait. Evening had fallen in a quiet residential area of the city. It seemed that nothing could disturb the calm atmosphere. Several guys were discussing how Lee Ki-bum pulled off another scam and were anticipating that this time they would make a tidy sum. The guy was pleased with himself and said that his friends were ordinary rich sissies, especially Kang Ho-chan. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard in the house. Someone suddenly opened the doors and called Lee Ki-bum, ordering him to come out. A strange man grabbed the frightened boy by his clothes and pulled him towards himself. He started shouting that everything had collapsed because of Lee Ki-bum and asked how he would answer for it. The other scammers were also scared and afraid to interfere in this conflict, while their friend told the stranger that he did not understand what he was talking about. After that, the man showed a photo and said that Kang Ho-chan, who was attracted by the scammer as an investor, was the father of Kang Soo-hyun. He called the boy their pride. Lee Ki-bum recognized the child actor but couldn't believe that he was the son of the deceived investor. The man was surprised by this, and I could not believe that the swindler did not know who Kang Ho-chan's son was. After that, he said that Kang Soo-hyun was his target and advised the guy to stay away from him and his father. Otherwise, the man promised to provide the swindler with problems. At that moment, several people appeared in the passage who were ready to prove it. Lee Ki-bum asked the man to stop and said that he looked like a scalpel. After that, the swindler suggested that they join forces. The man thought quite a bit about the fact that the guy had fallen for his trick, after which he rudely said that he had been in this cauldron for a long time, and there was no need for him to team up with a newcomer. The swindler said that he had known Kang Ho-chan all his life, and that he would never trust anyone else as much as him, and that if he could win over the father, he would be able to get his son. Hearing this, the man let the guy go, and threatened that if he continued to talk nonsense, he would die. After that, Lee Ki-bum thought that even though the man had more experience, only an idiot would tell such valuable information. The guy believed that he needed to actively use his new acquaintances so that they would learn their lesson. Kim Jin-ho ended his story by saying that this is how he joined Lee Ki-bum's group. Soo-hyun was surprised that his father didn't tell his friends about him, after which I assumed that perhaps he wanted to brag about his famous son, but put his safety above all else. Kim Jin-ho began to say that the first interest had already been paid, and investors were now convinced of the legitimacy of the project, and even attracted new participants. Choi Sang-il asked the boy if they could set day X for the second interest payment. Soo-hyun thought that sounded good. The manager heard this and said that day X would come a month later and he would warn the prosecutor associated with the Corona agency in advance. In addition, they needed to correctly calculate the time for the capture. Suddenly, the main character asked where they would spend the money they would receive from the scammers. Kim Jin-ho and Choi Sang-il looked at the guy with confusion and thought about his question for a while. The next moment, the manager offered to pay for dinner for the company with this money. The second man supported this idea because he wanted to eat top-quality beef. The men asked the protagonist not to worry, while Soo-hyun himself was thinking about what this company decided to do in the most unexpected ways. Soon the plan to arrest the group of scammers went off without a hitch. Lee Ki-bum, lulled into a false sense of security and superiority, did not even suspect Kim Jin-hong. Meanwhile, Choi Sang-il was collecting all the necessary evidence. Having received the documents, the prosecutor began to narrow the circle. Finally, the day arrived. X. At this point, 16 investors had been attracted, and the total financial damage had exceeded 58 million won. One of the scammers slammed his fist on the table in anger and started shouting that someone had leaked information about her activities to the prosecutor's office. Lee Ki-bum continued to say that they were in serious trouble. His comrade agreed with this and believed that they needed to get out of there as soon as possible. The fraudster was angry when she heard this and said that this option did not suit them, because now the most important thing was to save money. Suddenly, Kim Jin-ho approached him and said that he had a secure account in a Swiss bank and offered to transfer all funds there. The prosecutor's office could not get to him. Lee Ki-bum thought about this proposal but did not answer. The man reminded him that she had little time. One of the scammers believed that Kim Jin-hong was not a liar, and his story about wanting that child actor was true. The guy continued to say that perhaps now was the time to listen to Kim Jin-hong because he had a lot of experience and money. Lee Ki-bum looked at the man and thought that for a big fish, he was surprisingly frivolous and stupid, which is why he was simply manipulated. The guy smiled slyly and thought that this time he was being used by Kim Jin-hong. Not far from that house, Choi Sang-il's car was parked discreetly. Soo-hyun held the walkie-talkie in his hands, with the help of which he heard everything that was happening in the room, and thought that the cautious black sheep had already swallowed the bait. Choi Sang-il thought that the swindler was a newbie because he didn't even dig a hole properly. Soo-hyun was surprised by this. The manager explained that those who had many stars usually dug several holes to move around. The boy did not understand what the holes and stars meant. After this, the main character asked if they really were going to switch roles with the scammers. The man confirmed this and said that he was just a harmless manager. Soo-hyun looked at the man and thought that he was speaking and acting suspiciously. Soon, our heroes were informed by radio that the mission was completed because the funds were successfully transferred to the account and the scammers were absolutely sure that the money was in a Swiss bank. Soo-hyun was surprised by this and asked the manager how he made the scammers believe this. Choi Sang-il explained that he made a copy of the website, and by clicking on the link, the scammers ended up on a site that only looked like the bank's site. Soo-hyun responded that this is exactly why you should always use the app and not the website. Suddenly, the manager heard the sound of a police siren in the distance, which was quickly approaching them. Very soon, 2 police cars stopped at the house where the scammers were located. Choi Sang-il suggested that it might be better if the actors sorted things out. Soo-hyun prepared to play his role. The next moment, the boy told Kim Jin-hong in a sweet voice that it was time for him to finish work. Very soon, this long day ended. The night was getting closer and closer to the city, enveloping it in impenetrable darkness. The protagonist's father sat at the dinner table and could not believe that he had been deceived. He regretted that he had trusted his classmate. His wife said that it was not the man's fault, and besides, he had not lost that much, but this did not cheer him up. The woman continued to say that anyone could make mistakes, and her husband shouldn't worry so much about it. After that, she tried to feed the man in order to calm him down, while Soo-hyun silently watched all this from the side. The main character ate and thought that everything was clear even before his rebirth. The boy remembered that in his previous life, his mother had supported her husband in exactly the same way, saying that what was done was done. Now the main character realized that his mother always supported his father, and although his family suffered from a fraudster, the decision to divorce was made later due to the problems that arose. After these thoughts, the boy turned to his father and said that he had a gift for him. The man was very surprised by this. The next moment, Soo-hyun showed a drawing of their family and said that he was glad that mom and dad loved each other and that they were all together. After this, the main character asked his dad not to put too much pressure on himself, because after all, he had him and his mom. Of course, it wasn't like the revenge shown on TV, but Soo-hyun was still grateful that he was able to protect what was most important. It was a clear day. Fruit trees were blooming near the office of the Corona agency, and birds were merrily singing their melodies. Seo-han returned after a long absence and was surprised that Soo-hyun was already 10 years old. The boy was happy about this and said that his age now consisted of 2 digits. The guy remembered that at the Red Dragons Awards, the film Monster took all the awards and therefore assumed that the boy was also popular at school. After that, he asked if the boy often played with friends. Soo-hyun replied that it was already the 3rd semester, but he still did not have a close friend. Then Lee So-han asked if he hadn't made any friends in the past 2 semesters. The main character replied that they sometimes greeted each other when they met in the corridor, but nothing more. The guy was so interested in all this because it seemed to him that the boy always rested only with adults. After that, Seo-han thought that Soo-hyun was older and smarter than his peers, but he shouldn't have learned about society only from adults in the entertainment industry. The guy continued to say that work was of course good, but it would be better for the boy to spend more time with friends. He then suggested that the protagonist's parents would want the same thing. Soo-hyun thought about these words, but he had long since forgotten what it was like to spend time with friends. The gold awards for achievements in cinema stood neatly on the shelf and delighted their owner with their bright shine. Soo-hyun looked at them in fascination and thought that these were his eternal friends who would never change. After this, the main character encouraged himself by the fact that he was as popular at school as he was on the screen. But then he remembered that he didn't have any truly close friends because they had different psychological ages. Immediately after this, the boy remembered that he knew the same child actors as himself. But Soo-hyun was a consultant for So-ra regarding problems and a business partner for Ji-yoon. The girls themselves were best friends. For some time, the boy went over various options in his head. Remember all his friends. The next moment, the main characters realized with horror that he had no friends at all. Soo-hyun began to think about who is a friend and remember how it was in his past life. He stopped communicating with his school friends immediately after graduation. The main character did not have friends from the army or the entertainment industry, as the hierarchy made it difficult to build such relationships. After this, the boy remembered the members of his group. They were all quite close, but these were too incomprehensible relationships to call them friendship. Soo-hyun only had interests with them, and they communicated with each other superficially. After all these thoughts, the main characters realized that he had never thought about what friendship was before. Suddenly, the boy noticed a paper bookmark with photographs of child actors he knew. After that, Soo-hyun wanted to try to find a friend for himself and thought that if he decided to do this, it would be easy. The main character's first option was to find a friend among his classmates. Some boy ran into the classroom and asked who would go to the computer club today. Several kids responded at once. Unexpectedly, Soo-hyun also wanted to take part in this and said that he would also go play. Classmates looked at the main character in surprise because he had never shown such a desire before. The next moment, everyone was delighted and happy to see Soo-hyun in their company. It seemed to them that the boy was good at playing the game. But this was not the case. After several attempts, the main character did not make any progress in understanding the computer game, and his team was constantly losing. Soo-hyun apologized for letting everyone down and promised to buy them something delicious. The boy thought that all his life he had played mobile games that required only a few touches, so he was not ready for a full-fledged computer game. The second option was to make only one close friend. During one of the breaks, the main character approached a boy and asked if it was possible to get to know him. Very soon, several kids ran into the classroom and called their friend Jisoo. The boy with whom the main character wanted to make friends immediately got up from his seat and ran to his friends. Soo-hyun realized with annoyance that this friend was already busy. Returning home, the emotionally exhausted protagonist fell onto his bed and wondered if it was really that hard to find a friend. Suddenly, the boy thought that he was no longer at the age to be friends with children. Besides, he didn't really need it. After that, he remembered Lee So-han's words that it would be better for Soo-hyun to spend more time with his friends. The guy also suggested that the main character's parents would also like this. Remembering the words of his idol, the boy decided that he should have tried a little harder to find a friend. The last option was related to NBC radio station. Soo-hyun came here, but not alone. Lee So-han noticed that the boy was especially determined today. The protagonist replied that he would definitely find his destined companion. At the same time, Soo-hyun thought that, of course, he asked to accompany Lee So-han, but he was pleased to drop by the radio station after a long time. However, the boy did not forget that today he had only one goal, namely the child actors. The main character believed that he would have more in common with them than with ordinary children, and therefore he would be able to get along with them. After that, Lee So-han left for filming, asking the boy not to go too far. Soo-hyun then assured the boy that everything would be fine. Walking along the corridor, the boy thought that now he would slowly prepare for this operation. Suddenly, a man appeared behind him who recognized Soo-hyun. The man greeted the main character, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time and was surprised at how much the boy had grown since their last meeting. The boy then asked the producer if he knew where the child actors were filming today. The man thought for a moment. He soon responded that all filming with children had been postponed. This greatly shocked the main character. Having found himself a secluded place, the boy was bored in solitude and thought that his situation was not easy. After this, Soo-hyun wondered if he was focusing too much on making friends through new connections. The boy then suggested that he should have made friends with someone he already knew, such as So-roy or Ji-yeon. Suddenly, the main character saw Hyun-do, who was wandering around the radio station alone. Both boys were very surprised to see each other here and were simply silent for a while. Hyun-do greeted him and asked if the main character was there for work. Without giving an answer, Soo-hyun thought about how after filming Shadow Road, he had deliberately avoided the boy out of awkwardness. Finally, the main character replied that he came here with Lee So-han and just decided to drop in. After that, he was surprised that Hyung-don had a filming planned. Soo-hyun asked the boy if he had a script reading today. Hyun-do confirmed it and revealed that he had a supporting role in the movie The Star's Lost Object. The main character paid attention to the script that the boy was holding in his hands and was surprised that he was still just as persistent and incredibly responsible. For a few moments, Soo-hyun thought that perhaps Hyun-do might be the most suitable friend for him. But this hope instantly disappeared when the boy remembered the negative experience of communicating with Hyung-don, both in this life and in the past. The main character assumed that in any case, they would not be able to get closer, so there was no point in wasting time. After which he began to say goodbye to his friend. Hyun-do looked with regret as Soo-hyun left, not wanting to continue the conversation with him. Suddenly, he grabbed the main character by the hand and asked him to wait. Soo-hyun was surprised by such suddenness and did not understand what Hyun-do wanted from him. The next moment, the boy asked with tears in his eyes if he and Soo-hyun weren't friends and if their friendship would end like this. The main character was shocked by these sudden questions and did not even know what to answer them. The school was in the middle of a learning process. The class teacher turned on the TV and told his students that today they would watch an educational film about Mozart. The next moment, a film about the life of the great Austrian composer turned on the screen. Hyun-do was impressed from the very first minute and did not take his eyes off the TV for a moment. This film told the story of the hard-working musical genius Antonio Salieri. He was contrasted with the image of Mozart, who was a genius with natural talent. When the emperor was just receiving Mozart at the palace, Salieri, already a court musician, composed a march. Nevertheless, Mozart immediately arranged Salieri's music. He did this only to show everyone his mastery. This filled Salieri with despair and envy of the genius' talent. Suddenly, the children began to say that they were bored, and despite the teacher's comments, suggested watching another film. At this moment, one of the students noticed that Hyun-do was crying, which surprised him greatly. All the kids thought this movie was boring, but Hyun-do found himself in it. Soo-hyun was 2 years younger than the boy, but he was already an acting genius, and at such a young age he coped well with the main role. Hyun-do believed that Soo-hyun was more worthy of love than any child actor he had ever met, and that he could learn a lot from him. The boy also did not forget that Soo-hyun became his first friend in the entertainment industry, which was sealed between them with a handshake. However, in the eyes of others, the boys were always rivals, and especially in the eyes of Hyun-do's mother, who chose the best of them. The woman kindly told him that if Hyun-do wanted to pursue acting, then of course she would help him, and would find out about the academy in a few days. One day, his mother asked him how Soo-hyun was able to act so well. Hyun-do liked the fact that his mother not only supported his interest, but also praised his friends. But everything gradually changed. One day, a woman asked if the boy had worked on his pronunciation as the director had advised, since today was a joint project with Soo-hyun, and therefore it was necessary to pay special attention to this. The mother asked her son not to worry, because the child who was younger than him would cope so well that he would succeed too. The comparison with the younger one hit Hyung-don hard. It was hard for him to hear these words because he felt the huge difference in the skills he saw in Soo-hyun. That day, the boy could not contain the anger that had accumulated in his heart. The director criticized him for the fact that his pronunciation had not improved at all, although he had worked hard on it. At the same time, Soo-hyun told the boy that it would be better if the character shined much brighter. Hyun-do asked if the main character thought that he understood something about acting. Soo-hyun was very scared. Anger burst out in the wrong place, but unfortunately the spoken word could no longer be taken back. Since then, the protagonist gradually distanced himself from Hyung-don, only accepting his apology before this. However, an invisible wall grew between the two friends, which they both felt, but could not put in enough effort to break it down. The boys met at a radio station. Soo-hyun asked if the boy had a script reading today. Hyun-do confirmed this and revealed that he had a supporting role in the movie The Star's Lost Object. The main character, not letting his friend finish speaking, began to get up from the table, saying that he already had to go. Hyun-do looked with regret as Soo-hyun left, not wanting to continue the conversation with him. At that moment, the boy remembered how he cried because of what happened, but Soo-hyun approached him. Holding out his hand, the main character said that they were still children, and it was normal that they lacked a lot. Hyun-do thought that even though he couldn't act like Soo-hyun, he liked working with him. He knew that the boy was kind, and therefore accepted his apology. However, Hyung-don did not want a superficial reconciliation with the main character. He wanted to go back to the old days when this misunderstanding did not exist. Soo-hyun was surprised by these words and couldn't believe that this guy was like this even in his youth. The protagonist believed that thanks to this, Hyun-do was able to write many emotional songs when he became Gino. Hyun-do seemed to understand the hopelessness of this situation, which caused his emotions to overwhelm him. The next moment, the boy asked with tears in his eyes if he and Soo-hyun weren't friends, and if their friendship would end like this. The main character was shocked by these sudden questions and thought that Hyun-do could become that very friend who was more serious than children his age. Soo-hyun will continue to think that the boy could become his friend with whom they would get along well, because was there another child like Hyun-do? The main character thought that it was very sudden for him, but it didn't stop the boy because it was not known when such a chance would appear again. The next moment, Soo-hyun put his hand on Hyung-don's hand and said that he was sorry. After that, he admitted that he also wanted to make peace with him. Hyun-do was surprised by this and asked if the protagonist was telling him the truth. Soo-hyun confirmed this with a smile and asked in return if they were still friends. Hyun-do replied that of course they were friends, after which the boy rushed to hug the main character. Suddenly, someone's hands were clapped, as if someone was applauding. Soo-hyun looked around and saw people around him clapping and congratulating his friends for finally making up. The main character was surprised by this and did not understand how so many people had gathered there. After this, the boy thought that he and Hyun-do had just made a public confession of friendship. Soo-hyun felt awkward about this, and so he suggested to his friend to leave here. But Hyun-do didn't hear the boy and continued to cry with happiness. Still, the main character came to terms with this and thought that this would be his small price to pay for finally getting a real friend together. As soon as the children's emotions subsided, the friends exchanged numbers, which made them a little embarrassed. Thus, the main character made his first friend.